Hey, good evening. Good evening. This is a real somber, unexpected, unfortunate evening here. And so I'm just trying to invite some people. I've been posting on this story all day. And so I'm going to try to throw some stuff up here in the Jumbotron so we could have a discussion about the events that occurred here. The original plan was to sort of dive into Black State of America book and discuss, pretty much do a series page by page, but I was in a space and this came across my timeline, and then it's kind of been absorbing all of our attention at this point. And so I'm going to do my best to try to get some people who are either in the Buffalo area or have some ties to the Buffalo area to come into the space if they're willing to try to just explain to us what the community is like, what the neighborhood is like. Yeah, but this is such a tragedy because it could be any of us, male or female. It seems like this piece of shit was targeting Black women specifically. I'm sort of traumatized from all of the past videos and images, and this one is so graphic. It really is disturbing. But I just want to give people a chance to voice their opinions, voice their concerns, and for us to have a chance to talk about it. So please grab a mic, and I'm gonna fill up the Jumbotron here with some of these posts, some informational posts, and just kind of go from there. I mean, I'm still, to be honest, I'm kind of in shock from what has occurred here, and I can't imagine this happening, in the neighborhood that I grew up, or to my family members. I did see that they were moving to arraign this person really quickly there, so I don't know if that's already occurred. I know they're talking about first-degree murder and hate crimes. FBI, the president, Homeland Security, all these different agencies are actively involved in this incident. And I guess there's this long manifesto. I'm not going to waste time reading through this deranged person's thoughts. But there was one that had a diagram of the store that had a real clear outline of what he expected to do, what he anticipated. Like, he anticipated there being a security guard, and he did actively engage the security guard. They exchanged fire, and this guy had on body armor. I believe he had on a helmet. I'm not sure if it was a ballistic helmet, but assuming that he was, intending on protecting his own life, one would only assume that was the case. So this is really, man, this is like a tragedy. It's a national tragedy. It's obviously a tragedy for Buffalo and that community. Everything I'm reading is saying how segregated Buffalo is. It's an extremely segregated community, and that's the thing. Like, these northern cities are so segregated. It's like this illusion of integration and everything's fine and blah blah blah, but these Black communities up here are really captive. They're really marginalized, and yeah. So this guy, I guess he drove. They're saying he drove 200 miles, 4 hours, drove past a lot of other cities in western New York, northern New York, to get to Buffalo, which is almost like the nearly the most western city in New York. And so, you know, the whole time he's recording himself on this Twitch service, which people use as a video game streaming service platform. And a lot of the video gaming on that platform is first person shooter type, you know, video gaming. And so he's got this webcam connected to his helmet, and so he can quite literally be inside of a real life video game where he is executing innocent Black people in this low income Black community. And even though there was a guard, he was a former officer, he was armed, he did fire at this guy, but his bullets didn't penetrate this body armor that he was covered in. And then they said the police responded within a minute. Two eyewitnesses, two Black men, eyewitnesses saw him standing in front of the store with a pistol up against his own neck. And I guess he was like essentially threatening to kill himself. And then they saw him get down on his knees, remove his helmet, and drop his weapon. And that's when the police arrested him without incident. And that's a very important thing to understand, that this mass shooter who killed 10 people and shot 13, 2 of which were white, 11 of which were Black, 10 died, 3 are in critical condition, some state of critical condition. And so they let this guy live. Not only did they let him live, they talked him down from killing himself in this situation. You know, all we talk about is protecting our people. We talk about these lone wolves all the time, almost every week. We talk about the need for intelligence within a Black majority state. And, you know, this guy was actively posting on social media. Like, all of this information was out there. And this is why I say the thought of having some type of federal protection for Black Americans is retroactive. It is a protection that is meant to enhance criminal charges after the violence has occurred. They do not practice proactive at all, especially not against Black Americans. If they even know that there's an attack, if they're even looking for an attack against Black Americans, they don't proactively go after that information. So the thought of some federal legislation, I just don't understand why people are hanging their hopes and dreams on that, because law enforcement is a very retroactive establishment, unless they have skin in the game, unless it's their people. And so I really, really hope that we kind of get away from that thought process, because if it was our intelligence agencies who were combing the internet looking for people who were intent on harming us, I would have full faith in it. You know, or officers would be trained in looking for these type of individuals. But on a federal level, I just don't see that occurring. And they can enhance the penalties after the fact, but you know, it's like at that point, it's really too late. It's really too late. You know, they got RICO actions against these rappers, which whatever it is, what it is. But man, RICO, they could be using RICO to go after these terrorists on these websites, on these platforms. I really don't. I just don't understand why we put so much faith into the system in the hands of these people who hate us. You know, they hate us. Like, there's a lot of vitriolic posts online about this. A lot of jokes about it. It's disgusting. It's quite literally, utterly disgusting what I'm seeing in some of these posts. And man, I'm really, I'm at a loss for words, you know. And it's like, wow, man, 10 innocent lives who literally on a Saturday afternoon or Saturday morning, they were actually going to go get food to feed their family. Like, I mean, man.
Hey, Gray, how you doing, man?
Yeah.
Hey,
Oof.
do you know if the people killed, were they FBA Black Americans, or were they immigrant African?
I mean, not that that matters as much. It's a Black American community.
Right.
As they're saying, the community up there is very segregated. It's a lower income community. You know, this guy was intent on killing Black people, and part of it is they're blaming Tucker Carlson. They're blaming the theory of white replacement, which that's big in those alt-right racist circles. How, you know, Black people, Mexicans, whatever, they're trying to replace the white race, and this is their land. You know, this is like Stormfront Nazi material that this so-called 18-year-old was ingesting, and decided to get very active in terms of harming Black people. Yeah, in terms of their makeup, I got to assume. I mean, Buffalo has a significant Black population. I got to assume they're you know they're it's a mix. You know, it's just terrible. Yeah, he was shooting people in the head. That's the other thing, because I was in a space where someone mentioned, you know, having body armor on and everything like that, and that is a good thing, you know, as long as you're legal to wear it in your jurisdiction. It's summertime, it's hot. You know, if you're not anticipating something, you might not be thinking in that direction. However, this guy was not aiming at center mass necessarily. The like I'm having a hard time dealing with the trauma of it, and seeing these images of dead Black women laying on the ground, but he was aiming for their heads for the most part. There's an eyewitness thing up here. I'm gonna see if I can play it. I haven't had a chance to listen to the shit. It's only 45 seconds, so I don't. I'm Yeah, so that's an eyewitness, an older Black gentleman describing how he you know, when he was out in front of the store, the police weren't shooting at this guy. They weren't engaging him at all, even though he had just killed one of their former brothers, like a former police officer who was a security guard in this grocery store, supermarket. So they didn't come in gun blazing, you know. This is like there's bodies literally on the street. Like in some of these images, you see bodies in front of the store. Like the one unfortunate is looks like a black woman. He shoots her in the head as soon as he gets out of his car. I just don't understand how this man was not killed on sight. This is an active shooter situation. There's bodies in front of the grocery store. You're getting all types of reports of shots fired. What is why does this man, this coward, why does he get to live another day? Like, why?
You know, the way you were describing him, it seemed like he's a very well-trained military background. But you mentioned something about video games.
Yeah, so there's this big phenomenon where these kids, and this has been going on for a few years, but they make money on Twitch. Twitch is the website. They, you know, I mean, there's people making millions of dollars a year on this website where all they simply do is play these first-person shooter video games, and they got all these followers. People subscribe. They send them money, and there's a lot of racism on these Twitter streams. There's a lot of it is well documented all over the internet. And so you can live stream your video game, or you can live stream whatever else you're doing. There's women who like have like sexual content on there, or whatever the case may be. And so yeah, on this particular platform, they're playing these first-person shooter video games, which are very realistic. So let me go back. During, I want to say, the Vietnam War or Korean War, whichever one came after, you know, the military had a hard time getting soldiers to want to kill the enemy, and so they created these simulations, these video game simulations. And this is where these first-person shooter games, they come out of this militarized simulations. And so they use these simulations to desensitize U.S. military so that when they go into combat, they don't hesitate to, you know, kill the enemy, quote unquote. And so these games, you know, with the technology, the graphics, the speed, I mean, they're just getting more and more refined to the level of, you know, some people may not be able to tell the difference between reality and virtual world, whatever, quote unquote. And that's not an excuse. It's just a fact. Like these kids are addicted to it. I dated this one girl a few years ago. She let her son, who was, man, couldn't have been more than like 8 years old, I'll say, maybe 9. He was addicted to these video games. I mean, he stayed up all night, all day, come home from school. It's an addiction. And it's all ages, not just kids. I mean, there's some 40, 50-year-old men playing these video games. And so this is what the Twitch platform is about. But again, inside of this virtual world where they got the headphones, they got all the equipment, you know, the best equipment. They got there's something about a screen rate where, you know, if the screen rate's not flashing fast enough, your trigger response is slower, and it's just a whole nother world, to be honest. And so he was active in that, and then he essentially took the skills, quite honestly, and the desensitization from being on a platform such as that, and it's very likely he has real world training, like missionary, militaristic training. It's very possible, extremely possible. He got this 106-page manifesto. It's very likely that he is a part of some larger contingency. And so at any rate, he took all this desensitized training and these skills to assassinate innocent black people. And he drove, 4 hours away from where he's from. And again, had it all pre-planned out. Like there's all these drawings, and again, it's like printed out, word for word, line by line of what he was going to do on this day. It's really, really demonic. It's satanic. He's fully responsible. On the barrel of his assault rifle, he had the word Nigger in white, I guess, paint on the black barrel. And everything that I'm seeing about, I post a thing up in there where the sheriff of this county, there was some sort of racist Confederate Nazi march that occurred a year ago or so. Someone reminded them that this is what goes on in their community up there. Because they come out with this Buffalo Strong, and we got to come together, and and they start talking that garbage, that crap, when it's our community that is hurting right now, especially, and the police let this guy come out of it with no harm at all. They didn't jump on his back, knee in his back, hand around his throat. Like, they just literally treated this kid like he did them a favor. There's no other way to describe the treatment that they gave to this coward. Pure coward. Yeah, the sheriff, he marched with white supremacists who stood with these Confederate flags while he was wearing the uniform of the county sheriff's office. This is in May of 2020. Almost 2 years ago to the day, same month. Yeah, so I intended to have the room. I was gonna ask you if you had a copy of your book, because I was gonna do a series on the book, Black State of America book. And then I had invited some ladies from the Delaware lacrosse team to come in. The one said she would come in, but she gets off of work after midnight. And give some of the ladies from the lacrosse team who were harassed, racially profiled in Georgia, give them a chance to speak, and just give us some insight and tell us how they felt about the whole situation, and how they're healing from it. And hopefully at least the one who said she would come in does attend the meeting tonight. But oh man, if you are from the Buffalo area, if you have any friends or family who are from that community, please invite them into the room. I haven't been doing this, but I need to start asking people to share the space so that we can get more people in here, especially on this topic. I want to read this. I don't know if I put this up in here yet, but this is a black woman, Taylor Epps. She's a morning reporter. And she posted that, let me get to this thing really, really fast, man, because this is where your heart just breaks, just heartbreaking over and over and over again. I got so many posts in here. Okay. Taylor Epps. She said, I just talked to an 8-year-old girl. This is a black child who hid in a cooler inside the grocery store. She was shopping with her dad and ran out of the back of the store to safety. 8 years old. Like this is the demonic, satanic, savage level that we are dealing with in this country. Mr. A-Fun, you're more than welcome to speak.
It's going to get a whole lot worse. This is just the beginning. They want to do this. If you download the app Telegram, there's entire rooms of like up to 60,000 people. Discord as well, where it's literally just people like that. Literally just them. Like just not like conservative whites and a mixture. No, just people who want to just go out and do that. There's another app. It's called Cozy. Well, not app, it's a website. I don't know if you guys have heard of Nick Fuentes, but imagine this guy, except he had like a talk show, an online talk show. And that's pretty much what Nick Fuentes is. So the point is, there's a whole lot more of this, right? And the thing is this, right? When I look at that, I think, well, bad, right? But I also think, like, well, I know there's something you can do about it. Like, I know that this didn't have to happen. It was not necessary. Whites are not invincible, and we are not inherently weak. But it's like, okay, well, in order to stop this from happening, well, a certain action has to be taken. The actions that I want to talk about online. But, and I'm not talking about like AK-47 guns or whatever. That's a thing of the past. That little shooting there is the least of the worries. In the look of, you know, looking at things in a macro scale, it is. That is nothing, right? So it's like, well, if you look at the people who were in there, right? People who were shot in that grocery store, right? Now, what kind of people were shot there, right? If they were to do this on a mass scale, right? They would manage to get someone who is correct, you know, in their mindset, right? In the sense, what I'm saying is this: as of right now, it's not as though people couldn't see this coming, unless they were just unironically, you know, mentally too slow or stupid to see it happen. I mean, that should not be. This is probably just gonna come through for like a week or two, and then people are gonna forget about it again, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, this is bad, right? But I have no emotional attachment or feeling when listening or reading about this, because it's just like, bruh, 13% of the population, and population is not rising. Very poor population, not a strong population, not a unified population, very divided. That itself should let you know this is not a good position to be in. That should have been radicalizing people. And my point is this: it's like, all right, well, they shot 10 people. Okay, well, those 10 people could have been defended. We could have had a force to ensure that people like this can't do anything. What's gonna happen now? They took him out of there like he was one of their buddies, like you said. Nothing even happened. He's not tackled on the floor. He's not, you know what I mean? They didn't shoot him. They didn't do anything. He might not even get a life sentence. He might get like fucking 30 years or 20 years or something like that. As chances are it's just gonna happen. The other guy who shot George Floyd, that guy is getting like, they're like remediating his charge, trying to like change it up for him. Like, dude, they tried. Those type of people tried to literally seize control of the government on January 6th, and who's doing anything? So it's like this is just gonna fly by people's ears again, and they're gonna go back to normal. So this is nothing more than just more. I mean, honestly, if this is more proof, it's like adding sand to a beach, essentially, because they've done this before. This is not a first time. This isn't news or something. This is, in fact, a lot less worse than what they've done. The church shooting was worse, but look how quickly people have forgotten about that already. The church shooting, you guys know about that, yeah? I'm sure you know. they've and literally this country literally stole people and tortured them for hundreds of years. So how is this worse? How is this surprising to you anyway? You see what I'm saying? They drop bombs on people every single fucking day. So what are people surprised? Do they think like they won't turn around and change the subject of who they're bombing? So it's like, okay, if anyone's surprised by this, all right, great. I hope it wakes you up. I hope it points you in the right direction. Okay, but chances are this isn't going to do much. This is not going to do much. This is going to go on the news for a week, and then afterwards, the people are going to go back to fighting each other and arguing about Kevin Samuels or some other stupid thing like that. So, I hope this just consolidates the community of people within our race that are already awakened, because we're the only ones. Okay, to be totally honest with you, if they're going to survive, because I care, right? We all care. We don't want them to be in that position. Should I hold on for the opera? Or should I finish and then I'll wrap it.
Oh, please finish, bro.
All right. So essentially, in order for anything to matter, right? It's like this. If you look at like just America, right? Let's look at the white people, how they operate. If America did not have those couple of scientists that developed nuclear weapons, or vice versa, or the Soviets didn't have scientists that developed nuclear weapons, if they didn't have those communists that developed the Soviet Union, or they didn't have George Washington that developed what is now America, well, then the rest of the people would either be subjects of the British Empire or subjects of rich Russians that took down the communists or whatever, right? So it's like, essentially, if we want the black race to survive, we want black Americans to do well in the future, well, there needs to be consolidation amongst the people who are smart enough to make sure it happens, instead of trying to wake up the masses, because the masses are not going to wake up. The masses are more so concerned with just how much money can I make tomorrow? Can I have food for tomorrow? And arguing about Kevin Samuels. And you're just not going to get them to wake up. Or at least I don't see that happening. Okay? So honestly, all this does is tell me that there needs to be more consolidation amongst the people amongst our race that are awakened, that can see what's going on, and actually take much more action in what we're doing. So yeah, all right, go ahead, Oprah.
Yeah, let me agree. I agree with you, and so we know that leading up to the Civil War, there was a group of us called the Contrabands of War. These were the fugitives who left the South and went into Union territory, and who did so at such a rate that they had to be declared weapons of war. This is what contrabands of war actually means. They were considered weapons of war. They forced the United States military, the president, to ultimately enact legislation that ultimately led to the Emancipation Proclamation. And this is where the first U.S. colored troops came out of these particular individuals. The number is somewhere around 500,000 who were considered these weapons of war. And so the other 4 million who were later emancipated really owe everything. Like, we owe everything to this first group of Black Americans who were self-emancipators. That was the other term that they gave to them. So it's always going to be a smaller percentage of our population that leads and that takes the charge, if you will, in order to free the masses. So I agree with you 100%. And then we got D. Oppresso up.
Hello, family. Thank you very much for inviting me. Another real conversation. So it's refreshing. Just so I got to give props first. It's refreshing to just come into a space where, like you said, the conversation ain't some fake slap or some other dumb shit. But it's so much to unpack off of what just was said. So let's first unpack emancipation. Emancipate don't mean free, or they would have said the word free. To emancipate something, you can look it up in the law dictionary, means to transfer property from one owner to another, right? If you look at this is why I come back to the same documents. We need to just stop arguing and stop being in our feelings and just read. Constitution, 13th Amendment, there's 20 parts. The two most significant parts is what we're seeing today. One, the part that says, if you're a descendant of an African, you will never be a citizen. Are you following me? That's cut and dry, black and white. There's nowhere for any wiggle room. So the fuckery that we're seeing today, wonder why Democrats break their neck to say Africa, why there's this new slave movie, 16 of them every fucking year. There's a new documentary on Netflix because they need to enforce the lie. The lie is that. Why do they keep pushing it? It's right there in the 13th Amendment. The other thing is all the rest of the concurrent documents. So if we go to Article 6 of the Constitution, it not only says it's the absolute law of the land, but it says what? Treaties are the absolute law of the land. Most people don't even know what a treaty is. We, Aboriginal people, have the most important treaty, which is friendship and peace. 1933, Eisenhower declared in an executive order, he relinquished jurisdiction to Morocco, which is here. So that was 1933 was also the same year that another piece of you guys should write these documents down and go look for yourself. What do they say? Trust, but always verify. So I'm not one of these fake ass people that will just give you some feel good shit and not give you some place to go verify it. Okay, it's called House Resolution 75, and House Resolution 75 is very specific on our birthrights and everything. That's why they came in and stripped it. Nationality is something that we all are supposed to have. Why would you even want to be a citizen? But see, we are able to believe, because that's what they teach us, that citizen is the thing to be. In law, a citizen, it is written. It's the piece of Supreme Court case law is Sterling v. Wheeling, which states that if you are a resident of the district city or any one of the 50 subsidiary corporations, are you following me? They're all corporations. Then you are property. It's not an opinion. It's not what the Moore said. It's what 9 white Article 3 Supreme Court justices said. Let's come back to the 13th Amendment. It says what? If you get arrested and you become this fictitious thing, which is when they created it, you got to understand, the word felon didn't happen until what? Oh my God, connect the dots, Emancipation Proclamation. That's when felon came out. Before that, there was no such title as felon. So felon was what? Word magic for nigga, you a new slave. My man Jay Prince just broke this down to folks, but he gave, I hope people listen to it because it came from Jay Prince's mouth, but he still only really scratched the surface of how deep it is in actual legislation of what is happening to us. So if you want to go further, how you say they were, now the topic as I read here, terrorist targets Black Buffalo community. You ain't never lied, but how do we connect the dots in documentation? This is all written down, family. All you have to do is look at what is that thing that they're trying to pass? UN resolution, I think it's resolution 35 or whatever. But everything that you just wrote in here is broken down there. They actually specified we need to lower population. This your boy Billy Gates. So I hope if you got a fucking a Microsoft computer, you get rid of it. He gone, by the way. He's dead. But if he wasn't, it doesn't matter. He is a part of it. So my point is, if you connect the dots, all these people that's either on the podium or that's part of this fuckery, i.e. your Bill Gates, i.e. your Fauci. Fauci's up out of here too. They all support the same thing. That resolution. If you go to the resolution, then what they're doing won't seem crazy anymore. It'll make sense, and you'll see, okay, they do want to kill me. They do want to put more abortion here because it will kill me. They do want to, y'all have seen everything. These are facts, but it's not coming out in the news, like how the government is purposely burning up all of the food, right? We can come back again. Let's connect the dots, and let's talk about what's going on right now and connect it to what already happened and connect the dots. So that show, Snowfall, right? Everyone is familiar with Snowfall. All Snowfall is a show, a Fugazi show, by the way, but it starts to at least let you dive down that rabbit hole to see just how deep the fuckery goes. Where am I going with this? The dude that's in charge of this nation right now is at the front of what? That very show, Snowfall. So everybody knows who Rick Ross is. I ain't talking about the no, I'm talking about Rick Ross, the real drug dealer, Compton, California. Remember that? Then he took a trip where? To Arkansas. In that time frame, who in the fuck was in Arkansas? That's right, Billy Gates. Bill Clinton. You see what I'm saying? Connect the dots. So if he worked for the CIA and he went to Arkansas, he didn't. Now, again, if you guys watch the show will say, "Oh man, remember that one episode? It's their country ass cousin, and they just gonna go out to this country ass place and hook up with their country ass cousin. Arkansas is just a good place to set up because I know a country ass cousin. That's that fuckery I'm talking about. No, look at Arkansas when that was shot. Well, not shot, but what the time frame that they're talking about. Bill Clinton was there. This is before Bill Clinton became president. Why? Because he could safely allow them to move the guns and the crack. Let's fast forward. So right after they put the guns and the crack in, your man passes what? The 94 crime bill. You see, this is all we got to do is connect the dots and fucking read. So it's very detailed in the crime bill. What? Then they have what? The war on drugs, which means the war on aboriginals, right? So let's keep going. The guns. That's when all of those gun laws changed, and they did what? What did they do? They showed you that in the show. How many of the drug dealers said, you know what? I'm gonna pack up. It's time to get up out of here. I heard what? Why did they go out of their way to really make you hear that part? Yeah, man. You think a fucking gangbanger in Compton knows when legislation is passed? That's funny. But anyway, the gangbanger in Compton that's been dealing crack and guns magically out the sky says, oh man, they about to pass new. What is that? What you see dealing with your man right now. The RICO laws. Connect the dots. Fast forward a little bit past that. Say, oh, we can't really bury these niggas under the jail. So even for the little fuckery, we gonna get these niggas. So Hillary comes along with this thing called the 3-strike law, which says what? Even if we get you on 2 little fuckery things, on the 3rd time, whopper, we can slam you. So what do? They trick you into an acquiescent contract, right? Which you call a plea deal. You go on that plea deal. What they already know is we got him. It's just a matter of time. Either this nigga gonna die or we gonna violate him. That's gonna be number 2. Then we gonna violate him. Whop, we got his ass. Life sentence. You see? It's all connected to the same people that's in charge right now. And what was his most recent thing that he did in front of our faces? He passed legislation to say what? Now, I told you who put the crack in and the guns in and then changed the laws. All the same people. Right now, in your face, he just said, man, I want to make it health care. If you want to smoke crack, do meth, do heroin, hey, we going to provide safe spaces for you niggas to go do all the dope you can so we can kill you up. We going to provide the needles for you to do the dope. We going to provide the crack pipes for you to do the dope. And like my man said, we still worried about a nigga. Again, let's look at the facts. Everything is going on. All of those people have a SAG card. If you don't know what a SAG card is, it means you're part of the Actors Guild. They're at an event for the Actors Guild, the Super Bowl of the Actors Guild. And looking at that slap, and just connect the dots. 3 commercial breaks later, literally 3 commercial breaks later, the same nigga that slapped the nigga, no security comes, no police comes. 3 commercial breaks later, he finishes his drink and walks up there and gets a goddamn Oscar. And niggas is still wondering, was it real or not? That's all. I give the floor on that one.
Okay, man. So, yeah, let's get focused in on this topic here. I've been trying to invite some folks again. I really would like to get some people who are from that community, just to give us a sense of what the community is like, what they deal with on a regular basis. This last thing I posted, this gentleman, he actually makes a really good point. He said they need to find that Discord ASAP. And Discord is something that has been popping up in our spaces because people are saying, let's get on Discord, let's have these private chats, these offline back channel chats. The reality is Discord really got built off of these white Nazi alt-right supremacist haters who hate our fucking guts, to be perfectly honest. That's really the genesis of it. And so they've got all these little, you know, creeps and crevices and white holes that these little white minds fall into, and it's all just this hatred. You know, it's just a world full of hatred. So I agree with that gentleman that the FBI, whoever's involved, Homeland Security, they really should be combing this guy's social media, Twitch, all of his followers, anybody who was, you know, liking his post or amping him up or whatever the case may be. That's what the RICO Act is should be used for. In a sense that they can actually go after this guy and all of his co-conspirators, because, you know, this energy. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just co-signing. I just had to say, Bob, when you hit it on the head, you fucking hit it on the head, and that's another thing. We spend too much time, you know, hating and not enough loving. I don't want to say the name, but you know, it's a certain brother on these circuits. Which, how can you say you want to uplift and bring people together, but your entire mission is to bring division between Aboriginal people that are from America versus Aboriginal people that are from Africa or from Haiti or from wherever? That's torn down by this particular individual. I don't want to even say his name if he's not here to defend himself, but you know who I'm talking about. And you're gonna sit there and tell again, and in all of our faces, your mission is to uplift and build, but then you call sisters on your show raising titty bitches. Hey, you little raising titty bitch. You know what I'm talking about.
Let me jump in here because here's what's going on, and I don't know if you understand what's going on, but let me give you some background on me. I had a Nigerian stepfather. He was a rotten piece of dog shit. Period. Point blank. I've got a personal experience with these people. They for whatever we believe or whatever we think, their political actions do not align with Black Americans. It has taken
to talk with them and build on that, but not, you know what I mean? We can't be running around calling them raising bitches.
Yeah, for those who want to do that, some of us are open to it. Some of us have gotten to the point where we no longer are willing, because they've kind of spent the last 5 to 10 years online really attacking Black Americans in ways that if you're not aware, you got to catch up, because they have
tell me who attacking, and I'll go handle that.
Well, that's just it. It's coming from all different angles. It's coming from, you know, a lot of whatever these social media accounts. There's a Nigerian. It's old, but it's recent. I think it's called Naira Land, Naija Land, ARA Land, or something like that. You can look up that. You know, Nigeria has 200 million Black people in it, but they've spent like over a decade hating and really focusing in like a laser their hatred on Black American and Black American culture. So
I just want to interject real quick. Yeah. Even their hate, we have to understand, comes from a colonial presence. Are you following me? So the same lies, because I talked to an African before, and you know what the African girl told me? She said, my uncle taught me, and I'm telling you what she told me word for word. My uncle, my dad, all my brothers, they said, before you come over here, we got to give you a class. They literally gave them a class on how all the Black men over here is rapists. We do drugs. We abuse all of the women. So I know what you're saying. It has a lot of fact to it, but even that fire and that hatred that we're discussing was still implanted by an imperial force. Why do they speak for each other?
Yes, sir. Agreed. We know, we understand that. We see the videos. I invited this woman in the room, Miss Jane O. let me get her name so I actually know how I could pronounce her name. Okay, Miss Jane O'Connor. She lives in Buffalo. She appears she's an attorney, and so I really want to give her a mic and get her thoughts on what occurred in Buffalo today. If she would be gracious enough to speak. This is a safe space.
Sorry, didn't mean to have you face.
Yeah, no, this is a safe space for anybody who's from Buffalo to speak and give us their side, regardless of, your composition. We just want to know what's going on in Buffalo. What would cause this individual to come to Buffalo and target this particular area? I've read reports that there are other cases of violence that occur in the community, that the community has been asking for stepped up police patrols, knowing that the police got there in a minute is what they're saying. The police got there in a minute after the shooting started. So it's not as if they weren't accessible. There was an officer, a former police officer who was a security guard at the grocery store. So, the police presence is there. But again, this is a really, really soft target, and just would love it if we can get Miss Jane to come up here and give us some idea. Or if not, I mean, that's fine too. I'm trying to go through these posts and see if I can get people in. I see the Freedman Party's in. I haven't heard you speak on this topic. I'm gonna send you a mic. You feel free to speak on this particular topic. Okay, we got Miss Jane up, so we're going to give Miss Jane the mic, and again, we're going to be very gracious to her. She lives in the community, and we're just going to let her give us her perspective on what occurred today.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time and space here. I'm obviously a little white, but I grew up just outside of Buffalo in the suburbs, and spent a lot of time working in the city. And that neighborhood is majority Black, as has been said many times. It's something like 85% Black. So it is clearly a neighborhood and an area that is sort of able to be targeted for something like this. The city itself is very segregated, and we've had a lot of problems with racism. It's become more pronounced since the 2016 election. Things have become a bit more overt, but it's been a problem for much longer than that. The schools are heavily segregated. The neighborhoods are heavily segregated. And it's been a real problem. And yeah, the police showed up really quickly, but they do that pretty unreliably. So it's been a problem, and there's a lot to be done. There are a lot of organizations in the area that are doing a lot of that work, that anti-racist work, and trying to defund the police, trying to get different people elected, but it's very difficult to really get anything done because the local government is pretty resistant to change, and it's been difficult to move anything forward on that front.
So that kind of matches up with the reports that I'm reading. I believe I read something briefly that said that this individual knew that it was a majority Black community and did target it for that purpose and that reason. I also saw that they quickly moved to arraign him. And so I've kind of it's been an hour or so since I really looked at any recent updates. Are they planning to keep him in that area, or are they planning to move him out? Do you have any information like that?
I have not heard anything about that, so I can't speak on that.
Okay, and being that you're a lawyer, are you involved in criminal law in any way in that area?
No, I actually have Well, I've just recently moved back from Australia. I was living there for a few years, but I'm starting a job in immigration soon. But yeah, so that's more of my focus.
Okay, so that's so the other thing I heard, now Christchurch, I believe that happened in New Zealand, which is fairly close to Australia from my understanding. And there was a mass shooting there that I believe may have also been streamed online. And so they're saying that he got his inspiration from that. And that, I haven't taken the time to go back and look at that particular shooting. I know the government there really cracked down. They got rid of assault rifles, I believe, after that occurred. But I'd like to give you an opportunity if you have any other thoughts. Have you ever been in that neighborhood? Have you ever shopped at that store? Anything of that nature?
I haven't shopped at that store, but I've been around that neighborhood. I've been on the east side, and it is visibly very different from other parts of the city and from the surrounding suburbs. It's clearly been targeted, or I guess not targeted. It's been neglected. It's really been a process over decades of continued neglect, and there is just a lot of poverty. And because of all the segregation, the tax dollars aren't there, the schools aren't there, the I guess cultural integration that you would need to build up a community isn't there. So it's just really been targeted in that way for just kind of abandonment. It's just sort of been left behind. Well, the rest of the city gets a lot more tax money, a lot more cultural development and infrastructural development.
Yeah, we talk about divestment a lot. It's a feature of my book. So that is exactly what happens. They leave these Black communities to rot away until it's time for gentrification to step in and take place, and then they push the low income Black community out of these neighborhoods. All the neighborhoods I grew up in have been gentrified. Most people in this room have experienced that in some way, shape, or form. So this is happening all over the country. We fear that these attacks are going to start to increase. And so, I just want to thank you again for coming in the room. We have Mr. D. Oppresso again. We want to give this woman grace for coming in and speaking to us. If Black American Homeland would like to ask her a question, also feel free.
Thank you again. I just want to co-sign on it again. There's so much to unpack there. So what we're talking about, lawyers, again, evil. Let's connect the dots. You brought up the Emancipation Proclamation. When was the bar put together? Again, the bar was put together to put Aboriginal people in check. Okay, this is documented again. CJS, which is Latin, by the way, family, that's a set of books. If you Googled it right now, Corpus Juris Secundum, that set of books that covers law right now today costs $49,000. Why in the fuck would you make a set of books $49,000 if you didn't want to hide the truth? They're not in the library. Them shits is not in Barnes and Nobles. You can't Google the information, right? You can only find little snippets and tidbits here and there, like the stuff that I posted out of it. Now, I managed to get my hand on a set that was used from eBay, and it was still like a few $1,000s, right? And I had to get the shit in pieces and payments. But my point is, CJS Volume 7, Section 4 specifically states the duty of the attorney is to the court. Word for word. That's not Moors. That's not Christian. That ain't atheist. That's not a Republican. That's what the law says, word for word. The duty of the attorney is to the court, not to the client. And where the duties may conflict, meaning if there's ever something that says you might win, they have to go with that. That's why you see, like, if you go look at that movie with Jamie Foxx, Law Abiding Citizen, that's an example of bar fuckery. You heard him brag about how high his conviction rate is, which mathematically that should never be. Nobody should have an 87% conviction rate. How did he get an 87% conviction rate? Showed you right there in the movie. That's what I'm talking about. That's not justice. That's why the man lost his mind and did what he did. Because he said, how can you let the other dude get off? And that nigga said straight to his face, I don't really give a fuck about you and your justice. I don't care about you and your kids. I care about my 87% conviction rate. And maybe if I can get it to 88. That's it. They only care about the bottom line. And that's built into the system, right? But who suffers the most from that? Aboriginal people. And that was the natural design. If we come back to the shooting stuff, you got to look at the occultism. Let me connect the dots for you. I live here in Phoenix, Arizona. I was just in a part of Phoenix, Arizona called Tempe. You know what I saw up there? I saw a bowl of tomato soup describing what a baby is. And on the other side, the shit said SatanCon. SatanCon. You know what Comic-Con is? SatanCon is exactly that, right? So I said, let me see who goes to SatanCon. I found 6 Democrat elected officials. 2 of them motherfuckers is transvestite, right? And 3 of them swore in on a satanic Bible. So they have these things called blood rituals. I don't know if you watch astrology or not. I'm going to connect the dots for you. Every White House ever, since the creation of the White House, has had 2 departments in the White House that we don't know about that you pay for as a taxpayer. They have a numerologist and they have an astrologist that they meet with every week. So why do you think that the White House would meet with an astrologist and a numerologist every week? You look at every one of these shootings, it's tied around some type of astrological event, right? So these things are all connected. This is not accident at all. So there's a lot of things. There's racism, there's the occultism, there's the pedophilia. Got to connect a lot of dots, and it's not no more conspiracy. Oh, that's what that side says. All of this stuff, like if you guys didn't know, all of this nonsense they wouldn't talk about with the Pizzagate. Well, guess what? That's what Democrats were going crazy about. Disney had their own form of government. So when I say these jokers was literally working outside the law, that's how all this pedophilia has been hidden for all these years. Most Americans don't know. I read. Right, I look at facts and paperwork that's right now. You guys can go look at it. This shit is public record. We ain't even talking about nothing that's sealed. We talking about public record. So right now they're having, that's the whole thing. To wrap it up, there's still some like red tape, but they're trying to get into Disney to do what? To tear that son bitch apart and dig up bodies. And who do you think most of those bodies are going to be when they dig them up? Could it be Aboriginals? And I give the floor.
Thank you. I want to invite other people up to speak. So just to reset the room, I was in a space earlier with, I think her name is pronounced Nuordos, and she was doing a series on Dr. Joy DeGroy, very powerful series. And then this breaking news came across my timeline, and I alerted the people into the room as to what was going on. And originally I had planned to do a series on the book, Black State of America, and just go through page after page, but we'll obviously pick that up in the future. And, we have to focus on this because this is not only just a current event, it's a tragedy. This could have been any of our relatives or mothers. It looked like this guy was really targeting Black women. From the images that I saw, there were a total of, I believe, 14 people who were shot. 10 were killed, and 3 were in critical condition the last time that I checked. So that's 13. I'm sorry. 4 were employees, 9 were shoppers, and then 2 of the victims were actually white people. I'm sure the names will come out and the genders will come out at some point in the future. But so I read a post from a local reporter who said she talked to an 8-year-old girl who was hiding in a freezer in the back of the supermarket, and her and her father came out the rear exit. So this domestic terrorist who was streaming on Twitch, which is a internet platform, which is really based on first-person shooter video simulations of active war that a lot of people are addicted to. A lot of people make a lot of money on this platform. And there's a lot of racist, very, very, very vehemently racist talk that goes back and forth on this platform. I've been seeing more and more evidence of it through certain clips that have been released on my timeline over the past couple of weeks or so. So whether he was trained in real life with a real militia or a terror cell or some alt-right racist Nazi group, or he got all of this training online, I said earlier that the U.S. government used these virtual simulations to desensitize American troops who were heading into war because they just refused, or they would hesitate to kill, the so-called enemy. So this is what the original purpose of these video simulations were for: desensitizing the mind to kill a target, a human being. So, and the thing about it is these people spend hours and sometimes days online playing these particular type of video games. Not to give any blame on the video game necessarily, but just to understand that he had a video camera attached to his helmet. And so he looked as if he was in an actual video game with this live stream. And some of these images, all of these images, not some, they're all brutal. They're the ones that I've seen, and I've only seen a couple. They are brutal. They are demonic. Like, there is no compassion for human life. And the excuse about white replacement and all this garbage that, oh my God, who cares? Who cares where he's from? Who cares what he believed? He should have been executed on sight. The fact that they took him in cuffs when he had a gun up to his own neck, he was an active threat, and he had killed multiple bodies laying out in front of the store. There's no way he should have survived that encounter with the police. The Freedman Party's up.
Hey, thanks, brother, and also appreciate you holding this space. We just had a party meeting, so kind of seeing it as we go. One of the things I just put in the Jumbotron is, I don't know if this was talked about yet, but the dude had an N-word inscribed on his on the gun, and I'm glad that you brought up the first-person view and everything, and you brought up the simulation, because you don't need to go to, in these days and age, you don't need to go to a gun range and all these things for people to get extreme amount of practice and a comfortability in terms of desensitizing them to doing these acts. Even the people behind 9/11, they trained in simulators and learning how to fly planes and things like that as well. So when it comes to like the virtual world, we got to understand, like, a lot of people are getting their training today in that virtual world. So I'm just kind of, amazed. The 10 people, right? They say it was in, like you said, a primarily Black community. So obviously this is a hate crime. You got the N-word inscribed and all of that. I don't believe this dude should have been taken alive either. Like, there's no reason when you take people's lives. Like, if you notice, they'll kill one of us sitting in our cars at, like, asleep in a freaking restaurant parking lot, and then they'll keep someone alive that killed 10 people. You know what I mean? They'll keep someone who walked into a church and killed 10 people, So we've seen this before, and they know how to use force when they want to use force, and they know how to be restrained when they want to be restrained. So we got to call them out on all these levels and make sure we're there to support that community.
I agree. Supporting the community, 1,000%. They said it's a low-income Black community that this person targeted. Miss Jane, she's an attorney. She lives in Buffalo. She described it as 85% Black neighborhood that has been divested from for decades, that they've essentially let wither and rot into essentially nothingness at this point. So this is how they operate all across the country, especially in the northern and the Midwest, the so-called Rust Belt areas of the country. They have let Black communities die, wilt away at like a grape on a vine, while their communities are growing, prosperous. They're funneling money from all over the planet into these other communities. So this incident is a wake up call for everything that we talk about, everything that we focus on, is protecting Black America. Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Mono War. Please. So the way it works is you come into the room, you put your hand up. If you look at the bottom, there's a heart. You push that heart, and then you raise your hand. It's all the way to the right. And then after everyone gets a chance speaking, then we call on you, and you get the opportunity to speak. Black America's dealing with a tragedy, so we're not going to tolerate any foolishness or anything of that nature. We do want people to voice their opinion of the tragedy, but we really are going to keep the room really, really tight today. So if you're ready to speak, feel free.
I'll just say one last thing real quick. We're working on a Freedmen News Network piece on this, so mainly I'll be listening, trying to gather as much information as possible. So we're gonna put out a piece that's informational as soon as possible.
Yeah, please send me, either DM or let me know when you post it. I'll share it, of course. I'll share everything that comes my way. So absolutely, Mr. Mono War, you're free to speak. Hello, yeah, you can speak now. Yeah, Mr. Mono War, would you like to speak or no?
जी बताके बोल अच्छा मार
I'm not really sure what's going on with that, so we're gonna drop him down. Not really sure what he had to say. Black American Homeland, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Anybody else that like to come up and share their thoughts on this tragedy that occurred today, as really, from what I can tell, just some older Black women, some elderly Black women were shopping on a Saturday, trying to get groceries to feed their family. That's all they were doing.
Yeah. The way Jan described that Black neighborhood, that majority Black area in Buffalo, that's basically every city in the north. I mean, that's every city. I mean, Black neighborhoods are neglected, undeveloped in almost every state. And the reason why I come up with the idea of the Black American homeland, because Black Americans are the only ones that will have some type of initiative or agenda to build a successful Black community, city, county, and state. I mean, it is. I mean, a foreign person from another country come to the United States, go to different cities, and she can see what is going on in Buffalo or any other major city in the United States. But it's hard for us as local to see what's going on. You know, it is it's you know, it's just a terrible situation. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's very depressing. I was about to burst into tears, to be honest, when I first was made aware of it. Choking up and almost couldn't get my words out because and all I'm envisioning is, again, my family members, you know, just going out to grocery shop. The weekend tends to be the time that most people do grocery shop. So yeah, man. Oh God.
You know, these black neighborhoods are neglected, undeveloped, unprotected. You know, you can't do anything. Your women not safe, your children not safe. You know, but still people want to live in supermajority white states. You know, it is you know, the Black American homeland where it is. We can protect our state, we can protect our counties, we can protect our cities, we can protect our neighborhoods, we can protect our community. I mean,
absolutely, and that is the point, The point is, I respect Miss Jane for the work that she's doing and everything she said. And unfortunately, many in the white community don't understand that this has been intentional. This has been intentional, and it's been going on for decades. Essentially, right coming out of the civil rights movement, they really had the implementation of divesting from the Black community, specifically in the Rust Belt area where all the manufacturing and the factories were, shipping jobs overseas to eliminate the Black middle class and then flooding the community with drugs and guns. That is intentional. It's quite literally that we are under an intentional systemic genocide in this country, and there's no other way to look at it. Miss Amia and then Vovo can go.
Hey, Black. Great space. Yeah, I was the same. First, I heard about the Miss Barbara, the Nigerian lady, and then today, this. It's just sad, like you said. I just went grocery shopping today. Saturday is usually the day I have off to grocery shop, and it's just so sad. You said it was a bunch of women just shopping, doing their groceries. I've been in and out of your space, but I don't know if you've already did a moment of silence for the 10 victims, but I just did a moment of silence earlier for them. It's just so sad. But yeah, 2A rights for sure. We all got to stay strapped because it's a jungle out here and there's nobody protecting us. But great space though, and I'll go ahead and drop down.
Thank you for that. The first space, there was a 20-second moment of silence. I am up for that, for us to take some time to reflect on what occurred today. Give thanks that, we are still here. We are still here for a reason and a purpose. And let's give our prayers for the families that are hurting deeply right now. So I thank you so much for mentioning the 2A. Second Amendment, being able to defend ourselves. It is crucial. But let me describe this situation. This domestic terrorist, a savage, had on body armor, had on a helmet that is very likely to be a ballistic helmet, was engaged by a former police officer who was the on-duty security guard at this supermarket. He anticipated that in one of his drawlings and in one of his ramblings. He anticipated that there would be a security guard at the front door. The guard exchanged fire with this piece of shit, and he was killed. So the images that I saw, and I think there was a report that 5 of the victims were killed by bullet wounds to their head. Innocent Black Americans viciously, cowardly, taken away from everything they know and love. So while I agree having your firearm is very, very, very important, this individual was prepared for that circumstance, unfortunately. Rovo.
Yeah, I just want to say, I heard somebody say earlier that's why I hit the request button, that white America don't seem to understand what's going on. But they do though. They do understand what's going on. This is white America. This is their family members. This is who they are. Like I'm a truck driver, right? And I'm all through white America. I'm in spaces and places that most people, period, will never be. Little small towns and all that. These people got Confederate flags flying. Keep America Great Again, flying all over white America in these little small towns. This, I can guarantee you that shooter was from some little small town in New York or Pennsylvania. This is who these people are. Now, everybody don't want to accept that. I don't know what that is, but everybody don't want to accept that. I'm gonna say it like this, and then I'm gonna finish up. We are watching the same group of people do the same thing over the course of hundreds of years, all over the world. Why aren't they like that? Even the ones you like, even the ones I like, all of them are like that. These people are very wicked. And that's something that we're going to have to learn to accept. As black people, we are the main target. They bring the immigrants in here and they elevate them over us and use them as flunkies. And the immigrants will willingly be their flunky as long as they don't have to live around their own people. We need to start getting that in our mind. We got to be smart. All of them are like that. This is their culture. This is their way of life. Without being evil and wicked, they don't have anything. What else do they have? Everything that they've acquired hasn't been honorably. They haven't done anything honorable. They have stolen everything that they have acquired. This is who these people are. Babies cry, right? You don't get mad at a baby for crying. That is a way that a baby interacts with the world. That's a way that a baby expresses itself. Is by crying. That's all a baby knows. A dog barks. You don't get mad at a dog for barking. It might be irritating, but you like, fucking dogs bark. If a dog isn't barking, it's something wrong with that dog. These are just a matter of fact. White people are evil, wicked people. That is how they express themselves. That's how they interact with the world. So until we get ready to separate from these people by any means necessary, we're gonna always be their victim. And I'm gonna leave it right there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. There's a couple fellow truck drivers, myself included, in the room. I have witnessed that firsthand. When I started driving 20 plus years ago, every truck stop bathroom was literally covered from the floor to the ceiling in racist graffiti, and it was in every truck stop. And these are truck stops that you got to stop at in the middle of nowhere. I just posted a story of a black trucker who, a sundown town, Vidor, Texas, he was told by the workers there, man, we gonna get you unloaded and you gotta get out of here because you are not safe here. This is today, 2022. So this person, again, this terrorist comes from Broome County. I just looked it up. Broome County, which is close to Binghamton, New York. And I've driven through there. I used to have a route that took me to Canada. So those are very small towns. It's a lot of really, really small towns over there. Binghamton actually has a somewhat of a black community right there. With someone else posted, he drove past Syracuse. He drove past a lot of black neighborhoods to target this one particular neighborhood for who knows what reason. But yeah, I mean, everything you said is facts. It's facts. It's there's more Confederate flags in the northern part of the country than there may be in the South, to be perfectly honest. They're everywhere. Everywhere. Trump was their god. Not to get into a political discussion about red or blue, because they're both the same. They're all evil. It's a system designed to keep us oppressed, period. It's where it begins and ends. And if violence is going to be the way that these people want to interact with our population, yes, we must be prepared to defend our families, defend ourselves. That's the first requirement. That's the first law of man, is being able to defend yourself and your family and your home and your property. Yeah, we promote deintegration. We promote black majority state rule because we understand we need state authority to protect our population. This was an 85% majority black community, but they don't have any control over anything at all. They control nothing. They are victims, daily victims. Every single day they wake up as a victim. That's everywhere in the country, to be perfectly honest. We've got to look at this country in a much different way and see it for what it is. Vovo.
I just want to plant this seed. I want to talk for real, right? Let me say this, right? Now, we've been these people victims for 500 consecutive years, every day for 500 years, right? Now, if these people, right, are running America, right, and we competing on the world stage we competing with China, we almost on the verge of World War III with Russia. We got they competing with India. They want to be number one, and they running the government. Why would they go out of their way to constantly sabotage this one group of people? They don't go out their way to sabotage everybody else. Everybody else have not been the victim of America for 500 years. It's something that they know. Not just the white guy you work with that's a racist. Not the white person you see at a store or something like that. No, it's the government has been sabotaging us for 500 years, ever since we came in contact with these people. I ask you, it's something that they know. The higher ups, it's something that they know about our bloodline specifically. Specifically, we have been their specific target. They will cut their own foot off if that means that they can hurt us. They will sabotage themselves. They sabotaging America. If you hurt Black America, that's sabotaging America as a whole. We are the most talented people in the country. We the most talented people in the world. We the most innovative people in the world. We got to do more with less. So if they understand that everybody can see this, unless you're blind, if everybody can see this, right? What makes us so special that they would go out of their way and cut their own foot off to sabotage us? I'm gonna land with this, right? Think about this. Clear your mind for a second. If you building a house, right, and you're gonna call this house America, right? And you building your dream home, and you bringing in your plumbers, you bringing in your drywall guys, you bringing in your sidewalk guys, you bringing in your electricians. Would you deny your plumbers some tools they need to build a house? No, you wouldn't do that because you want your plumbing to work. Would you deny your electricians something they need to build your dream home? No, you wouldn't do that because you want your lights to cut on the correct way. It's a reason why they sabotaging themselves to sabotage us. That's what we got to ask. That's what I'm getting at. We got to ask why. What is this about? In the grand scheme of things, what is this about? And I'm going to land right there.
Okay, just to reset the room, we do have a speaker in the room who is from the Buffalo area, who is gracious enough to give us, her thoughts on the neighborhood, the community, the city of Buffalo, and this tragic event. We are being very gracious to her as someone who came in and was willing to speak. And so we're not doing any back and forth about whatever is going on in these spaces. This is a very focused space about this specific event. So we want to keep the topic focused on this one specific event. Shepard.
Hey, peace and blessings to the room, and peace and condolences to the family. First and foremost, prayers go to the family, man. This is just tragic. I can't even imagine what they're going through. Just to, send your loved one out to the store, or, your elders at the store, and to get the news. This is devastating to anyone who's lost someone. I've lost people in my life tragically, and it's things like this that makes you really appreciate the time that you have, and that we know not the hour, for whence, we won't be here in the physical anymore. So it's very sad and just very moving that I'm glad we have this space to actually talk amongst each other and, kind of wrap our minds around something that's incomprehensible, like these people, expected to see their people at home tonight, eat dinner with them, take them to the store. We don't even know if there's any children involved in this. I mean, it's just crazy. I would hope that, our influencers who have the big platforms would just take a moment from running up views to kind of just circle the block and do condolences for the families and find out what the families' needs are, and use these big platforms that they have, the biggest influencers on Twitter, Black influencers, to help the family. Buffalo and the whole upstate area, I'm real familiar. I've been upstate quite a few times. I know the area very well. One thing people don't understand about upstate New York, I'm from Brooklyn. It is the slave capital of damn near the world, you could say, because upstate New York has the Watertown hub, the Clinton hub, Great Meadow hub, the Oneida hub, the Sullivan hub, the Greenhaven hub. These are maximum, minimum and medium prisons. And these small towns that you're describing, their sole income, incarceration of Black people and Puerto Rican people in New York. How they pay their mortgages. Their experiences are that they are the COs, the correction officers of these facilities, and they pass that down. They become legacy correction officers in these facilities, and their sons and their grandsons have been in a position of overseer over Black people. These aren't normal white supremacists that you're dealing with upstate New York. And all of these communities are separated by mountains and valleys. They're very difficult to get to in some cases. Some of these prison hubs are really tucked away in fucking remote areas in upstate New York. And you can't even get to your people if your people's been arrested. So there's this company named Corecraft. And Corecraft is a $50 million company that specifically makes money off the incarceration of Black people and Puerto Rican people in New York. 50 million off the labor of us. So these people's mindsets up in the area of upstate New York is totally about the suppression and oppression and reducing the population of African Americans and Blacks and whatever the name you want to use, and Puerto Ricans. I gotta put Puerto Ricans in there as well because they are a huge part of the prison population coming from the inner city of New York. So this is what their game plan is, and they've been doing this for the last 40 years. They've been breaking Black people socks in prisons, and that's their total economy in each one of the towns I named, whether it's Oneida, whether it's Great Meadow, whether it's Sullivan, Greenhaven. This is their Clinton. This was all upstate towns. This is how they make their bread, off of us. Watertown, Cape Vincent, all of these upstate towns are all just about incarcerating us. So it's not surprising that this incident comes with all this Tucker Carlson white replacement syndrome and all of this rhetoric about the declining birth rates in white society, that this comes off of that energy that they losing the baby race. And then you have the same thing at the same time with the Supreme Court and all of this and all of that with abortion. All is coming at the same energy. So I'm going to land the plane right here. This is not surprising me that these devils produce the devil that would have the capability to go ahead and slaughter us. This is what they've been doing. This is not surprising. But peace and blessing to the families and loved ones. And if y'all could take a little reciprocity of your love and concern and just send posts out for them too, and not exclude them, and make this just about these terrorists and give these terrorists what they want, which is a platform and attention. This is why these motherfuckers do this shit, for attention. He knew he wouldn't be killed. He faked putting the gun up to his head so that he wouldn't be killed, and he knew he'd be taken into custody. They want to be, famous for this type of shit. Dylan Roof, all this, they want this fame. So if it's up to us to make the focus equally about the victims as we do about these fucking sadistic serial killers. Peace.
Man, thank you for that. I can only second and agree wholeheartedly with everything you said. It's, man, that prison industrial complex is deep. Thank you so much for highlighting that and bringing that to the space, because, man, that's Mr. Engagement. Volvo, could you put your mic on mute, just so it's not creating feedback here?
Oh, that's not my mic.
It's not my mic.
Okay, Mr. Engagement, you're up.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First of all, rest in power and rest in peace to those people that are deceased from this tragic situation. More of a reason why we need to be pushing for the Second Amendment and for us to protect ourselves. I think that this is a long conversation that we need to have as a community and figuring out ways to legally to defend ourselves if need be, because this is insane. I'm in the process of going through a 2A situation where I'm trying to get my rights. I think that it's time for us to defend and protect our own people. I'm just going to leave it very short and dry like that. I think that that's the conversation we do need to be having. And that doesn't need to be done in public or anything of that nature, but we do need to have that conversation.
Agreed. And a public conversation is just asserting our Second Amendment rights and educating us as to what those rights are. It is very jurisdictional, so you must consult with your local jurisdiction, your county, and your state to fully understand, what your rights are, and so that you don't end up in a bad situation. There's state reciprocity, so you don't want to take anything across state lines, things of that nature. You got to really understand it all.
Yeah, but what I mean is that respectfully is that I want us to be fighting for certain issues that are that are gun related. That deals with us getting our rights. Like that might seem controversial because of what the dominant society might deem as controversial, but it's everyday stuff that goes on in America. Mostly those stand your ground conversations. We need to make sure that our people are on the other side of the winning side of those cases. No different from any other group of people, if that's the case. That's the lines of what I mean of defense, brother. You get where I'm going at?
Yeah, I do. And I'm not sure if you're aware, I did mention it earlier that there was an off-duty, well, not off-duty, he was on-duty security guard, former police officer, this psychopathic shooter who has full responsibility for all of his actions, anticipated there being an armed guard there. They did exchange gunfire. And because this terrorist was wearing body armor, was wearing a helmet, which was probably a ballistic helmet, he was protected from this small arm fire in that circumstance. So the more guns, the merrier coming into a black neighborhood, some outsider. I would absolutely agree. Being confronted by multiple weapons is absolutely the best solution. But as we talk about in this space, and what I advocate for is really about having political power at all levels of government, and that includes federal, state, county, and local government, so that when these type of situations develop, that we have a greater sense of protection, that we can be, and we talk about having state-based intelligence agencies to look out for these type of individuals. They post this stuff online. He's got an active Twitch account. Someone else mentioned he may have a Discord account. There's so much of this information online. And we don't have anybody looking into this information to protect us. If anything, they're trying to protect the country, but they're absolutely not looking at this information to protect us. So that's something that we absolutely need. And so, while having a gun is a good thing, in many of these situations, and this one specifically, body armor is starting to play a role in it. So we got to be mindful of that as well. Vovo's up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this, right? We got to talk about reality. We must talk about reality. This is not a Puerto Rican issue. Now, I heard the guy earlier talking about got to put Puerto Ricans in. That's more of that black and brown stuff. I don't know what type of room this is. This is my first time on Twitter in about a week. He didn't go after Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans got their own country that they can take care of. This is not a Puerto Rican issue. Some of the stuff you might get caught up in, but this is not a Puerto Rican issue. This has been a battle that Black Americans have been fighting for 500 years. Let's be clear. He mentioned Tucker Carlson on Fox News. There's also another guy on Fox News that we've been watching ever since I was a child. He's been on TV since I was a child. His name is Gerardo Rivera. He's been on Fox News bashing black people. The Puerto Rican community, the Latino community has not said anything about that. Period. They have not said anything about that. There's been no outrage or none of that. This is not a Latino issue. The fact that y'all keep interjecting yourself into our struggle when it's convenient, that is showing me that they are slimy ass people. They grimy ass people. We being shot down. Ain't nobody going to no Puerto Rican neighborhood shooting y'all down. Latinos are just as racist as white people. They just don't got the power that white people got. Period. That's it. They are just, if we just watched the leader of the Proud Boys, they called him nigger and slimy Cuban and all that shit, and he said nothing. He went and attacked the black church, a historical black church after that. Do not interject yourself in our conversation. That shit is slimy and it's fake. This ain't got nothing to do with y'all. The world don't interact with you the same way that the world interacts with Black Americans. And I'm going to land right there.
I agree with that. Thank you for saying that, bro.
Hey, peace and love, man. Let's keep this on some love and peaceful kind of situation here. Whoa. You just spoke. With all fairness, you just spoke. I listened to you. I think you misunderstood. I stabbed 5 times by Puerto Ricans. Almost fucking collapsed my lung. I've been fighting Puerto Ricans my entire life in my Brooklyn neighborhood. I think you misunderstood what I said and went off into a rant. So I'm gonna explain to you why your rant had nothing to do with what I said. We were talking about upstate prisons, and I don't know if you're from New York, but if you're not from New York, then I expect what you said to ring out. In New York, we get locked up together. Puerto Ricans and Black make up the prison population. That is all I said, was that Puerto Ricans are upstate in prison and Black people are upstate in prison. I didn't say they're our issue. I am not Puerto Rican. I traced my lineage 400 years back to Princeville, North Carolina, first Black incorporated town by slaves in America. So let's pause and just let's keep this love and not jump to big conclusions, right? I've been fighting Puerto Ricans my entire fucking life, dog. I've been fighting the Nietas, a Puerto Rican gang. I done had fights with Latin Kings, a Puerto Rican gang. So just pause and pump your brakes before you jump out the fucking window with a bunch of shit you saying that ain't even fucking correct. All right? Listen, all I wanted to say now was CNN and a lot of these other organizations is trying to downplay this whole situation too, so that we don't get out in the streets in Buffalo. That's why they're not putting out the whole information about the N-word on the sites, on his site. That's why they're not putting out a whole lot of information about, they trying to keep this on that abortion shit, and then they trying not to talk about Tucker Carlson's replacement theory that he's been spitting and that this dude had on his memorandum. So they really trying to be tactical. And this shit is fucking all one thing, because there's somebody from the government in every single newsroom. Every newsroom has a government censor or somebody who's in contact with the government that says, hey, we're getting ready to print this. Does this interfere with any ops y'all running? Is this something, that's why all the media is only owned by 5 or 6 billionaires, and the government could put their hands on that billionaire and say, listen, do not print this way. We don't want to inflame black people. We don't want to create another situation where black people is out in the streets and they energize and they want to fight for change. So this is all just one thing. And on top of that, you ain't going to see the Dem party. You're not going to see nobody trying to characterize this shit as a terrorist attack against black people, because they don't want that energy to be in the street no more. Because that's when we have our power, when we not on Twitter, when we outside. Peace.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, and that's what I got from what you were saying. This space, it's a Black American space, period. Native Black American space. We talk about establishing Black majority rule over. I gotta delete this person. I don't know what their issue is. We talk about establishing Black majority rule over these individual states. So we talk about protecting and prospering Black America in ways that has never occurred in this country, to put the power in our hands at every level of government. So, yeah, it's not a black and brown space. I understood what he was saying, and I appreciated the knowledge about the prison complex that exists, because I've had family members incarcerated in these little towns that the whole entire town is built around the prisons. And that is something that, matter of fact, the Save Mason space that I was in earlier this week, they talked about how that prison was providing all these jobs in this small town, and they wanted to kick out the private prisons. They're trying to take it over through the state, whatever the case may be. But this is an industry to these people. They want to lock us up. They talk about the 13th Amendment. It's a way to enslave us, legalized enslavement. It truly is all connected. Let's not get distracted by something of that nature, especially when we're literally on the doorsteps of this tragedy. So let's just focus in on this event. A few people came up to speak. Eric D. Wayne came up to speak. We got DJ Fedro who came up, and Miss Nordis. So if any of you would like to give any thoughts on what occurred today, please feel free.
Yeah, thanks for allowing me to speak in this room. This is my very first time ever speaking in one, but I hate to be redundant, but as a member of the largest Black gun club in the country, the Huey P. Lewis Gun Club, I must and I have to advocate for arming yourselves legally arming yourselves, and not just owning a gun. You must train with it and know how to properly use it. But we've hit that point several times, so I'm gonna move on to my next point, which is, as a people, as a community, what is wrong with us? Like, on my Twitter feed, we're on this, we're talking about this, but over on Facebook, man, it's like the same old shuck and jive, and it's like, what? They still talking about Kevin Samuels. They still talking about Dwayne Wade and all this other, man. Today, this guy went up in there and shot 10 of our people. Cold-blooded. And we still talking about Kevin Samuels. What does that say about us? Like, I'm literally at a loss for words. I don't know. I mean, y'all, eventually we gonna get it together, but right now there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and I'll land with that. Thank you.
Hey, Eric, let me ask you a question, fam. You think Facebook is manipulating the feed? You're not seeing what you should be seeing about this issue?
That's a possibility. It could be, but it's more. It's not, like the news post, or it's the people, our people. They over there, they talking about any and everything, but what happened today, and that's like troubling to me.
So my opinion of Facebook is that it's the land of the zombies. I mean, they're sleepwalking. They're sleepwalkers. Just to be really, really blunt about it, Before I ever got on Twitter, I spent about a year and a half on Facebook, and I kid you not, the posts that people were posting a year and a half ago, I would see the same person posting the same thing multiple times a week for the entire year and a half. I finally just had enough of it. The thing about Facebook is you're interconnected with family, sometimes jobs, sometimes it's white coworkers, whatever the case may be. There may be this fear. People don't want to step out of line. They don't want to say this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. But it's just, they're just sleepwalking over there. I would never have been able to engage the way that I do over there as we do here on Twitter. It's just a different level of intelligence and political maturity on Twitter. So yeah, I don't waste no time over there.
That's true. Like, I even put the shoe on the other foot. Like, say if a black person had went and done that to Asians today, or a black person went and done that to whites. Do you know how hard white people would be going right now? It would be, it's like nonstop. Like, but with us, it's just not like that. But that's all I had. I mean, I'll land.
Hey, thank you, brother. Do you have a chapter in the state of Delaware? I know there is at least one of these chapters or these gun clubs that does have one in Delaware. Do you have one in Delaware?
Not the Huey P. Newton Gun Club, but I know two really good brothers in the state of Delaware that I could possibly get you in contact with. Really good brothers. Really, they're competition shooters, man. They can shoot their behinds off, and yeah, they're the first that come to mind. I know two.
I would really appreciate that. I'm planning to move to Delaware. We are planning a black majority takeover of the state of Delaware. This is all I talk about. This is all I've been talking about for the past 4 years. We are trying to educate our people to make this happen, and so we want to connect with people that are on the ground so that we can absolutely protect our population with state authority, with county authority, with all the local municipality authority, and with federal representation that actually represents us on the federal level. So I would love it if you could follow me. I believe that I followed you, and definitely if you can connect me with those black men, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. And they are licensed instructors, not just guys that just do it, shade tree. No, these are licensed instructors. So I got you.
Okay, we got True Word, and then we got Mercenary after him.
Yeah, I appreciate it. This whole thing that's happening, I put on my Twitter feed, this has been ever since Oklahoma bombing, the U.S. government and the FBI has been literally asleep at the wheel as far as dealing with, white domestic terrorists. They make absolutely media and every attempt to talk about Chicago and this, that, and the other. And I have always pushed back in my years that when you talk about this whole issue of black on black crime, that's not real, because you never say white on white crime. So that's already racist. The fact that this manifesto bullshit that he came up with, or the replacement theory, and I put it out there on my Twitter. I was going to put it up on the dashboard because my thinking is very clear. So let me get this right. You don't want people, particularly black people, to have abortions, yet you fear that you're being replaced. So make it make sense. Shouldn't we be having fucking abortions so we don't replace you? See, that's that fucking conservative bullshit that doesn't make sense. They're literally spinning bullshit, and we are getting caught in the crosshairs of their little political game. You don't want to pay reparations. You don't want to do abortions. Oh, but you don't want to be replaced. They have no idea where to land. So they just think it's going to be all right time to just kill us in the street kill us in the doctor's office, kill us with the medicine, kill us with this, whatever it is. That's where the conservative brand is landing. And it's incredibly problematic because, you know, the gentleman that just spoke, I hear him and I feel what he's saying, because and I heard you as the host say, where is the outrage? We should be outraged that someone came in, and this idea of always turning the other cheek, or have we become so normalized to violence against us, no matter who the perpetrator is? It's just meh. That's a problem too. That is concerning, because we should be up in arms about it, because they're ready to kill us softly, or in this case, aggressively. And where is it? Because they coded the Asian hate crime and they got laws and shit protected during all of that stuff that was happening during the pandemic. They made it happen real fast. Where's ours? You can't say it's already in the Constitution, because you know they're already ignoring that. So where is our laws? I mean, I don't want to go on, but yeah, you know, that all of this is feeding into a general apathy that we as a collective need to just break out of. And I'll stop there.
Thank you for that. I just posted in a Jumbotron. I'm trying to scan the hashtags. There is a Reverend Miss Sharon Reiser, and she posted a picture of her mother, who is a victim in this tragedy, it appears. And unfortunately, the first sentence is, a young white supremacist killed my mother and other family members.
It's this whole thing. They came in, this, you know, white supremacists came in and killed those churchgoers. And, you know, we let that deal with we let the family or the church deal with it. That should be outraged, because as the person said before, if this were a black person, you know, we have to look at, I don't know. I don't know. We've gotten so codified about turning the other cheek and, you know, always showing our best and so on and so forth. If we got pressed about, we can't just look at it as the police doing it, when the institutions that support these conservative people, the media, is willing to put out a message that, oh, white people are being replaced. Oh, you should do this. Oh, you should do that. And yet, then when it happens, everybody's like, oh, that's a lone person. No, that's not a lone person. They're more normalized than you think. And either it's that when you go to get a job, through your credit score or a gun in your face, the whole damn system is trying to kill us in one way or the other. I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost right now. Man, I'm gonna mute the mic for a second, because this is hitting me a little hard here. Oh, to the space. Man, I'm sure you've been very busy. I see you everywhere now, but man, it's so hard for me to even hang out anymore. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay. Who's next up to speak? I see Mercenary and then Vovo.
Can y'all hear me?
That's me.
Am I clear?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
All right. Before he left, I actually wanted to ask the brother Eric if he knew anybody in Jersey, any shooters out here who might be involved in some type of training, or someone who can, or even give advice on how to organize and create an extension of the club that he's a part of. I know about I think it's called the Huey P. Newton Gun Club. I saw some of their videos, and these brothers are real thorough. Like the way they train and look real serious. And unless anybody else knows anybody here who knows some shooters or those who can train in that, when it comes to that, definitely let me know. And I think us black men in general in here, not that we need to discuss it in these spaces, but I believe we have to create conversation on the streets among men, not too much on social media, because you know how the black identity extremist thing go. But we need to have conversation with each other on organizing gun clubs, training, and different ways to defend ourselves and be more proactive, so that the next time somebody thinks that they could do something, they might catch two before they even know it. And I'm gonna land there.
Yeah, I know there are a few Black American gun clubs that you can search online, and I believe one is called the National African American Gun Association, NAAGA. I believe they do have a chapter in Delaware. They possibly have one in New Jersey. There are two or three that I remember the last time I did a search like that. So if you do a Google search, I'm sorry, you probably will come up with a few that are in your local area that you can connect with. So we got Mr. Engagement. Well, I believe Vovo and then Mr. Engagement.
Can you hear me? Because you've forgotten me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Nordos. Miss Nordos. Yeah.
Thank you.
You
Can you
Ms.
guys
Nordo,
hear me well?
just FYI, your hand doesn't know. But I'll
I know, but he called out the order earlier.
Yeah, I did because she had come up to speak. I'm sorry. You got it, Miss Nordos.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Bobo. Hey, Gray King. Thank you for hosting this room. I appreciate it. I'm going to be brief. You guys have said some things that are, everything is on point. We have to be proactive. As someone said, the news isn't talking about this. I used to have a much larger account on Twitter. And even when it wasn't large, we had a band of people and we would start a hashtag. We'd get in the DMs and we would DM 20 to 100 people apiece and make things trend. So right now we should be having hashtag Stop Black American Hate, hashtag whatever we want to say, like make this about our people. We should be coming up with a hashtag. We should be strategizing. And then we would at every major news agency and we shame them. Some of the people you guys, that we all heard about getting killed, young Black males, young Black boys, and young Black men. We made that go viral. We shamed them. So we've got to be proactive there. And it was something else you guys were saying. In the space I had earlier, Gray King, right after the space was over, some guy posted a tweet saying, oh, you give off, I don't know if he said FBI vibes or op vibes. And I'm talking about the same thing you guys were saying. Exercise your 2A options, take tactical training, make sure you get your family involved, have survival kits. I'm tired, I'm out here cleaning the garage. We went over all of this earlier. And that's a problem that I have is some of us, like somebody was talking about the Facebook crowd. Some of us are so brain locked. And so by us/me talking about being prepared for war, somehow that makes me an op. And so we've got to look at these people. Somebody was talking about Facebook. I have friends and family on Facebook. I can barely even hold a conversation with them in real life. And I'm not even as vocal as I am with you guys. And they're so brain locked and brain dead. And they do just want to talk about lighthearted things. And then if they say something that I consider off code, And I mean gently. I try to correct them and they get defensive. Oh yeah, well that's what I meant. Well, and it's like we're in a space now where I think we're going to have to tighten up and identify the people that we can really move with, whether it's our family or whomever. And we've got to come up with a plan to better educate and to bring in more of our people to wake them up and come up with, some type of solution to do that. Um, and in closing, I forgot what I wanted to say. People have said such great things in here, but in closing, let's be proactive and let's get some hashtags going. I know people think social media isn't all that, but we know it is. So before we leave this room, Great King, can we come up with a hashtag? Can we stop right now and everybody hashtag stop Black American hate and then do hashtag Brooklyn NY since Brooklyn NY is trending? And shame the Black Caucus. I've already done it. At them, ask them, why aren't you speaking out? Like they should be in front of mics right now, like the Asians. They should be saying, this is deplorable. It's horrible. We're not going to take this anymore. We have to get our people angry. So that's all I have to say. But thank you guys so much for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, if you can put together a tweet and then post it up there, I'll retweet it. I have been using that hashtag Buffalo New York and Buffalo and they got this Buffalo Strong thing that they're trying to do. So if you put those three in there and then the Stop Black American Hate, I'm all for it. Absolutely.
Okay, and just know, guys, the way that the analytics work, retweets are meh. You want to use hashtags and write an original tweet. It's great to retweet other people, but if you want to make something trend, write your own original tweet and hashtag it. Stop Black American Hate, and put some other hashtags on there. Brooklyn NY. And then if there's something real popular going on, I don't know what celebrity's trending right now, put that hashtag too so you reach the brainless crowd. But I will do that. I'm cleaning the garage, but I'll do it shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. So just real quick, if you can copy and paste and then, create a fresh post, would that do the same? Okay. Yes. Okay. So copy, paste, and then create your own post. Okay. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Vovo, I just wanted to let Mercenary know it looks like Mr. Eric is still in the room. If you can look down, you might be able to connect with him. I know you wanted to connect with him, so Vovo's hand is up.
Oh, I already followed him, but I'm still here.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it was a guy in the room earlier that said it looked like the government is asleep at the wheel. You giving them too much credit, bro. They are not asleep at the wheel. They are very alert at the wheel. They are driving the wheel. They on coffee and Red Bulls at the wheel. You mean to tell me that these people don't know? They know everything that's going on over there in Ukraine. They got drones that can look in your living room, and they don't know what's going on. I don't know. I said this earlier. We need to start asking, what is this about? They know everything that's going on. They're not asleep. They don't not know what's going on. They know everything. They know how much money in your bank account. They know your shoe size. If they want to find you, they can find you anywhere on the planet. This is bigger than just the government not paying attention, and we know this has been going on for a long time. For a long time. Now I heard somebody mention earlier about guns and all that. That's why I like the NFAC. That was the correct way. A lot of motherfuckers said Grandmaster Jay was an Asian. No, I don't think he was an Asian. I don't got all the information everybody else got. But I don't think he was. And if he was, that's still the correct way. We should, anywhere there's black people, there should be a militia ready to go. At the snap of a finger, it should be a militia. The world has a spirit on them about us. The white devil has a spirit on them about us. The model minority Asian has a spirit on them about Black America. The cocksucking Latino has a spirit on them about Black Americans. The musty African has a spirit on him about Black Americans. The traitor, turncoat Arab has a spirit on him about Black Americans. We being shot down, we being targeted. That was nothing what that guy did earlier in Buffalo. He went specifically, he didn't know them people, he had no rapport with them people or nothing. I've been here before. I see that there's Black Americans that go there. I'm going there to kill Black Americans. Nobody else got to deal with that. I know they're going to say, oh, well, the Asians that got killed in the spas down there. That guy been in their spas. He been buying vagina from them Asian women. He know them. They got his credit card information. They don't deal with that. Ain't nobody else got to deal with this for hundreds of years. They not sleep at the wheel. They are driving the wheel. We need to understand what is this about. We need to get to that. We asking the wrong questions at this point. Are these people like that? That's the wrong question. Why these people are like that? That's the right question. What is all this about? That's the right question. And we might have to get to the point where we start busting some heads for real. That's what they scared of. That's what they scared of. If y'all interested in just being punching bags, then that's y'all. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna have to go with y'all then. Because I'm not interested in being no punching bag. I'm not interested in being no sitting duck.
Hey, thank you for that. So I want to respond to it because, there's multiple layers to that, right? So, we really are advocating to have power. Guns are not power. Having a Second Amendment right, defending yourself, defending your family, that's fine. That's a beautiful thing. We should all exercise that right. That's not power. It's just not. I agree with you. The government is
What is power? What is power, my brother?
It is not. It is not. It is not. And we could have a separate conversation about that.
No, hold on, wait. We having this conversation now. What is power though? What is tell us what it is?
What is power? I thought you were saying it is power. I'm sorry. Yeah, what is power? It is a majority of Black people having a majority of the vote to take over every elected office, every town, every police position within the state, to have the governor, to have an actual state militia, to have control over National Guard troops, to have your federal representatives who would go into immediate action, and who could subpoena FBI records and whatever we needed if ever a situation like this came up, and to have a state-based intelligence agency that is actively monitoring these websites, actively monitoring and identifying and keeping tabs on these particular individuals. That's real power. So I'm agreeing with you. The government is in the driving seat. The FBI, they are aware, but they're not going to do anything to protect us. That's the problem.
And I'll rebuttal real fast, bro.
Yeah, absolutely, totally.
Power is the code. That's what the code. That's what power is the code. We are all on code with white supremacy, with the white way. The whole world is. That's what power is the code. The money that you got in your hand is white supremacy. The money you got in your pocket in your bank account is white supremacy. That's the power. We are all on code with their power. That's what the power is their code. Now, they did certain things to put themselves in power to get us all on code, but the code is the power. If we say we not about to fuck with Top Supermarket no more until they have a militia outside there where we know we can go there and shop safely, then that's power.
we gonna either they gonna shut down in that black neighborhood, or they gonna put an NFAC outside, and that's where we go, and that's all we go. That's power. When the Asians disrespect you in their stores because they own the building, they got all the stuff in there. You coming in there to get some combs and some hair glue. They got more than just combs and hair glue on their mind. They want to disrespect you and shit like that because they got the power, because they own that shit. They got ownership. That's the power, to create your own rules. That's the power, is the code. We need to understand that we a nation of people, and that the rules is different for us. We need to start operating as a nation of people. We need to take back our power, black power.
So let me say two things real quick on that. So Huey P. Newton, he has this quote that Bobby Seale quoted. He says, "Power is the ability to define phenomena and make it act in a desired manner." The second thing I want to say is, when it comes to power, particularly if anybody has heard of like the MAD theory of war, it's called mutually assured destruction. It's based on game theory, John Nash equilibrium. Anyways, I'm bringing that up to say, why haven't we assassinated Putin? Why haven't we ran NATO into Russia? What does everybody say? What does both sides of the media say? Oh, we don't want to start World War III. We don't want to provoke Putin. We don't want to get nuked. We don't want to da-da-da-da-da, right? So power in that respect has to do with his ability to defend himself. I don't agree with what he's doing, but regardless of that fact, he has the power to make people scared to do anything to really end it fast, right? They are scared to do anything that would provoke him to defend himself in a more aggressive manner, right? So we have, even if you don't agree with that situation and it's a fucked up situation, you have to understand these power dynamics when it comes to your ability to defend yourself. Two nuclear armed powers will never go to war. They fight via proxies because they know if they go to war directly, it could end in a nuclear catastrophe. So this is based on the idea of game theory. So and it works the same way on a smaller scale. If someone has a gun and you have a gun, you're less likely to attack each other because you both know you're equally armed. This dude drove hours to a black community. He had to research this shit. He had tactical gear. He set up fucking cameras and Twitch, right? He didn't just wake up and be like, oh, let me go to Tops today and get some food. No, he had this shit planned out. If he would have known, oh, I'm about to go into this black community and it's going to be, like he said, a bunch of, self-defense people who are armed with AR-15s that have body armor themselves, he wouldn't have came to Tops. You know what I mean? He would have tried to find a softer target, right? So we have to understand this perception of power also has to do with them knowing percentage-wise, like statistically, okay, this place I can go to and they're going to be unarmed. That's why they shoot up places like stores and churches and things, schools and things like that, because they know those places are less likely to be armed. You don't see people running up into police stations that often, you know what I mean? You don't see them running up into military barracks that often because they know those people are armed. So you got to think about it in that context. The more we legally arm ourselves with 3D printed arms and, arms from the local gun shops, we're going to have to deal with these people knowing that we're unarmed and they can easily come to any of our predominant communities and kill us.
Can I just rebuttal real fast? That's why you never seen nobody. They laughed at these people. They talk shit about these people. They said he was snitches. Even Tariq Nasheed said that Grandmaster Jay was an informant. I don't believe that. I like Tariq, but I don't believe that. That's why you never seen nobody fire a shot at them. because them people with them was a bunch of black people with guns and aiming back. They don't want to die either. They said that he pointed a gun at himself. He ain't do it. He wanted to go to jail. He was a coward. He picked a soft target. That's why we need to arm ourselves. Let me say this too. I just want to drop this gem. Black people, it's crude weapons everywhere. Everywhere you look, it's a weapon you can use. Your cell phone is a weapon. You smack somebody in the head with your cell phone, that shit hurt. You can bust their ass open. Or it's crude weapons. A bottle, a pencil, your hand. You can kick somebody in the nuts. All that. You in a grocery store. You better make something happen.
Hey, Black. Yo,
Yeah.
let's reset again, bro.
Yo.
And
Yeah,
do a shout out. Do a shout out to the victims, man, before we lose focus of why we here all together in these other conversations. The victims of this tragedy and their families and anybody else who's affected by this needs to know that our focus is, as well as protecting ourselves, our focus is on the tragedy and what happened as well. So I just wanted to get that out there. I know you've said it a few times, but there's new people in the room. This room has not just been about one note. There's been a lot of testimonials and a lot of prayers sent up for the victims of this tragedy. For anybody who's just hearing this room for the first time. Also, as far as the power dynamic that you were saying, Black, I agree with both of you. I agree with Vovo and you at the same time. I think you're looking at it on a macro level of what your platform is all about, and I'm all with that, and I support that. And I think Vovo is looking at it on a micro, individual level of what you can do at the moment, or what you can do for self-preservation, and what a group of you could do for self-preservation. I fall somewhere squarely in the middle because I've been in Baltimore during that time. I've been in Charlotte during those riots. I've been in VA in Charlottesville. I've been around the block of Black people saying fuck this and standing up. And from my opinion, it's always the youth that throw the first rock. I was in Baltimore when it was school kids who started throwing the rocks at the police and said, fuck this talking shit. And they started throwing the rocks and set off the whole riot. No, not even riot, liberation of their community from the oppressors. And I've been in other spaces. And when I was in Charlotte, when they had the big protest about the killing in Charlotte, I was there. It was the youth. It was this dude named King. Get his King something. It was a young dude. He was leading everything. And the elders were standing back, and we was in the crowd, like supportive and ready to rock out with them. But it was the youth who was leading it. So we got this issue right now with bringing our youth into the fold and directing them and giving them the support, because they're our soldiers, and they prove it every single day. Only they proving it against each other in these gladiator camp communities. And we need to restructure the youth's energy so that they're not taking out this anger and frustration on each other, and they are seeing it how we're seeing it. So until we figure out a way, the guns is already in the community, fam. The magazine, the 40 cal with the drums, we got all that. We got street sweepers, we got AKs, we got all that shit. It's already here. Like, if you don't know, you just don't know, man. It ain't a lack of supply of guns in our community at all. It's just who possessing them and who is tasking the shooters to do what, which is more or less crimes and stuff. We got to repurpose the youth and the utilization of what we already have in the community. And I land the plane right there.
Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for the analysis. Yeah, I only look in the book I wrote. I talk about macro. I'm 100% about macro issues, because on the micro level, you end up being busy, and sometimes when you're busy, it feels like you're actually doing something. But the reality is our problems are so huge that we need a macro approach to the situation that we are under. I want to reset the room and just explain the engagement that occurred. This terrorist drove 200 miles from the eastern part of the country, or the state rather, a small town close to Binghamton, New York, drove all the way to Buffalo, 4-hour ride, was planning way. There's video where he was on Twitch and he's discussing his plans. He's essentially, as he gets out the car saying there's nothing to it but to do it, is essentially the callousness of this individual. The first victim is a black woman who is walking out of her car. He's got the gun out and he aims for her face, essentially is what occurs. Now he goes into the store. He's immediately confronted by an armed guard who's a former police officer who's trained in weapons, who does exchange gunfire with this gentleman, but the person has on body armor. He has on a ballistic helmet of some type. So while it's a good thing to be armed, it's a great thing if there were 10 of us who were armed in that situation. He came prepared. That's the thing that we got to understand. Right. He came prepared, so that we understand that. He came from 200 miles away. It's not like this was some local guy they had a problem with him. There was a beef. He was on the radar. None of that. This was just a literal stranger who was on a mission. We just need to understand that. And it's very unlikely that the hood dudes riding around with the choppers is going to have any awareness of this. The police were there within a minute. They didn't assassinate. They didn't kill this guy. They didn't execute him. They should have. That's the biggest tragedy that comes out of this. For me, they did not take him down. They should have took him down, period. There's no excuse for that. If you want to say it's time for people to get in the streets and deal with that part of it, do what you got to do. However, leading up in the way this situation looks like it developed, the only people, it would have been an intelligence agency that would have been able to get some foreknowledge into what is going on. Someone who's actively monitoring these sites and actively monitoring these individuals and these groups. And that's the macro approach. That's the macro approach. That can't be done on a local level at all. They don't have the resources for it. So
Black. So as well, no intelligence agency could gather intelligence fast enough to stop those situations either. The only solution at the end of the day is for the people, for freedmen to be armed themselves, so that all those freedmen in that store could have responded to that situation. You see what I'm saying? There's no way the information could get out and people can respond faster than the people who are already there that could be armed.
Hold on. I got something to say about that. I used to actually work in intelligence. I worked, in military intelligence, and I also worked for some private contractors. As far as that goes, listen, you'd be surprised how quickly, intelligence is gathered, and analyzed and disseminated. Disseminating mean, sent out to the proper channels of who needs to have it, who needs to have the information. It's a need to know, but you can get intelligence in real time. It's don't think there's a limitation on that. Just like, if you start talking shit, about you're gonna blow this up and blow that up, and you start looking on the internet and start searching for, materials to make bombs and this and that, I guarantee you, someone can be at where you're at within an hour. And when I say within an hour, I'm not talking about it's going to take them an hour. I'm talking about within the hour, like almost immediately they will have somebody on your ass. So here's the thing, man. And I was in another group, and like they're over there talking a bunch of bullshit. But this is the thing, man. If we're gonna make a stand, we have to identify who's gonna make that stand. You know what I'm saying? We need all of us. But first we have to figure out like who's really with us and who's really against us. You know what I mean? Like, and one thing I will agree with the other space that I was in, like we as African Americans, we have like, different groups, they look like us, like the Jamaicans, the Haitians, people from the islands, people from, Africa, they look like us, but they're not really us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see them on the NBA. I mean, you see them in the NBA, you see them in the NFL, but the thing is, if we're going to make a push, we got to lockstep together and make that push, but we have to cut out the cancer. I think somebody harped in on it just a minute ago when they were saying, like, okay, we got everything we need, right there in the hood. You know what I mean? Yeah, we do got a lot of guns and stuff floating around the hood. We do. You see what I'm saying? But you know what else we have floating around the hood? We have drug dealers. We got, murderers. We're killing each other. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got people who are we're assaulting our own women, because they're vital to the fight as well. You see what I'm saying? So those cancers have to be cut out. We have to start policing ourselves, man, before we can actually start doing anything against anybody else. You see what I'm saying? Like for example, this is I know some people might not take this the right way, but even with the Young Thug situation, right? Like, you got a bunch of motherfuckers out here, oh, free Young Thug, free YSL, this and that. Hell no. No, don't free them motherfuckers. And I'm going to tell you why. Don't get me wrong now. They try to do some good, but they don't really see, like, okay, Young Thug bought 100 acres, right? Young Thug bought 100 acres in Atlanta. So he was trying to create his own city, Slime City. That's why they've been coming down on his ass, because they basically, man, he was going to have like a safe zone, so to speak, where he made all the rules, and we're talking about corruption, murder, drugs, prostitution, all this stuff runs hand in hand, man. Like the soldiers that we need, which is the youth. You see what I'm saying? Because I think somebody said it earlier where, one of these riots or liberations, like the youth, like they threw rocks at the police, in defense of their neighborhood. And so the thing is, those young minds and those young bodies, like, they have to be cultivated, man. You see what I'm saying? If they're going to be a force for the future, they have to be cultivated, But we got to get these other motherfuckers with all this dumb shit, you know what I mean, with the prison mentality, bringing all that bullshit home. Don't get me wrong, there's some good stuff that comes home from prison too now. But that shit, that gang shit, man, listen, you can't have those subgroups within your mission. You see what I'm saying? Because that's how the blood, look how the Bloods and the Crips started. They were supposed to be for the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Now you got,
I would love to respond to this.
Oh yeah, I want to respond to this as well.
You're gonna have your chance. But my thing is this right here, man. Just seeing this thing. All right, when you actually go to war, bro, and I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan, I've been all over the Middle East, man. When you go to war and you see a people fighting tooth and nail against oppression and invasion, like, you see it differently. You see what I'm saying? You see the psychological operation. Literally, it's called psyops. You see the psychological operations at up close and personal. You see what I'm saying? But you see these people fighting tooth and nail, but the thing is, they're fighting together lockstep, and they don't have all these.
We on it like that too. I would love to respond.
You said we on it like that too? No, listen,
absolutely. Absolutely. And let me speak on that.
I am not ranting, man. Like, we can have a conversation. Let's talk.
Hey, look, man. Look, let me speak first. Look. I'm all about the Black American homeland, right? My concept and vision is about Black Americans taking over 372,000 square mile of territory. The 8-state southern region: North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee. Those 8 states, right? I call those 8 states the Black American homeland. Now, you talk about this guy, he's trying to turn 100 acres into, you said, a gangland of that he controlled. Look, man, I mean, what? I don't understand where you're getting at with that, right? But look, I'm thinking I want to take over a region of states, and you said these guys a region of states.
What do you mean?
That, okay, Black Americans, right? There are 50 million Black Americans, right? We are large enough to take super majority and political control of 8 southern states.
Okay.
If Black Americans move some of their population from New York, like there are 3 million Black Americans in New York.
Where are you from?
California, there are 3 million Black Americans in California. Texas, there are 3 million Black Americans in Texas. Illinois, there's almost 2 million, 1.7 million Black Americans in Illinois. There are about 1.5 million Black Americans in Michigan, Ohio.
Where you from, man?
Look, huh?
Where are you from?
I'm from Virginia.
Okay.
I'm born and raised in Virginia, but I live outside the country.
Okay.
I live in Southeast Asia.
All right, let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna let you continue. Just let me say this real quick. All right, so do you remember when Katrina happened?
Katrina?
Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so you remember all those people from New Orleans that were displaced?
Right. They left and went to Houston. Most of them went to Texas.
A lot of them went to Atlanta too. See, Houston is close to New Orleans, so they kind of know each other. They got family there and all that kind of stuff. But when you had those guys coming from New Orleans, coming to South Carolina and Georgia and places like that,
right?
Like, you realize that's how like the crime started spiking. Like
see, this is why I really want to respond to this, bro.
Yeah, like the murders and stuff, they started spiking, bro. Because that's listen, I'm from South Carolina, bro. So when you start talking about bringing a lot of people in, different, like, yeah, we black, man, but the thing is, that shit, you better have some type of structure to bring that shit together, some type of organization.
That's right. There is a structure, man. The structure is in the states. The states have the institution.
Yo, I'm from the streets, and I really need to speak on this because this narrative, it's a lot of incorrect things being said right now.
Okay.
All right. We're gonna give you a few. Just give me a few minutes, right? The state has the institution. The state has the constitutional power. You know the states. The states have they have their own constitution, right? The states have their own laws, right? If Black Americans move to, like, let's say South Carolina, and we take super majority population of South Carolina, right? Yeah, there might be you're right, the crime might spike, murder rate might go up, but the thing is, once we take control of that situation, right, then I think South Carolina will be a better place to live. Because the reason is because Black Americans, right, we're going to control all the levels of power, from the state government to the courts, the state Supreme Court, all the police stations, all the different all the different institutions in the state. Black America, we're gonna take full control of all those institutions and state power. So look, I mean, yes, things gonna get worse before they get better in the short term, but in the long term, I think the Black American homeland will be a great place for Black Americans to live.
All right, let me say something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Look. I'm trying to mute everybody. There's someone who. Oh man, this guy was in the room. I was trying to get to see if anybody recognized them, but they're gone now. Okay. Yeah. Let's give Mercenary a chance to speak. He's been kind of itching to go, and then we'll come back to Cree Metal.
First thing I want to get at is when we talk about, murderers and all of that kind of thing going on in the neighborhood, that's something that goes on inside of the neighborhood and outside of the neighborhood, depending on who's covering it and what the context of it is. Now, I'm not justifying the things that go on in the neighborhood, but I'm from there and I've been amongst the people. And even though I've worked my way out and I'm doing well, I'm still amongst the people in different neighborhoods that we refer to as the hood. And the majority of the people, even the street people, including some of the people who come out of prison, for the most part, are very good people. Under the right leadership situation, some of these people will be your best allies and most loyal soldiers. And when we say things like, we got to get this, we got to address this because it's going on in the hood, and the hood acts like this, and the men act like that. These young men hear this shit, and while there are issues, they can't tell if you're talking to them or you're talking to the actual perpetuators, which is a smaller percentage than we think. A lot of times we allow we view our community through somebody else's lens and not based on what's really going on there. So while we do have problems in the community, let's be careful in how we view our people and understand the context and make sure we're amongst our people so we know that the majority of them are not bad people, and we don't allow media and anybody else to be our eyes as we view who we are.
Yeah, that's a fact, Mercenary.
Yeah, thank you for that. I truly appreciate that, because there's a lot of issues that exist. As Black American Homeland stated, there may be that initial surge, but because we are moving in, and it's not like 1 million people are moving into the state all at once. This is going to happen over several years. So that thought of a surge is going to be factored out over time. And as we take over smaller towns and larger towns and take over the counties, we will be taking over the police institutions, the justice systems within those states. And so this is people, when they think about this concept, this particular strategy, which, to be perfectly honest, is the only permanent solution for Black Americans in this country. Remaining integrated and decimated is not a strategy. It's not viable, and ultimately it will lead to our destruction. We must concentrate. We must get state authority. Mr. Cremetto, being in the military, you understand these states have the opportunity to establish state militaries. They have control over the National Guard troops within their states. So there's a lot that we need, and we must start the process to get to that place as soon as possible, especially because we understand that these incidences are increasing in frequency. They're just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And any solution that involves us going out into the streets with guns, to be quite honest, is not a legitimate solution. The U.S. military can destroy entire neighborhoods, and they could be in an aircraft carrier off the Gulf of Tehran or somewhere. They don't even have to be in this area of the planet to do this. We must understand what we're actually dealing with. It's not going to be us against the police. If it comes down to that, it'll be us.
Exactly.
Trained military.
Exactly.
Yeah, we need to understand that, and most of us don't. So we got to really clamp down on that. Occupy. I don't understand. I hope that you're here to respect the space. I don't recognize you. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to speak. Go for it.
First of all, thank you, Black Majority State, for inviting me into the space. I really appreciate this. I'm so glad to have even though it's a terrible situation, I really appreciate y'all just letting me speak. I'm coming, and also I want to shout out some people of mine here in the room here, the Freedom Party. Hey, how you doing? I think I see my big Black crypto brother up in here. He's brilliant. Y'all need to talk to him. And this is where I'm coming with some solutions here and just spitballing. I hope this is acceptable to people. I was in another space and we were talking about the shooting and the shootings. Let me be clear. And what we were asking for is a boycott on Malcolm X, starting on Malcolm X's birthday, which is May 19th. And we're asking for a blackout of Black finances, if you can, for 2 days, from May 19th through May 20th. Don't buy anything, or if you do have to shop at a Black-owned business. Otherwise, no money. And our hashtag is no Black safety, no Black money. We're putting out there Malcolm X's birthday. We're gonna hashtag Malcolm X's birthday, May 19th. Also, Black money, hashtag Black money boycott. So be looking for those. If you can, tell not just your friends, your family. If they're gonna kill us, then we're gonna kill. If they're gonna kill our bodies, the one thing we can do is kill this economy. Because really, it's the corporations that are stirring all this madness in these poor, broke white people that make them think that they can shoot and kill Black people. Like Black people are the reason they're paying an insurance deductible. Black people are not. They are not paying any electric bill to any Black-owned electric corporation, whether it be public or private. Black people are not the reason that white people are having lower fertility rates. That's usually, a lot of it has to do with environmental damage that's being imposed upon all poor people, including stupid poor white people with guns. So I'm asking for an economic boycott here. It's something that we can do and it won't jeopardize our jobs. And hey, shit is high right now anyway, so this will be a good time to duck out and save your ducats for another day. Just 2 days. May the 19th, May the 20th. Let's have an economic blackout. And with that, I'll land my plane.
Okay, thank you for that. I think Shepard and then Dark and Lovely, I believe, is the order.
Hey, let Dark and Lovely talk, man. We need more women up here speaking. I'll go after her.
Good night, everybody. I was just going to say something, piggyback off what the young man was saying about, I think he was talking about as far as, the crime and stuff in the Black community and how we deal with it. That was correct, right?
Yes, that's essentially what he was saying. He was saying that we need to have grace and understand that these are good people, which they are. I mean, they're my family members.
They are good people. They are good people, but the grace is up. The grace is over. The grace is over. People that have time to give grace are people that do not live in the ghetto and do not have to deal with this every day. My son is in the feds right now. Like I tell him all the time, there is no grace. We're done with that. If you are the person that they say you are exactly where you belong. We have too many other things as Black women and Black people that we fighting. You see white people are killing us in supermarkets. You think that we got time for this too? No more grace with that. It needs to stop. Amen. It needs to stop. Amen. Okay, because I'm scared. Like I tell my son, I'm scared to go to the store. I'm scared to let my daughter outside. I'm scared of all these things. If you're okay with that, if you're okay with your mother being scared, then okay, fine. Then you can have the grace. Tell me to my face that you're okay with that. No more grace. We're done with that. It needs to stop.
Let me address that, right? So we are a captive population. They call us minorities. They have all of the control. Right?
I understand that, but listen to what I'm saying. The way I tell it to my son is, we are well informed about our situation in this country. That does not give you the room to continue what you're doing because you have a valid excuse. I get the societal part, but it has to stop. Now that you're smart enough to know, okay, what's going on in this world, then you need to be trying to work around it. You need to be trying to work around it. And that's the bottom line. We are too well informed now on what's going on. We are no longer in the dark.
I think what I said was mischaracterized.
Okay.
Let me jump in. I'm gonna let Mercenary go, but I need to get this out because, again, this is micro versus macro. We think on micro terms, and while you are, I'm sure, a beautiful Black mother who wants to change things in your household, there's thousands of others who are not going to be that aware or that conscious or that ready to make that change. Some, I mean, this is just the reality of the fact that of our situation, right? There are some households where that is encouraged to a certain point. We gotta really peel the onion a little bit here, right? We gotta understand what we're up against here, especially in inner city communities. If we're gonna be all the way honest here, right? So when I say macro versus micro versus macro, I think we're way past the point of us as individuals, because I have a son. I'm a truck driver. He's a truck driver. He's licensed to carry. I was licensed to carry. I'm trying to get my right to carry back, right? There's not there. Everybody doesn't have that experience. So the issues that occur, yeah, it's a very loud minority of terrorists that we have in some of our neighborhoods. A lot of us have had to move out in order to just exist and live and be safe and not have to, you know, literally carry a gun getting in and out of our car every day. But this is how white society wants Black communities across the country to exist, to be a constant situation where our women and our children are under constant threat, or young boys are coming up in an environment where they have to join gangs in order to be protected within their own communities. This is where the macro part comes in. We can't change this until we have the authority to change it. Having a bunch of Black dudes running around with guns, you know, dressing alike, marching up and down the street, the second that the local authorities want to put an end to that, it's over. It's done. It's a wrap. Period. We must have the state authority in order to change it permanently. Otherwise, it's going to keep happening over and over and over again. It's a cycle that we cannot break individually. We got to come together. We have to have the authority, the entire system working together to rehabilitate the children who are in juvenile detention, rehabilitate the grown Black men who are incarcerated, so that they have a real opportunity to have a job, to have skills, to have trade. Like this is like the patient is already dead. To be perfectly honest, we're already cooked. So we can keep being busy with these micro and yes, as an individual parent, do what you got to do. I support that. I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I'm just telling you, you might fix your home, but what about all the other homes up and down the neighborhood? Like that's how we got to start thinking. So I'm gonna open it back up. I believe Mercenary wanted to speak his mind, and then we'll go Shepard, because he was actually next, and then Mr. Crimadel.
Hey, what up, man?
Real quick.
Yo, Mercenary, you gonna
Part
go
of the
behind
reason
me?
why part of the reason why I want to push back against that, I used to work in education for 15 years in my community, and being a former knucklehead myself, and working my way out, and then going back to the schools, being assigned some of the tougher kids in the area. I've even noticed among staff members and even administration, people are so quick to want to throw these damn kids away. But I tell you this much: if it wasn't for people outside of my family, not only people within my family, but people outside of my family who saw something in me, and who gave those few words here and there, or took that little bit of time to push me forward, they're the reasons why I eventually made it. And some of my kids that I worked with, who I heard teachers say crazy shit about in staff meetings because they had a broken home, and they gave up on them, which used to offend me, and I used to get in arguments there because I know what it's like to not be believed in. I know what it's, and us adults, we could sit up here in this room and talk about the things we need to clean up, and the way we want to express it. But I just want everybody to keep in mind the same shit we say about these kids, or anytime we imply giving up on them or mischaracterizing them, they hear this shit. And when you have a young mind that's not all the way developed, sometimes that can have a negative impact on it. So just like I was encouraged, I made it. And just like my other kids that I work with, most of them made it. But the ones who didn't make it, there's still a level of love and respect that we have. And I still don't give up on my people there. There are a small percentage who are just gone. We got to recognize that. We got to extinguish it. But the majority of them kids in those neighborhoods, we don't need to be trying to throw no damn body away. I mean, I'm not making excuses for nobody, but I'm from that. And if it wasn't for somebody taking that extra time for me, I wouldn't have made it. And I'm going to land there.
Yo, well said, bro. Well said. Damn, this is a dope conversation, man. When I mentioned the Baltimore kids throwing the rocks, I had no idea that y'all would really build on a conversation like this. It's a dope conversation. Ain't nobody wrong, though. Black looking at it from the macro, Dark and Lovely looking at it from the perspective of her son. Brother just spoke Mercenary, looking at it from the perspective of being part of that community and coming up out of that, and then coming back in the community and being everything he could be for kids and everything else. That shit is all in the game. And then the brother Krem, he ain't wrong either, because he's speaking about, we got to defend our communities and our elders from some of this bad element that is holding our communities hostage. So nobody wrong, man. Let's just all just keep this in perspective, that everybody's opinion on the subject is coming from their own perspective of where they at in the community, what they've been through, and how they see things. Me, I'm from the hood. I'm from the streets. All right? I've built 2 or 3 businesses in the hood. I've employed about 400, 500 people, black people from the community across the street, from housing and redevelopment, across the street, from the projects and the parks. Those are the people I fuck with and I'm around. So also the tragedies that's going on in the community, I feel that as well. So I can't, on one hand, be like, shit, somebody just tried to break in my restaurant. Somebody just shot somebody on the corner over there. Somebody just robbed Family Dollar, and they all our kids, and not see it as what it is. There is a percentage that's fucking up in our community. But that same percentage, I'm trying to employ in our community and teach them the right way to go. So when the brother is talking about the macro, I think you lose a little bit of perspective that even though the sister Dark and Lovely can't do anything outside of her own home and her own child and steer him in the right, it's going to take a lot of us entrepreneurs who are employing kids, a lot of brothers that are in the school system that are doing individually as much as they can individually to even have the strength to go into the macro situation with some abilities and some skills and some life experiences to make your macro community pop the way you want it to pop. So we all gonna have to continue to grind in our own perspective point of views to get this macro thing up and popping like you're saying. Now, one of the things that I really wanted to say about everybody's perspective is real simple. I've been shot. The person who shot me was black. Wanted something that I had. I've been stabbed before. Person just stabbed me. I've been stabbed twice, actually. One time it was black. Other time it was Spanish. I mean, we all got traumas from within our own race. And if the people that go through these traumas give up on your own race just because one person, in your race or a group of people in your race have fucked you over, then you'll never succeed regardless. Like you won't ever succeed. I've had people break into my restaurants. I had people break into my barbershops. I've had people break into my cars. All that shit is happening from within our community. But I'm not giving up on none of them. I'm not. We just got to do a better job. But as far as the grace is concerned, we got to give some grace, Sister Dark and Lovely. We have to give some grace. Now, how much you want to give, that's up to your life experiences, But but at the same time, I'm with the brother Cream and Mercenary about, protecting ourselves, building a coalition in our communities that protects our communities. We went out into my parking lot of the shopping center. It was 4 of us. We all armed. We protecting our property in the shopping center. And we let motherfuckers know, if you come in here, you try to rob our businesses, take from us, you're going to be retaliated against. And after people got aware of that, they say, well, how can we walk with you? How can we stop doing this? Do you got any jobs available? So we got to all be a part of the solution and not just, a part of the, being derogatory towards each other. Because if we all step up and rise, ain't nothing can stop us.
Hey,
Amen.
Hey, all right, so I guess it's my turn. So where's my boy? All right, Mercenary. There we go. Hey, check this, bro. And who is that? Black American? I don't know your full name, but check this right here. So here's the thing. I want you to know, like we're on the same sheet of music. You're saying, like, Black American just hit it off. Like he hit it. You see what I'm saying? But the thing is, this is the thing. My dad is an ex. Well, he's dead. He's passed away now. He passed away in 2019. But my dad was an ex-con. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, he was gone for. I think he went away when I was like 14. You see what I'm saying? I didn't get him back till 21, 22. You see what I'm saying? So, I was kind of getting coached. I was getting coached from the penitentiary. You see what I'm saying? But he made a huge impact, especially when he came home. Don't get me wrong. My dad was a smart brother before he went in. He's a smart and a strong brother before he went in, but he was even stronger and smarter when he came out. You see what I'm saying? And that pushed me to get on the right track. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want you to think that, hey, I'm against my people, or I'm against, the hood, you know what I mean? Because, bro, I was brought up in it. You know what I mean? I'm from South Carolina, you know what I mean? But I was brought up in it, bro. You know what I mean? But I've also had two, my aunt, my mother's sister, she was murdered. You see what I'm saying? My older cousin, just back in 2019, he was murdered. I had another cousin in New York, 2019, he was murdered. Another cousin in Jacksonville, Florida, 2019, he was murdered. You see what I'm saying? And it was all by us. You see what I'm saying? The majority of it was drug related. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, bruh, and this is where was it Dark and Lovely? Listen, she's right, man. She's right. And that's what I was talking about. I ain't no simp. You see what I'm saying? I ain't no simp, man. But what we got to do, man, is we got to listen. First of all, we got to listen to these elders. You know what I mean? We got to put respect back there, and we got to listen to these women. We got to protect them at all costs. You see what I'm saying? Like, it has to happen, bro. And the only way we going to do that, man, is we got to take back the mantle as kings. That's the only way, bro. We got to be kings in our household. We got to be kings out here in the streets. You see what I'm saying? I don't care if we in prison. You got to be kings there, too. You see what I'm saying? Like, there has to be a cause, and there has to be, listen, bro, we got to be the answer. You see what I'm saying? Like, the reason why everything is going off the rails is because of us, bro. We are the salt of the earth. If you know anything about salt, salt preserves. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're supposed to preserve the earth, bro. We're supposed to preserve the bloodlines. We're supposed to take care of everything that's been gifted to us. You see what I'm saying? Like, the community was gifted to us as black men. You see what I'm saying? Like, our communities are our responsibility. Like, those women, those children, like, that shit is on us, bro. But the thing is, the fucking tree is like, you got to cut off those bad branches, man. The roots are there. The roots are still strong. You see what I'm saying? We're still a strong people. You see what I'm saying? But we got to cut off some bad limbs, man. We got to, or it's going to kill the whole tree. It has to happen. I'm sorry, but, listen, bro. Like, some people are beyond saving. That's the fact, man. Like one of my cousins, man, the my older cousin that got killed in 2019. He was a drug kingpin down south, man, like here in South Carolina. And the thing is, bro, like he had been doing that since he was 14. You see what I'm saying? I know that's probably common in the cities and stuff like that, but out here in the country, that's kind of rare. You see what I'm saying? Like, and the thing is, like, he had so many opportunities to get it right, bro. So many people were telling him, like, hey, man, leave that shit alone, get out. Like, I'm talking about, like, bro, this man is counting $1 million in a goddamn duffel bag at 16. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've seen the man sit there and make, 20 grand in an hour. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, this is it, like, bro, like, that grace period, like, that shit is up. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's up, bro. Like, because we know. Like, even, like, with Young Thug, bro, like he had so many warnings. Like, Gilly the Kid, not Gilly, Wallow, you know what I mean? I don't know if you know who Wallow is, but Wallow sat here and he played a video where he taught the Young Thug on TV, man. And he kind of prophesized what was going to happen to him. And it happened. You see what I'm saying? It's happening now. So all that warning and all that shit, man, look, bro, if that shit is counterproductive, it has to go. Period. We can't sacrifice these babies anymore. We can't sacrifice these women anymore. And we cannot sacrifice our kingdom anymore. We got to put the crown back on. We can't tilt that motherfucker. We can't have that motherfucker on lopsided. We can't do like that motherfucker got to be on our head, fucking tight fitted, and that's got to be it. Period. We can't do that anymore. We can't afford it.
Hey, Cream.
Because when we do that, hold on a second, hold on. But when we do that, bro, when we have that crown tilted like that, bro, this is what happens. These punk motherfuckers come in our neighborhoods and they fucking killing our grandmothers and babies, bro. Those are old ladies and babies out there today. See what I'm saying? Like, that shit cannot happen.
Okay, so tell me this: what is the reason? Why are our young men, right? Why are our young men turning to drugs, right? Because it seems like most of them, they feel like drugs is the only way to make money, to get out of the situation that they're in, right? Because, look, I mean, it's hard to get a job, right? Or if they get a job, the white employers, right? They're giving the lowest task and pay them the lowest salaries, right? Now, but look, the young black boys, right? They say, look, I have a higher expectation of myself than what these people have of me. So I have to do something for myself, right? But look, these young boys, as black boys as young as 11, 12 years old, there's a lot of pressure of them from family members to make money, right? And they see it in their neighborhoods, right? They see that their moms are struggling. They see that their little sisters and brothers don't have no money, right? But look, and then the family is telling them, hey, you got to go out and find a job. Find a job. Every young black man has to go through this. Hey, you go out there and find a job. Look, I said that I live in the Philippines, right? I live in Southeast Asia. When my son turned 17, I told my son, hey, look, son, you really don't need the money, but look, you should go out, and try to find a job in the grocery store or wherever like that, right? And then my wife, she got mad at me. She said, look, why are you trying to force our son to get a job? If you don't have a job for your son, then don't force him to go out and get a job. And I'm like, damn, I never heard anything like that before. But that's true. If our black neighborhood, if our black community cannot give our young black boys jobs, right? And then they're forced to get jobs, then what they're going to do is they're going to sell drugs because that's the only way out. It's not an excuse, but that's just the reality. That's what's going on in our neighborhood.
Yeah, so I want to respond to that, but Kareem ended on the fact that these were our grandmothers and children, and we know there were a lot of black women who were the target of this white terrorist. So this was a post from a reverend Miss Reverend Sharon Richer. And this was what she posted. She posted an image of her mother, beautiful Black woman. She said, a young white supremacist killed my mother and other family members. Again, we deal with the death because of hate and a gun. Thoughts and prayers won't cut it. Now, this is coming from a pastor. Thoughts and prayers won't cut it. Something must be done! Exclamation point. So I just want to give voice to this pastor who has suffered multiple casualties out of her family, out of this event. And I want to remind everyone to reset the room. While, yes, we do spend a lot of time talking about the issues that go on in the Black community, this space is really, really for us to focus in on what happened during these events, what led up to it, how it was able to be orchestrated, why it was able to be broadcast online on Twitch, when, as if you're not aware of Twitch, it's a first-person shooter-based video gaming site where people spend hours and hours and hours of time essentially training to execute other human beings. And so this person was wrapped up in it. There's a lot of racist talks and arguments that go back and forth on that platform and other platforms. And so the FBI should have been very, very aware of this individual. That is my belief. They should have been aware of this individual. And we always hear of the FBI spoiled this plot. They foiled this terrorist attack. Right as it was about to undertake the governor in Michigan, where they were able to foil that attack. But again, now, so ends up happening is these gentlemen ended up skating with no charges. I mean, so, dear God, back to what Black American Homeland stated. We are captive. They control everything, 360 degrees. They are responsible for everything. Everything has to be laid at their feet. We are trying to survive with the scraps that they have given us. This is why myself, as a young Black man who was trying to get a summer job every summer in school, trying to get a job after school, as a young teenager, ended up in the streets selling drugs and carrying guns because there are no opportunities. We had a woman in the space, a lawyer from the Buffalo area, who talked about how they have divested from that part of Buffalo and and essentially have allowed it to wither and die. This has been going on all over the country, especially in the North, in the Midwest. This is why this is allowed to happen. This is why this occurs, because this is how they have essentially established and set it up. There's investment going in every city in this country from all over the planet, but none of it makes it into a Black community. They are the architects of everything that happens to us. We cannot lose sight of that. So I'm going to get back to the order. I'm going to let some people speak who haven't spoken yet. I got Latasia, I got Amaru, and then we got the movement who has their hands up.
Hey, Black, real quick, don't count us Black entrepreneurs out, man. Me, I'm just one person. I've employed over 400 other Black people, and it's more like me.
Man, we need everybody. Like I think a couple people said it. You may have said it. We need everybody. All hands in, all hands on deck. Absolutely. I just want to focus the room on this tragedy because this is a tragedy of epic proportions. Epic proportions. Countries have gone to war for less. So I just want to focus in on it. Latasia, Amaru, and then movement.
Hi, everybody. My name's Latasia, and I would like to I just found out about this like literally a few hours ago. Like I had no idea that this had happened, so it's very saddening. I'm not surprised because it's going to continue to happen. It's happening all the time. I want to thank Black Majority for having this space and for allowing me to speak. I am a macro social worker and have been doing the work for Black community for several years. So, make a long story short, I totally understand Cream. I understand what he's saying. I've lived in the ghetto my whole life. I'm from Toledo, Ohio, but I live in Detroit now, and so I completely understand that. I've never really ever lived in the suburbs. I've always lived in the ghetto, so I understand, or the hood, so to speak, for lack of the better word. So I understand both, personal responsibility and the macro level. And obviously I'm a little biased, and I have to say that I prefer the macro level because at this point we need to come together as a group to demand certain things be done. It's not enough for one person. It's not enough for one, like myself, I'm only one person, one organization, one person trying to get something done. And I see how hard it is for one person, or a few people. We need to come together as a group. We need to come together as a community to stop this stuff from happening. Yes, I am completely in agreement. I do believe the FBI and all of the white supremacist government infrastructure, all that is well aware of what's going on. They're not going to do anything about it. It's in their interest not to do anything about it. And until we as a people come together to demand the protections that we deserve and should have, it will continue to happen. So that's basically all I have to say. I'm going to land the plane there. So
thank you Amaru.
Hey, peace and reparation, family. I appreciate y'all hosting this room. Appreciate you bringing me up on stage. Prayers and condolences to our family in Buffalo, New York, who went through this avoidable tragedy. And the reason why I say it's avoidable is because if these crackers would have stand pride and true to the Special Field Order 15, then shit like this wouldn't happen. Like you said, they control every facet of our life. The feds know what was going on before it was going on. We living in these communities being gentrified, so all these strange, different motherfuckers in and out of our community, and people got their guards down. And that's where we come in with this fight, this struggle. It's not just about reparation. It's about us being able to protect our communities from outside entities that does nothing but want to wish us harm and death, as we seen today. This is why we got to push back on all these narratives, because right now we have no representation. We have a bunch of foreigners that look like us in a place of power who are okay with the crumbs of white supremacy when we know damn well that they always break their tools. Our ancestors, upon leaving their enslavement, the first thing they asked them was, y'all think y'all can live with white folks? No, we cannot. What do y'all want? We want our own land so we can do what we can with our own hands. That understanding has to be understood by us to this day. We talk about our communities. We have no communities per se. We have a bunch of different motherfuckers that are in our community that are not Black American Foundation, Black Americans, American freedmen in our community, in and out. So we have no community to where we can protect ourselves from these weird people. That's what I call them, weird people that comes up in our spaces. We have to not only demand reparation, we must demand Special Field Order 15. If we look at every disparity study across this nation, the United States of America, including the individual states, has failed to keep its constitutional truth to the American freedmen. We have a class action lawsuits. You look at these disparity studies where we're the most populous and everything dead, and we're nowhere to be seen and everything good. This is what our fight's got to be about. We got to be laser focused. I'm with you on that. I understand we got bad seeds, this, bad seeds, that. But listen, they not the problem. The problem is the institutions that created them bad seeds. We always talk about the crab in the barrel, all this shit. Look, crab's home is not in a damn barrel. So how else you think they're going to act? So when we get laser focused and we push back on these politicians these skin folks that look like us and ain't doing what they supposed to be doing in the position of power that they in, and we start taking them out of their seats. We start demanding that the Constitution, which was laid out by our ancestors who fought, who saved this nation, which protect us as American citizens, we start demanding that it starts being adhered to and it starts being followed. We cannot continue to kumbaya. There's no kumbaya in this ship, y'all. Nobody gives a fuck about the American freedmen but the American freedmen. So when we come to that realization and understand why this Roe versus Wade controversy is going on, that nobody from the Roe versus Wade has spoken out against this anti-American freedmen hate that happened to our folks in Buffalo, then we understand what we truly must do. I'm already in the South, but I'm with others moving down here in the South that we take over the political atmosphere here so we can create that society, that community to where our people will be protected, where can't nobody just come in there looking all funny and getting away with it. Also, another thing, yes, every last one of y'all need to go out there and get y'all carried concealed. You need to carry your weapon with you wherever you go. I seen a tweet where somebody was talking about brothers walking around in flip-flops. We are behind enemy lines. We've been behind enemy lines since 1619. We gotta wake up from this stupor that we in and understand that it's us against the motherfucking world. And when we realize that, when we all get on one accord, and we all move in one accord, yeah, we're gonna have outliers, but we move in one accord and say, no, I'm gonna protect my women, I'm gonna protect my kids, I'm gonna protect my goddamn self. Then we're gonna get shit done. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Agreed. Move Me is next, and then Mr. Engagement, and then we'll go with Cream. We got Anthony Garcia, who is he looks like he's in the finance industry. I'm bring him up to speak. He will be the last speaker, but I will have my finger over the button for any foolishness.
Okay, so I want to come from a more international view of what's happening to our people around the world. And you can just see a microcosm from what just happened in Buffalo. And I think we need to focus on power. So power comes in two forms: political power and financial power. There are other.
Hey, I'm sorry, Movement. So I want to ask you a couple of questions. Obviously, you're not from America. I need to know if you're living in America, and when you're in America, are you on the side of Black Americans? Please answer that question.
Yes, I live in Massachusetts, and I'm on the side of Black people and Black Americans. But I think the problem is we're creating sides instead of creating a one Black people, because Movement of the People is a party. Like, I'm actually creating a party in Africa to create that power we need from across the world, and we're pushing it across from country to country. If you know, when Malcolm X died, that was...
All right, Mr. Engagement, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you for cutting that short, man. I do want to talk from an international perspective for how it affects us directly. You have some of these people that are getting these type of training, like Azov, where they're getting these military training and they're coming back to our communities in America and they're armed and strapped to hurt us. What I'm trying to get at is that we need to really stop them at our soil, but even beyond that. We need to really, I do hear exactly what you're saying. We do need to have government powers, but we also need to have powers where we're on the soil as well and around the world. We need to be proactive. Like the harem trials, like those Jewish people or whatever, when they were putting all those people that were doing those atrocities on trial around the world. We need to hunt these people down like dogs that they are, for real talk. Because this is because this is where it's going to. So I just want to say that's my international perspective of how we should be approaching this right about now. And we do need to have an international plan to address some of these situations.
Yeah, so the way I'll describe that is, again, with state power comes federal representation. It's not the Congressional Black Caucus. They would actually be representing more Black citizens or Black American citizens within our state. They would have access to international information. Although, again, because we do deal with white supremacists in this country on both sides of the political aisle, there really is no difference as far as Black Americans are concerned. They may try to keep them out of the loop, if you will, but there are mechanisms for that as well. We certainly can sue these federal agencies if we must, but because we have a group of politicians who are working together as a team at every level of government, that will put us in a significantly better position than we've ever been in this country as civilians attempting to operate in international waters. I just don't know how that would even work, to be honest. But
what I mean is respectfully, brother, is creating the Freedmen's Bureau, but have it have CIA and FBI capabilities. We need to have international as well as domestic capabilities and arrest powers when it comes to anti-Black behaviors and crimes that are against us. And we need to be the ones that are forcing it. That's what I'm seeing for the future, respectfully. And I'm sorry.
No. So let me say this, right? Because I don't want to push back against that. I just want to give you a better understanding of how I see that. Again, I want to keep on topic. I want to keep speaking about this tragedy that occurred, and I love what Amaru said, that should have never happened. It should have been prevented. At the state level, we can create intelligence agencies at the state level that would give us some international capabilities in conjunction with the federal government. However, I've heard this Freedmen's Bureau being compared to the Veterans Administration, being compared to the Indian Bureau of Affairs, these different organizations that the federal government, these white supremacists, control whole cloth. They control it, period. There's no argument there. I've heard people say, well, we would put it on the side of the federal government. They would be autonomous. I appreciate these ideals, but they all come from the federal government. So I don't look at the federal government as my savior. They are not saviors for Black Americans. They're just never going to be. We need state power where we can elect Marcel to be the governor of the state. We know he's going to fight for our people. We know he can establish agencies that are going to fight for our people, because the governor is the executive over the state. Anything that happens on the federal level, I mean, let's just be clear. It'll be divested, defunded. It'll be marginalized. They'll play a bunch of games with it. I just don't. I just hope that we, at some point, get to the place where we understand that they are our enemy. They're not going to do anything that is beneficial to us unless we force them to do that. And in my personal opinion, we need state power to force them to do anything that we really, really want to happen. So I think Cream is next, and then Miss Avery. Again, I brought this Robbie gentleman up to speak, and then we're going to let Anthony Garcia enlighten us.
Hey, thanks again for letting me speak. All right, so a quick roundup real quick. Definitely, who was that? I think Amaru spoke of special orders, number 15. yeah, we definitely need to get back on top of that. I mean, we're too passive. We're too passive when it comes to that, man. We have to fix our homes, man. All right, I'll say this right here. Kevin Samuels. I'm pretty sure a lot of you know who he is. You know, some of those who don't know, look him up, right? So, you know, that was the big thing in the black community this past, you know, week or so, you know. And if anything, it's exposed how separated we are, you know, within our social structure, you know, as black men and black women. We're off code.
Okay. So, Mr. Krim, I don't want to get into gender wars. May Mr. Kevin Samuels rest in peace. I don't want to spend time on that because that's what they spend time on everywhere else, all day, every day, 24 hours a day. That's not going to be our solution. I love what you said about protecting black women. We need black women, and we got to get them. You know, we got to all come together. So let's focus on that part of it. And I don't want to get into like gender whatever. So I'm unmuting and you can go again.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I said that just to basically say this right here. With us coming together, like we have to, like it starts at the dinner table. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the real movement, man. The real like moving of the needle, like the real moving of our people. You know, I don't look at us as free men. Like I don't. Like yeah, the chains are off, the shackles are off, but there's still some bondage going on. And like I said, like, you know, like this starts at the dinner table, man. The conversation starts there. You know, even if you don't sit down at the dinner table, literally, like, you know, it starts in the car, you know, it starts, you know, in these spaces right here. Like these things have to happen, man. Like these conversations have to happen, not just when, you know, when we're reacting or responding to, you know, a crisis like we're doing now, but it has to be an everyday thing, man. Like there needs to be an agenda. There needs to be a topic. Like, as a matter of fact, like, I don't have any kids. But let's just say, like, for those people who have kids, you know, I remember like when I worked in Intel, we had to bring in a current event every day. You know, so when we came to work, like we had to go into the news, and like we had to voluntarily like bring in, like it was a requirement, like we had to bring in a current event, like something that happened every day. So there needs to be, like, that needs to happen at the dinner table. There needs to be like, you know, like, hey, if you guys got kids, or even if you have a spouse or significant other, you know, like you guys need to bring something constructive to each other every single day. You see what I'm saying? Because it trains the mind. You see what I'm saying? Like it trains the mind to be conscious. It trains the mind to be aware, focused. Like you. That's how you get on code and you stay on code. You see what I'm saying? Like you got to do that. And as far as the government part of it, is a black majority state migration. Like I agree. Like we have to step it up. We have to step it up a notch. You know, we have to encourage, you know, one another, build each other up. Stop being afraid, you know, of the responsibility, because that's where the change is going to happen. You know, I know a lot of us hate cops, but sometimes you have to become the thing that you hate, you know, in order to move the needle and make progress. You see what I'm saying? Like we hate them because of the way that they do, or the way that they handle themselves. That's why we hate them, because they've never been for us. But we can take that. That's one thing I know for sure, that we can take that and we can spin it to our favor quickly. You see what I'm saying? Like, if anything, I know, like, you know, we're against the cops and all this kind of stuff, but hey, man, you know, what's wrong with telling these young brothers, you know, and young sisters, like, hey, you know what? Go be a cop. Go to the academy. You know what I mean? We need you there. You see what I'm saying? Why not go there? Yeah, they'll have orders and stuff from their higher ups and stuff like that, but they'll also have a stronghold within their eyes, their ears, you know, and they'll have a responsibility to their community, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, we need that. So, and I'm not going to take up all you guys' time, but I just want to say, like, everybody had like a lot of good points tonight, a lot of different perspectives. I just want us all to, like, honestly, man, I want us to get on code and stay on code. You know, like, there's no backing down in this fight, man. You know, like, this fight is for the long-winded. You know, it's not for the, you know, the it's not for the 5-minute fighter. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is an endurance fight. This is an endurance of the spirit fight. Like, you know, like, this is what it's about, man. So I wish and I hope that all you guys embody that. I wish and I hope that, you know, all you guys, you know, if your mind wasn't on this before, I hope that it is now, you know, and I hope that you seek, you know, and you find, you know, what you're looking for and what you need to be within the community to get us all back on track. Because everybody has a part, man. You know, and I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna go. But years ago, man, there was a brother from New York who came down to South Carolina, to my small town, and he called himself Brother Bro. I'll never forget. This is right after the Sean Bell. I don't know if you guys remember Sean Bell. This is right after Sean Bell got killed, and he made you know how guys are on the corner selling Nick CDs and stuff like that with their music. Well, he was selling CDs out of his trunk, and basically, like, he was becoming an activist. He was an older guy. He was becoming an activist, and one of the things that he said, man, and it was so controversial though, because, you know, these people in this small town, they were like, "What the fuck?" But this guy was like, man, we need everybody. He said we need mothers, we need daughters, you know, we need bitches, we need hoes, you know what I mean? We need the drug dealers on the corner. He was basically saying, like, we need everybody. So all that, but one thing, the grace was up, man. I'm going to stay on that because this man was older, and this shit happened with Sean Bell, man. So this had to be like, man, 2005, 2006, somewhere around there. But, like, even then, like, he knew the grace period was up, man. Like, and that was like one of the first, like, real big incidents with the cops, you know, killing a black man, like, overkill. But, like, that whole grace period was up, man. Like, he knew that then. So for that shit to be happening now, like, the same way it is, like, it needs to stop. Like, we have to take accountability. Like, we have to. And it starts with individual.
Okay. So I'm gonna jump in here. I want to read this post. So let me first agree. Yes, we must become police officers as we take over cities, towns, counties. We will be taking over the police enforcement with Black Americans. That's our plan. That is the plan. That is the strategy. That is the only permanent solution. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I want to read this post. This woman was in the space earlier. She's from Buffalo, and it's hashtag Buffalo. It's one of the most segregated cities in the country. It's also one of the most racist and most impoverished. These things are all connected, and they are not a coincidence. You don't need to look to the Deep South to find intense racism and segregation. It's right here. So I kind of wanted to highlight that about this particular event. And the reality is, we had a woman in here from Toledo. She said she moved to Detroit, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, for Gary, Indiana, right? All of these cities are suffering the same fate. a lot of violence because people are starving. There's no opportunities because they've intentionally starved the people. There's no jobs. There's no business investment. People don't own properties. The banks won't lend to people. All of this is systemic. It's all a part of the system. So while if individuals don't want to give grace to their own people, so be it. It's an individual decision. I'm going to give grace to as many Black men and women as I possibly can. This is a life fight for me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to establish a Black majority state because I fully understand that this is the only permanent solution that we have, period. We think in a nationalistic mind. We think about how we can make our communities better. We gotta really get up above the clouds. See, when you're at the ground level, often you're so busy surviving that you can't see what's going on. And so we gotta mentally get up above the clouds so we can actually look down upon our situation and actually see it for what it is. So I just wanted to say that we got Miss Avery with her hand up. I want to get Anthony Garcia to speak, just because I'm curious as to why he's in the room. So we'll go Miss Avery and then Anthony.
Hello. I just want to say thank you for having this space. Since I heard about the story, I was absolutely infuriated, and I was so aggravated that I said some things that any normal human being would say out of reaction and emotion. But this man deserves the toughest, most vile punishment that he can ever be given. Okay? And on top of that, I hold full accountability to these so-called Black politicians, these so-called Black leaders, these so-called Black Democrats. I am on their asses behind this. I am absolutely infuriated. I don't want to hear another We Shall Overcome song as long as stuff like this continue to happen, and they're preaching peace and love and harmony, and our people are being killed like we're nothing. How long do we have to keep going on in order for this mess to stop before someone says, you know what, I'm fed up, I'm going all out, I can't take this anymore? Because that's exactly where this is heading. And nobody is doing nothing. And I'm tired of these leaders pointing a finger at us and talking to us like we are children. We're fed up. This is pretty much the point. We're fed up. I'm fed up. I can't take this anymore. I am absolutely fed up. And I'm so sorry about this. That's all I have to say for right now. Thank you.
Thank you for those words. I'm sure the majority of people in this room share those sentiments. Yeah, I mean, this is heartbreaking at times 1 million, to be perfectly honest. It's hard to describe. Man, dear God. So, yeah, let me get... Black. Yeah.
Good example. I mean, this is very interesting. Like, okay, New York is a supermajority white state, right? Controlled by white people, right? So what's going to happen is this guy, he can get the minimum. He can get he might get 20, 25 years, but that could be the minimum. But let's say he did that in a supermajority Black state where the state is controlled by Black people. This guy, he will get the capital punishment. That's the difference between a super majority white state and a super majority Black state controlled by Black people. We would take care of business in a super majority Black state. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, let me add to that, because we had this Black man in South Carolina. They wanted to rush him to the death chamber. You know, and so that the story with that was he was involved in a robbery. The store owner had a gun. The gun owner was drawn down on him through a scuffle. He got the gun and was in defending his life, and they wanted to take this man's life away from him with a firing squad. Exactly. So I talk about this in the book, and we talk about it a lot in our space, man. Like, to me, this is an expedited execution. You get your all your appeals, blah 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 blah, in within 5 years. That's it. Not this 20, 30-year death row, whatever that goes on in this country. This person is expedited, and it is a firing squad. And if the family members want to be a part of that firing squad, so be it. That's how I feel. So I'm in full agreement with that. Anthony Garcia, I'm gonna let you speak, and then we're gonna remove you, and then Robbie's after that. Yeah, Anthony Garcia, it is your opportunity to speak. If you have to unmute your mic, please do that. Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to kick you out of here. Okay, Robbie, you're up.
Peace and reparations. All I want to say real briefly is the information that happened today just caught me off guard, and it didn't surprise me, but it sent a shock in my system. And I think the solution is more along the lines of what you're saying, you know, systemically and diplomatically, right? But in terms of like us being warriors and defending our community, we pretty much are in a position where we're going to have no choice but to have some type of military action, simply for the fact that the FBI has known about this for ever since Obama got elected. They knew about the spike in white supremacist rhetoric. When I was in the military, there were dudes, and we're talking about almost 20 years ago, there were some of these specialized units. I seen a dude with the Turner Diaries. That was before I knew what it was. So you got to understand, like, before the internet really took off with these echo chambers, you've had a lot of these people been stewing in this white supremacist stuff. Now, Donald Trump, it's not about him as a president or a person, but the energy and how he galvanizes these individuals. They are hiding behind patriotism when their true agenda is just nothing but eugenics. When you look at that guy's manifesto, he let me know what time it was. He let me know that he's my sworn enemy. He lets me know that he wouldn't care if that was my grandmother, if that was a child, if that was a black woman who is LGBTQ ABC. He wouldn't care if you're a black Republican, a black Democrat. Man, that's the beauty of what happened, even though this was insane, because what we better understand is whether we're ready or not, we had this little honeymoon period with Biden where they just gave us some anesthesia. Do you really think all these angry people that were willing to storm the Capitol just disappeared? Do you really think all that tension that you felt in November before the election happened? And don't pretend that after George Floyd and all this stuff, they've been just trying to manage our emotions. But one thing I know for certain that my dad told me, man, they're willing to have Jim Crow 2.0. Trump cracked the door open for a dictator. If it ain't him, they're going to have somebody they're going to be like an Elon Musk. They're going to be, for lack of better words, I know it's Twitter, right? But what can I say? They're going to have somebody that has a white supremacist background, that knows how to talk that talk, be more polished, but their policies could be detrimental to us, because the truth of the matter is there's more people than there are jobs. We are playing musical chairs. When it comes to black people, it is entertainment to harm black people. That's why he could act like it's a game, because they see our life as a game. They look at pulling those sisters over for that lacrosse team, that bus, and humiliating that black man and demasculating him in front of those women and trying to make us feel powerless. Look, this is what they know from military strategy. Only 10% of the population is really with the, you know what, really willing to bring the smoke. Our 10% is locked up. I'm not saying we're beta males. It's just we got something to lose. But they're pushing us to a point where we're going to have to extend that 10% to maybe 20. Are you willing to die for your mother? Are you willing to die for your sister? We should not let the women in our family and children in our family be anywhere unattended from this point on. I'm talking about till we get this thing resolved with reparations. Why? Because they're bringing Jim Crow 2.0 back. Why? Because capitalism has failed them. They feel like suckers. They had a 400-year head start, and the best they can do is be in a trailer park, you know, and talking crap and looking at in jokes all day. They're a joke. They tell us to pull up our bootstraps. We sit here and come with inventions. We've been loyal. We fought in every war. This isn't about being angry. This isn't about being emotionally unintelligent. It's just facts. We better be ready, because they're letting us know the federal government is willing to weaponize white supremacy and come with RICO laws and tap our phones and focus on us. Why? Because they know the righteousness is on our side. If anybody had a right to be righteous and tear crap up, it was us. That's why they had to hold back when they know, man, we let a man murder somebody on broad TV in broad daylight. He felt arrogant enough to kneel on a man's neck. Why? Because for like 8 years, they let us passively aggressively let them keep escalating it. And I was sitting there talking to my VA doctor, right? Apologize if I'm long-winded, brothers. It's just, I want people to understand that this is very serious, bro. The Boogaloo Boys, all these white supremacist organizations, when somebody is willing to die for their belief, it's because they feel like it's a state of emergency for them. They mistreated our ancestors all through Jim Crow. So I don't want people applauding black, Republicans then, because guess what? Republicans were comfortable with us being subjugated just like Democrats. We got no friends. We got no allies. All we got is us. And we're going to be smart and we're going to utilize the system. But I'm going to be honest with you. The only way you can stop a bully is by punching them in the nose. That is the reason why they're able to rape Africa the way they do it. Because, look, the Chinamen, everyone else has fought for their freedom. And it's going to come to a point. They keep talking about the Second Amendment. That didn't stop them from calling the brother the N-word that was there as a Capitol Police officer. So if you're listening to my voice and you're an FBI agent, a police officer, somebody that you think is a pillar in the community, you're going to have to make a choice, because those white supremacists that you let Kaka and Kiki and say little racist jokes around you and do all this crap, it's only going to escalate in like 2 more years when Trump gets reelected or whoever they bring in. Do you think Roe v. Wade is something? They're trying to pull back all those civil rights gains and all of that crap, everything that everybody thought was going to put us to sleep. Man, they're trying to put it back under. Why? Because there ain't enough jobs out here. The tech industry is taking stuff away.
Hey, Robbie, I just want to, first of all, I just want to, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, bro. But I just had to say, like everything you're saying, man, is like a breath of fresh air. Like, it's like that piece of air that I was fighting for a second. Like I just had to get it, but you delivering it, man, and you're spot on. Like, and there was another group that was going on, and I'm not gonna say hey, I can't take anything away from them because they are activists and they are in the streets and stuff like this right here. But you listen, man. Somebody's gonna have to get dirty. You see what I'm saying? Like, the gloves are going to have to come off,
Look, I don't want to be the purveyor of bad news. I'm going to be honest with you. We waited too late. So that's why we better hope we are children of the Most High. But, hey, like Neely Fuller said, at least fight for your respect. It's like being in prison. Even if you get knocked out, ain't somebody going to keep running up in your cell if they know there's resistance. Well, Africa just basically laid down and let them come and make them, for better word, a prison bitch. They come and took all your shit and got you washing their drawers. And then they have the nerve to come over here and discriminate against us. And this ain't about African versus FBA, but see, it's all coming full circle, because it's not just a slogan anymore. It's a fact. We don't have no allies. Everybody is willing to be comfortable watching black people be mistreated. If you think this was something, let somebody else get in office where they could just say, well, you're just playing the race card. That's reverse racism. He just had a mental illness. Don't try to say all white people are this way. It's time out for talking. Like I told them, if Trump get reelected or whoever they pick, they better come with universal health care, because they're going to need a dental plan. Because I'm telling you, I'm knocking crackers' teeth out. If you talk to me like a boy and I'm a grown man, I'm knocking your teeth out. If you're a racist police officer and I feel like you're going to plant drugs on me, or you got me having anxiety attacks, see, I'm not trying to go out like a lone wolf. I'm not saying be off the rails, but we better learn to really, really have our back and, each other's back. And this is the thing, like I said, it only takes 10% and they notice. Why was that shooter able to do what he did? There probably were people over there that had firearms. There probably were people that had an ability to defend themselves. You know why? most people are not trained for it. That's why they're able to come and colonize.
Right.
Because once they got rid of the warriors, everybody else is like a scholar. Some of y'all want to be rappers. Some of y'all want to be basketball players. Let's keep it a buck, man. Nobody's really trying to pay that ultimate price. That doesn't make us cowards. That's human nature. So why do you think every law is geared towards rooting out and categorizing us young when we show aggression and rebellion? Oh, he's got ADHD. Oh, he's got bipolar disorder. Oh, he's, little Jimmy here, he needs to be reformed. He needs to have behavior modification. Nah, he doesn't need to have behavior modification. He's clear. Yeah, he's clear on what his gender is. He's clear on what you've taught. You've been teaching him about George Washington and the apple tree from first grade. Let's talk about reparations. Let's talk about economics. Let's talk about how the world and the system truly works. Let's talk about the CIA flooding their own citizens, so to speak, with drugs. There are so many claims for reparation and repair that we have. It's sickening. It's mind-blogging. And I think these white supremacists are cowards. They are crybabies. It's like you've been given white privilege. So because you're afraid and because you're an incel and because you have your own inferiority complex because you can't compete with Hollywood, you want to attack black women? You want to attack black college kids? Notice, they don't go to the hood with that. They go to a church. And that's when I'm going to land my plane, black people. Do not become soft targets.
Hold on, Robbie.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Robbie. I want to dialogue with you for 1 second. Now, and Black, I'm sorry for going out of order, man. I just want to say something real quick. Now, there was a lady who was in here just a minute ago, and she was saying, like, on Malcolm's birthday, like they were going to do a financial boycott, on the 19th and the 20th of May, I believe. All right, so check this. Now, the Jews, we can sit here, we can go off on these white people, but these fake Jews, they're the ones who financed everything and brought us here, right? These are the same Jews that run Hollywood. These are the same Jews that run the record.
Bro, I don't want you to incriminate yourself in here. This is a public space. It's recorded. We posted on YouTube. I just don't want you to put yourself in those predicaments. So I'm gonna unmute it and then let's, dial things back a little bit in that arena. And let's move forward.
Okay.
And I don't mean to cut you off, brother, because I was trying to land my plane, but I just want to say something to your point, which is going to be a little bit counter to some of your points, but I want you to do your research further. Look, a lot of these conspiracy theories that we have in our community, right, they kind of intersect with some of these white supremacist think tank. They want us to start being anti-Semitic, even if they are fake. They use all these racist tropes. But at the end of the day, the true problem that they have is us. They can try to put the responsibility on anybody else. What do they tell us? Just because somebody supplied drugs to you didn't mean you had to buy them. Well, yeah, if somebody else supplied you slaves, you could have actually been a real Christian. You could have actually been a real human being. You could have not been a capitalist and an opportunist. There wasn't some person with the small hats that told them to have us rape our mothers and rape our sisters and do all the atrocities that they've done up to what we see today. So they're not going to get me to get on their anti-Semitic bandwagon. My problem is racism, white supremacy. You don't have to give me a paycheck. We earned what we had. You know what I'm saying? So that's reparations. That's work already that's been done. Number two, we are in survival mode right now. So while we sit here and try to be all articulate, look what he did. He just drove up and shot a woman in the head, bro. You don't think that can happen? Don't wait till this. I guess what I'm trying to say, don't wait till it's your mother, your sister, your wife. And then you're going to wait for everyone else to get on code with you. Nah, bro, you got to handle your business. And I'm going to land my plane right there.
Right. But see, all right, I agree with that. This is what I was saying. I wasn't just going to, I know, Black, I know you're trying to protect me, bro. I appreciate you too. But check this right here, man. All I was saying about all these psychological operations, man, this music, this TV, all this kind of stuff, man, these are things that you can control in your home. You see what I'm saying? Like, I remember, like, my mom, man, like, listen, bro, I used to be really upset, man. I had to sneak and listen to rap music, man. I had to sneak and listen to, like, secular music. You see what I'm saying? But she was protecting my mind, bro. Like, she really was. Like, she was protecting my mind. And as I got older, I appreciated her for that. I love her for that. You see what I'm saying? So these are the things that we can control, man. And you talk about boycotting, like, don't buy their music, don't buy their movies. You know what I mean? And watch what happens. Don't allow your kids to listen to this shit. You know what I mean? On the radio and social media, like, you know, because I want you to think about this, man. I want you to really think about this. Like, our kids are giving praise to, you know, people who are on a microphone rhyming to a beat. You know what I mean? And those are their fucking heroes, bro. Like, that shit can't happen. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you know,
Hey, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you did interrupt me earlier, and you triggered one thing in my that I meant to say as a point.
Oh, that's right.
Look at what happened. Look at what happened in Ukraine. Ukraine tried to be all diplomatic. What did Russia do? Russia just said, "Nah, y'all go. I'm gonna lay you. You know, I'm gonna lay y'all down." What this dude did today is, see, for the people who are analytical and want to crunch data and approach this from a financial standpoint, that's cool. What they are letting us know is we are white supremacists and we're in your police departments. We are your EMTs. We are your doctors. We are people that work in the FBI. I'm like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, bro, we've kind of waited too late, bro. They are not playing. And now I feel like they're about to basically tie the rest of the noose because we've been too busy playing games. When I say we, I'm not talking about everybody in this room. I'm talking about us as a collective. And it's really sad. And so when you got somebody who's like this little lame coward that's probably living in his mom's basement that did this shooting, what do you think's going to happen when all them people that went to the Capitol that are in law enforcement, it's like it's going to be Jim Crow 2.0. You're going to go to the cops to complain about a white supremacist, and they're going to make it legal for them to just gun you down. Like my dad said they used to do in Georgia and South Carolina. They could just get angry on the weekend and lynch a black man and not go to jail. Some days.
Hey, let me add this in here. I'm not going to repost this, but the parents of this domestic terrorist was posted online. He comes from an affluent family. The father appears to be an engineer of some type. They look like the model white American family. So you know, this kid had access to everything. He had the best of everything. Just so we understand what we're dealing with.
I apologize for cutting you off, brother. I'm done. I got a little too many of my emotions there, but I'm just trying to sound the alarm. Like, bro, they are already infiltrated. That's all.
Robbie. Check this. All right, now, hey, look, now, no, you're not wrong. Don't apologize. I don't want you to apologize because nothing that you've said so far is wrong. Like, you know, even if it is coming from the heart, you know, which is what it's supposed to do. But here's the correction. This is all I wanted to correct. I'm from South Carolina, bro. This is ground zero for FBA. You see what I'm saying? Like, when you talk about black people as a whole throughout this country, like I'm telling you, the majority of them can trace their roots back to South Carolina. I'm gonna tell you something. Yes, there was racism down here. Yes, there were lynchings. But here is the problem. Well, here's the issue. Most people don't understand that we were not the type to lay down. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you come, even if you come down here to South Carolina today, like, you will see it, bro. Like, the white folks down here, like, they're not loosely racist like that. Like, they know when to shut the fuck up, and they know how to stay in their lane because the Gullah Wars, the Stonewall Rebellion, I can go on and on, bro. Like, listen, when I tell you, like, we've been on their ass for a very long time. Like, they know, bro. Even at schools, like, they know, like, that. Like, our war down here is political. It is it's economic. You know, that's the type of shit that we do. Like, all that, like, motherfuckers being brave enough to point a gun at us and all this kind of shit. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, Dylan Roof drove his dumb ass down here and did some shit at the fucking at the Mother Emanuel Church. But let me tell you something about that, man. Where I grew up in South Carolina, you had the whole deacon board in the church that was strapped up. My uncles, my grandfathers, all these guys, They were packing pistols in church. I didn't find this out till I was a grown man, but they listen, man. The deacon board, they served as also a defense. You see what I'm saying, for the church. You see what I'm saying? Because they grew up. Those guys, those older men, grew up in a time where white people did try to come and burn up churches while we were in there and attack us when we were in church and stuff like that. So their response to that was that they went to church strapped up because, hey, they got their whole family in there. They got lineage. They got bloodlines in there. You know, generations. Like, no, you're not going to take generations and burn us all up in this goddamn church. Like, no, bro. Don't believe that hype. Like, that is bullshit. I promise you. Like, all right, for example, there was a viral video that went, there was a white man in South Carolina that got out of pocket with this black guy in a restaurant, and the black guy slapped him like 50 damn times and slapped him to the ground.
My bad. Please continue. I remember that post. That was not too long ago. I'm sorry. Go for it.
It's all good, but
no. So if you could land pretty soon, I want to let the women speak. We got Judge and then Nordos. So as soon as you're done, I want to let them get some time in here. But yes,
I'm about to land, bro. But that's all I'm saying, bro. Like a lot of people from the South, they moved up. Like, you know, like the Great Migration. You know what I mean? Like, they went up north to, you know, New York, Chicago, Detroit, all that kind of stuff. And I guess the perception was, you know, the weak ones stayed down here, but it's really the opposite, bro. Like, the strong ones stayed because they were like, you know, like, hey, this is our, like, fuck it, we carved out our niche. This is our home. We ain't going no goddamn where. You know, they stayed here. They fought. You know what I mean? And I promise you, like go look at when they took the Confederate flag down from the State House in Columbia, South Carolina, and the KKK did a march. Like, go look at it. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Go YouTube that, and you'll see a strong representation of warriors and how we handle our business down here. We don't tolerate that shit down here, bro. Not at all. That's where I'm landing at.
Hey, can I jump in?
Yeah. Who's that? Judge?
Gray King.
Who's speaking?
Yes, I can. Is Robbie still here?
I'm the judge. Can I go next, right quickly?
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if Norris can hear me. Yeah, Judge.
I'm next. Can you hear me? I'm in my car driving. Can you hear me?
I can hear Judge.
I'm the judge, so I'm gonna go next, right?
Yes, please go, and then
Okay.
Norris
All right.
after.
Well, I'm a 20th key. Judge Sarah Heidel is my oppressor, and I want to speak to what happened and my goals and objectives. What we need to understand is Black people need additional protection under the law, under the 14th Amendment. We need to be deemed a protected class, like endangered species. Okay, I know we are fighting for reparations, but under the 14th Amendment, Black people are not free. We are not equal, and that should be the goal and objective. This gentleman, the young boy who murdered 10 people, I have a YouTube, Reunite Sandy Speaks. I am demonstrating to America that Black people are not equal under the law. The gentleman that spoke so eloquently about all the things that have happened in this country supports my position that we need additional protection. And now, from the masculine perspective, you ready to war, and how, I'm not mad at you, but we don't have to die, okay? We don't have to die. The violence occurs from frustration and anger and aggression. The Capitol building, that's frustration and aggression. This young man, frustration and aggression. We don't have to be violent. All we have to do is be part of the system. And to the gentleman who said something about the South, I grew up my family's from Asheville. I grew up in New York City. My family's from Asheville. I'm in California. California is a Jim Crow, anti-Black state, probably the most anti-Black state in this country, protected by the Democratic Party. I grew up in the South. Just like he said, white people do not get out the pocket in South Carolina, North Carolina like that. They don't get out the pocket like that at all. At all. Okay? And I appreciate you saying that, because the people in California don't know. The people in California think, oh, America's racist. So they can't measure the racism. I have not endured so much racism in my life when I lived in Los Angeles. So again, going back to my original purpose, and I want you guys to listen, because I have I'm developing a Black party. I'm building a website called Join the Black Party. I know y'all angry, y'all mad, y'all need ready to war. We don't have to war. All we have to do is work the system, be part of the system. You know, we don't need to die. So I'm gonna land there. Thank you. I appreciate it.
My turn.
Yes, no dose. Yes.
Gray King.
Black American
Okay,
Homeland.
so
She can't hear me.
is Robbie still in here? You guys, is Robbie still in here?
I think he left. I was looking for him.
No, I see him. So here's my question I had for Robbie. If you could come back up, and if you could just keep your answer concise, this is very important to me. I'm not sure if I misheard you, but what did you say that we've already received reparations because we've worked hard? Is that what you said, Robbie? Can you come back up, please?
Black American Homeland, are you here?
Okay, I guess he's not going to come back up. Did anyone hear what he said
I
about
hear her.
Pardon me? Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Who's saying that?
This is Black American Homeland. I hear you.
Yeah,
I know, but I was asking Robbie.
Yeah, he didn't say that.
You
But
can keep your answer brief, but what did you say? We received reparations because we've worked hard?
No, he didn't say that.
He's here. Can he speak for himself?
Yeah, I can speak for myself. I think when I was speaking passionately, some of my words could have got jumbled. So let me clarify what I was saying. A lot of times you'll have these white supremacists that will, because I guess that's what I was saying when we were bringing up the whole small hat thing. They will try to deflect and try to make it seem like they're not responsible for paying a
Hold on. That's a different topic, but that's a different topic. Just a straightforward question. What did you say about reparations? Just straight to the point.
We are owed reparations, obviously. That's my take on it.
Heard you say,
yeah, no.
Okay,
There's no cone in here. There's no cone in here. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not accusing you.
Oh no,
of
I'm
that.
just clarifying. Yeah.
Okay, and I was just asking for clarity because I could have sworn I heard you say we've already worked hard and that's our reparations. So then we're on the same page. The next thing I wanted to address is something you said, and this is, me speaking from my perspective. So I'm a person that this isn't my space. So I'm, I don't control how it's ran or whatever. And sometimes you do have to be careful about what you say. But when people started speaking on Jews and you were like, oh, we shouldn't be redirected to be anti-Semitic. No one's being anti-Semitic. If we call out in my spaces and on my Twitter feed, I call out Jews, Asians, Latinos.
So here's the thing about that, and I don't think Nordis can hear me, but specifically in this country, I have had this conversation with several different people, specifically in this country. Black leaders, especially, are whiteballed out of society, if not assassinated, because they go down that road. And so while if you do that in your space, I probably would leave because I don't want to be attached to that. Like the work that I'm trying to do for what I'm trying to do, I can't be involved with that particular topic. I just won't be involved with that particular topic because until we have equal and opposite force that allows us to defend ourselves from every enemy across the planet, we must understand that certain realities exist. So the space is recorded. I'm going to protect people who don't want the protection so that they don't get wrapped up in a situation that can harm them and by extension harm others. And I just got to be very, very, hard line on that particular issue because I've looked at it inside and out. I've studied what's happened to others. And from my opinion, it never never leads to anything positive. And we are about the business of actually producing results. So let's leave that for another space, another time. You know, God bless the people who have that. They have whatever they feel it's right and wrong and all of that. History is clear. It's well documented. We all understand it. But, you know, let's not put ourselves in these positions. I'm gonna just have to hold the line on that particular point because it is very important, way more important than some of us realize. So if Miss Nuordus, if you can hear me and you want to continue speaking, feel free. Mr. Dave Jackson has his hand up, and then Robbie. And I really want to connect with Robbie and Cream, you know, outside of this space in the future so we can kind of build together.
Okay, I don't know what happened. I was muted. I couldn't hear. I left the room. I came back. I heard you saying a certain topic you don't want to speak about. But if I hadn't been cut off, that was my very point. No one is being anti-Semitic. What I was trying to say, if I will be allowed, because like I said, it's not my space. So that's why I was being careful in what I was saying. When we discuss other people and we discuss wrongdoings, that's all it is. No one is in here using that term. So, you know, Gray King, you know me. So that's where I was going with that. But to frame it just to say their name is that we're being anti-you-know-what. It's not my space. So I'm going to roll with how Gray King wants to. I won't even say the word. But we have to stop characterizing like, you know, we discuss Latinos and whomever. It's one thing to you know, cast aspersions against someone. It's another thing to call out, you know, an action or a fact. So I'll move on from that. Robbie, my next thing that I was just concerned about is, again, you know, I don't know if I'm misunderstanding you. You keep saying it's too late, it's too late, it's too late. I don't believe we should.
Sister, respectfully, what I don't appreciate, what I don't appreciate is you taking little segments of what I'm saying.
Talking.
Right, but I'm asking you.
Respect host. He's cutting me off. He spoke.
But you're not being respectful. You called me out.
No one is.
So I'm just asking you to let me rebut. You're not attacking.
You're running this room. You're going to allow him to cut me off?
I'm just asking, can I respond to what you were saying?
I'm not being disrespectful. Allow me
No.
to speak. You're being rude. You have.
So Robbie, we're going to give you your opportunity to speak again. I appreciate everything you had to say. Trust me, I'm like Team Robbie for sure because you brought the energy. But we're going to let Miss Norados, you know, get what she has to say, and then you can rebut and you can, you know, clarify the situation. That is how these Twitter spaces operate, so everybody has a chance to speak. So we're gonna let her finish, and then I know, look, man, I know you ready to go. You had 100 when you wake up in the morning, and I respect that, and I appreciate it. We just gonna give her a chance to speak, and then you can rebut, so that we can all get on the same page. And again, everything you said, I'm 100% in agreement with it. So, Miss Norados, you can go again.
Okay, thank you for that. We can ask questions. We can disagree agreeably, and I can be inquisitive. So for me, I think it's defeatist to say it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. We're here where we are today, and we're here in solution mode. I just think that message of saying it's too late is not a good message. The message should be more, like we've been saying, let's focus on the solution. Some of this stuff has to be done offline. You know, some things on a topical level we can discuss here, but by saying it's too late, I just think it's defeatist. If it's too late, then what, we just hang it up and do what? And I'm not going to go deeper.
When can I respond?
When I'm done, just like when you spoke and other people let you finish, respectfully. This is not a personal attack.
Because you're slandering me at this point. So it's killing me, to be honest. Because that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay. So let's call a truce here. And let's understand that because I've seen this over and over again, when someone is new into the spaces, someone who is new, they come in a little hot. I've seen it happen over and over and over again. So let's just dial it back. No one's attacking anybody. We're literally having a dialogue. We're having a discussion. No one's focusing on anybody. We're in support of everybody in the room. Let's just understand how the spaces operate, so that it's not looked at as an attack. It's just a question, and it's just a question. We are very solutions oriented. We are all about solutions. So there's some credibility there in terms of whatever, but it's I could see it from both sides. I could see how she wants to stay on the positive path. A lot of people really need that. And I respect the questions. I just know that some people, when they're new to the spaces, they feel they're being attacked. But I know she's not attacking you. I've been in many spaces with her. We've had plenty of conversations. And we just got to give each other grace and give each other opportunity to speak. And then we can respond after the fact. So let's dialogue versus whatever that was. So hopefully she'll come back in. I'll bring her back up to speak, and then we'll continue the topic. But let's focus in on the event, the tragic event that did occur in Buffalo, in a predominantly Black neighborhood, a low-income grocery store, where again, this is not us. This is them. This is a kid who had everything in life, as far as I can tell, by looking at his parents and looking at their careers and looking at the life that he really had no limits to his life. White privilege, and decided to do this heinous, savage act. So let's focus our anger on that, because that is really truly where our anger needs to be, and let's have grace for each other here. So
Aaron Salter Jr. Aaron Salter Jr. is the name of the security guard who was murdered. Let's keep this in perspective. Aaron Salter Jr. just gave his life to protect other Black people in Buffalo. Let's not get off track and forget why we all here, to honor the deceased victims of this tragedy. I just put his picture in the Jumbotron that was shared by his son, Aaron Salter Jr. III, who is mourning the death of his father, as many people are mourning the death in the Buffalo community. Let's not go crazy on this back and forth and forget that we have death among us and people are mourning. And that is why we came into this space earlier and now. So let's be focused, guys. Thank you.
Can I speak real quick, Black? And remember, I left. So I promise I'll land the plane.
You can finish.
Yeah, this is all I was going to say, and I wasn't trying to get the sister to turn away. And I think the brother hit the nail on the head. I think sometimes, bro, and that's our problem, our community. We don't have emotional intelligence. We're brilliant. You know what I mean? But sometimes we don't always listen and understand that when someone speaks, they're speaking from their personal experience. I'm not saying that my personal experience is your experience. I'm not saying my opinion is a fact. I'm not God. But I do have a right to feel the way I feel based on all my experiences, about to turn 44 years old in May, right? Now, I'm saying all this to say, the sister misquoted me when she said that I gave the diagnosis that it's too late. I said, I may fear that it's too late based on the current trend. And see, that's what I'm saying. The reason why they're whooping us is because we're leaning on the Bible and they're using the 48 laws of power. Why do you think they call it this what is it? The Central of Intelligence Agency. They're gathering data. They're looking at statistics. They're looking at human behavior. They don't care whether you got melanin or not. They're looking at basic human behavior, common truths. They understand us. They know how we think. And that's what I'm saying. If we're this late in the game with a white supremacist just shooting, and you want to overanalyze and act like we're in the Baptist church, and you want to give me an anointing rating like this is Dragon Ball Z. Wait a minute, I don't know how woke this brother is. I think I heard him say this. I think I heard a cold spirit. It's like, Is any of that going to matter if a white supremacist came in this room right now? Let's say if we were in a building. Would anybody care if you were a Hebrew Israelite? Would anybody care what your gender preference is? Would anybody care how woke you are, how many books you read, how many Dr. Sebi, potions you done drank? No. That's what I'm saying. It's too late for BS. That's why I don't like to debate. And I never put myself out here as a leader. And that's why I hit leave and I was going to listen. I wasn't trying to make this show about me. But I'm like, we got to stop doing that, disparaging each other and holding each other's feet to the fire, right? I could see if I was an elected official or someone saying that I spoke for everyone, right? I was just saying for my own individual beliefs. So what I'm saying is I came in love and I didn't mind answering the questions. But when you misquote me, if you accurately quote me, I promise I'll be quiet. But if you misquote a couple of my words and you make it seem that, well, okay, he's saying all this stuff, but he's saying that, we don't deserve reparations because we work hard. That doesn't make any logical sense for any. That's vice versa. What I'm saying is when they try to say, well, we don't deserve anything, I'm like, man, it's not a paycheck. It is corrective action. You know what I mean? Because we've already done the work. That's what I said. So all I'm saying is, bro, we got to stop being petty with each other. Because right now, why is it that white supremacists can get on code? Like you say, he was living like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He had every reason to not be a revolutionary. Richard Spencer comes from money. Donald Trump comes from money. And they speak the language of the everyday, common white man that may have a grievance with us. Because the next time you're doing a big girl summer, a big boy summer with your Mercedes and you got your degree and you think you got it going on and you going to church, they may be there to see you because they're trying to send their kids to Syracuse or Harvard. They ain't trying to send them to ITT Tech or the community college. They're playing for big stakes because they don't want to share power, people. So can we please stop tearing each other down? It's too late in the game for that.
Yeah, we can stop.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Stop right now. Hey, Black, do we know any of the other victims' names besides Aaron Salter? You mentioned another victim's name. A sister said her mother was killed. Do we know that person's name?
Yeah, let me find the post on she's a Reverend Sharon Risher. She said her mother and other family members, but she did not post the name of her mother. So this is multiple victims in her family.
Wow.
But it is the Risher family, and that is in the jumbotron.
I put Mr. Salter in the jumbotron too.
Thank you for that, man. To see him, he's an old elderly Black gentleman, and he was in the fight, man. God bless him. He was in the fight.
God bless the OG, yeah.
Man, like we should be trying to put together some money for these families and try to support them in some way, shape, or form.
Let's talk about that, fam. That's a real conversation. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, whoever has those mechanisms, who's really, really good at that, because you can't send it to the Red Cross or these white agencies. If someone can connect with a Black agency or connect directly with the families, let me know. I'll certainly put in $400 or $500, whatever. To
Black, remember with Kyle Richardson, the church took half of the money that came in for donations and didn't give it to the family. It was a big deal, but they brushed it under the carpet. So I'd rather go direct to the family, because the church where that happened, it was a few $1 million. They took half the money for themselves and didn't distribute it among the elders who died in the church. So it was pretty foul.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, I know don't trust the white organizations, the so-called nonprofits, because they're all about profit. They're all about having $1 million salaries and essentially reaping and embezzling money out of those funds. So,
fact, this was the AME.
So anybody who has those skills, let me know. I will post and repost. I will donate, and if you through grace can get in touch with family members and we can help the grieving families, absolutely let me know about it.
Yeah, the dude is his son, Aaron Salter III. In the jumbotron is his name. So if anybody got any connects or if he's got any kind of Facebook or Instagram or any type of way to, reach out and see how they are handling the donations to the family and share that, that'd be great.
Hey, great. I want to hear from Dave Jackson, the lawyer.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Dave Jackson, you're up.
Good morning, brothers. I really appreciate you guys holding this rum. It's a beautiful rum in the face of a tragedy. So I'm really thankful that you guys are holding this rum, though, man. It's been a lot of great information coming out of the rum. But I want to be brief. I just want to encourage everyone in this room or everyone that hears this session to join an organization that's doing political work in our communities and be active in that organization, or finance the organization. Send as much money as you can to that organization, because we're gonna be running in place as a bunch of individuals reacting to these things. They have nothing wrong with reacting, but we have to be proactive, and we've got to find organizations that fit our values and are working for the things that we stand for. Or create your own organization and find 10 people or more to join your organization, and encourage your organization to connect with other organizations, so that when things like this happen, we have systems in place to deal with these situations. Because, we talked about a lot of solutions, and I think there's rum in our community for everything, that we need to deal with. There's no shortage of problems or solutions, but we have to be organized or we're going to be run. So I just challenged everybody to, use this tragedy as the impetus to, and I'm talking to myself too, to double down, join an organization or contribute as much as you can. Because people, we always talk about what people are not doing, but we don't contribute anything to the organization. So, we don't contribute, then, pretty much going to get out what you put into, So that's all I wanted to say. But before I go, I did have a quick question for the brother from South Carolina, because I know that Marcel Dixon is running against Clyburn.
That's me.
Yes, I just wanted to know what you think about Marcel's effort down in South Carolina. You familiar with Marcel Dixon?
Honestly, I'm not. To be honest,
you should Google him.
Who's talking to me? Who are you? I'm trying to figure where you are. Who are you?
Dave Jackson. My name is on my profile. Dave Jackson.
Okay.
And I just heard you talking about South Carolina, but Marcel Dixon is a brother he's on Twitter a lot in these rooms. Probably most of us here know him or know of him, but he's running against Jim Clyburn. He's a reparationist, and I like the brother. I don't live in South Carolina, obviously, but I think he's the kind of leadership that I'd like to see in our communities, for sure.
Okay.
But you're in South Carolina. Are you in Clyburn's district?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I got you. Right, but we need to get some folks like him in office, because it's just where the power is, and we can, move on situations like this. You know what I mean? So, but I encourage you to, because you're in South Carolina, I could encourage you to Google Marcel Dixon, and see what that brother is all about.
Okay, I will do. Appreciate that.
But I appreciate you guys, though. So I'm gonna jump down into the listeners.
Okay, thank you for that. So up next is Miss Judge, and then we do have some space for people who want to come up and either ask questions. If you live in the Buffalo area, in the Buffalo community, we really want you to come up to give us an idea of what life is like in the Buffalo area, especially in the Black community in the Buffalo area. So Miss Judge is next.
Oh, I appreciate it. Really quickly, guys, because we kind of went past it. I was going back to Rob, and I wanted to say to him that everything you said was law, brother. I heard you loud and clear. Unfortunately, because of our condition, sometimes we pick apart each other, and it has to do with our condition. that it's innate that we hear things negatively. I don't think anything you said was negative. And even when you said it may be too late, you hesitated and you were in your thoughts and it wasn't nothing negative. I just wanted to say to you that I hear you, and I kind of want to make a point, brothers and sisters. This is one of the reasons why they keep their foot on our neck. We get sidetracked and we go back and forth when it's not necessary. So I'm gonna stop there. So I just wanted to tell you, Rob, everything you said was law to me. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, I support Nordos or Nordos, I believe. I was actually in her space, and it was a really good informative space. Dr. Joy DeGroy, she was essentially having a series on some of her information, and it was very topical because it was talking about the marginalization of Black women and the rape and the torture and just all of the demonic, satanic things that they've done to Black women during our time in this country. And then I was scrolling the timeline, and this story popped up, and she allowed me to speak, and then from that moment on, I mean, this became the topic of the space. So I'm a huge supporter of hers, and so if she comes back in the room, I'll certainly get her back up here to speak and everything. But yeah, sometimes you mishear a word or two or anything like that, and so that's again where we just got to give grace to each other. We just got to learn to to appreciate each other and just try to give each other a chance to speak. Again, in these spaces, it's best to let the person talk all the way through and then get your opportunity to respond, because it's hard to hear when multiple people are talking at the same time. So
that's a fact, brother. Hey, I just did a little quick Googling with Kyle, because I was talking about Kyle Rittenhouse and the whole situation, since it's about like very familiar. These situations are parallel. It looked like, I mean, even when they people was wrong, they raised $500,000 for Kyle Rittenhouse defense. Listen to what I just said. Even when they people is wrong, they on code. A Christian group and other groups raised $500,000 to defend a mass murderer of Black people, and that's just crazy. I mean, we got to get on code with, what we are able to raise and put our money together. Like the brother was saying, you said it was a lawyer, because even when they wrong, they hitting on $500,000 to defend a mass murderer. Also, hold on one second. Also, the families that were killed by Kyle Rittenhouse, they did receive $88 million judgment for negligence somehow on the part of the intelligence community, the state, or the government. I didn't read the transcripts, but they did receive $88 million settlement to be split between them, and I'm assuming the church that it happened in. So this is going to be going forward. There is going to be some compensation involved, and they probably had this dude on the radar and failed to act. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, so you're talking about? Are you talking about Kyle Rittenhouse or Dylan Roof? Because I think you just kind of like.
No shit, I said Kyle. Man, I meant Dylan Roof. Facts.
Okay, that's all I want to clarify.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so I just posted this in the Jumbotron. We did a moment of silence earlier today in the space. So this is another victim. Her name is Miss Pearlie Young. She was 77 years old.
Oh man.
77 years old. For 25 years, she ran a pantry where every Saturday she fed people in Central Park. Every Saturday. She loved singing, dancing, and being with family. She was a mother, grandma, and missionary. This was a church woman. She loved people. She spent her life loving on people in her community.
Nah, see, that's that. Nah. That's bullshit.
Straight bullshit. If this don't wake us up, man, after Dylan Roof did that bullshit in the church, that's when the movement really started picking up, though. If you remember that after Dylan Roof killed and murdered all of those poor people, that's when the sister climbed the Confederate flagpole and ripped down the flag. And then that's when the monument pushes really, really started picking up steam. And then nationwide, we ended up tearing down hundreds of Confederate monuments right out of the root of the evil ass tree. So things like this, ashe and condolences to the family, and this is so raw right now. But these moments right now really wake us up as Black people, and we do take action. So I hope that continues.
You know why he chose that church? Does anybody? It's just a little slight quiz. Does anybody know why he chose the Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina? Okay, so the Mother Emanuel Church, it had a lot to do with Denmark Vesey. Denmark, some people say Vesey. You know, if you know anything about Denmark Vesey, you know he was he led a slave revolt. He led you know, he was an activist. As a matter of fact, like he bought his own freedom. He won the lottery. You know, he played. It was a number system, and he played the lottery. He got his own freedom. So that was a big. There was some symbolism there. That's why he attacked that church, because, and this goes back into what I said about South Carolina being ground zero when it comes to standing free Black men and women standing up for themselves. A lot of that kicked off in South Carolina, and it was done as a whole. Even when like if anybody knows about the Stonewall Rebellion down in Charleston, that happened after Haiti, and this is why we have to be careful. And I know, listen, I know we want to cling to our own right now, but I have to be honest. You know, like I have Haitian blood running through me. You know what I mean? So we have to remember that, you know, those boat stops, a lot of those are our family members. You know, let's just put it like that. But after the Haitian Revolution, you know, a lot of those Haitians, they found their way. They went. A lot of them went back into. It was almost like a deep operative type situation, where they went back into slavery, and so they could get to, like basically the slaves from Haiti, well, the freed men from Haiti came to South Carolina, and they started the Stonewall Rebellion. You see what I'm saying? So they started. They came in. They were classified as a bad batch of slaves, but everything they did was intentional. They came there intentionally to start that rebellion because they were trying to free the slaves, like in Charleston. You know what I'm saying? But that's a conversation for another day, because it'll take up, you know, hours and hours and hours. But all I'm saying is, like, that Mother Emanuel Church and all that kind of stuff. Like that was symbolic what Dylan Roof did. So the response to that, like Shepard said, was yeah, that did kick off a lot of political things. You know, like taking down the monuments, the flag. It did spark some things nationwide, just like the George Floyd thing did spark some things nationwide.
Okay, thanks for adding that. So here's the thing. That was, man, 150 years ago, right? So let's just keep everything in perspective when we talk about what the current crop of immigrants are doing to Black Americans in this country. The data is very clear. How they move in, and it really disproportionately affects us in a very negative way. So Salute to those gentlemen for what they did back then, but we're dealing with a different breed today. It's a different breed. So let's just understand it from that perspective. I would like to invite some folks up to speak. Again, if anyone's in the room who's in the Buffalo area, I've been trying to invite people who have posted online from the Buffalo area to come up and to engage and speak and tell us about the community in Buffalo, to give us any sort of insight as to the divestment that's been occurring, the gentrification. I mean, just everything that's affecting Black America in almost every city across the country, but specifically in the Buffalo area. So under the post for the grandmother, there was a white gentleman who responded under that post. I want to read what he said because he actually knew her, and it's actually a really good, just to give us an understanding of her heart, of her heart as a beautiful Black woman. So he said, Pearl was a substitute teacher in my building and one of my friends. She was beloved by the kids, a warm and friendly face. She loved the sunshine. She would have loved putting her feet up on a sunny day like today. And he ends it with sending love to you, Pearl. Another person says, Miss Pearl Young, I'll remember her every Saturday morning during what am I thankful for, knowing about or otherwise time I spend before getting up. This was just a really good human being, like a really good, solid human being, man. Every victim in this situation was just a really good human being. Goodness gracious, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. You all right, bro?
Man, it's hard for me to deal with this. I see State Powers in here. I would love for you to come up and speak. Anybody in the room that's got any type of military training, who would like to speak on this situation, I welcome you to please come up and speak on this, because again, we know this individual essentially trained online on Twitch using these first-person combat simulators that they call video games, first-person shooters, to hone his skills, and then bought all the equipment and all of the gear. He from one post I saw, he modified his weapon in order to inflict more damage in this situation. So please let's put some hands up and let's
let me reiterate about the upstate area real quick until we get somebody from Buffalo in here. So upstate is the hub of the maximum, medium, and minimum security prisons, and all of the inner city people are brought to upstate New York to be processed and run through the prison industrial system. It's a factory. And in that factory, there's a company called Corecraft. It's a $50 million company a year, and they process and do slave labor plantation style, and that's how they make their bread. How these individual communities in Buffalo, Mount McGregor, Washington, New York, Clinton Hub, Odensburg, Watertown, Cayuga, Elmira, these are all prison hubs upstate New York, surrounded by mountains. And all of the economy in upstate New York and all of the money to pay their mortgages, to pay their car notes, for generational wealth comes off the backs of slavery in the form of incarceration. Elmira, for instance, is particularly gruesome because this was where a lot of juvenile facilities were, which we used to call gladiator camps, where kids would come and everybody who went through this camp would come out. You knew they was there because they would have $1.50, $1.60, which is a razor mark on your face, because you had to get cut or cut somebody to survive in that type of environment. And these where they've taken our youth and our men and kidnapped them into a new type of slavery up in that region. So that's the mentality of the men and women of that region up north in Buffalo, and that whole hub is of the overseer, and things really haven't changed much.
I want to play. This is 44 seconds. This is Lamont Thomas, and him and his 8-year-old daughter they survived this attack.
Having problems hearing it, Chief.
Yeah, I can't hear it, Gray.
Okay, all right. So you couldn't hear it. So I'm gonna just relate what he's saying. So there was a report earlier from a black reporter in the Buffalo area. She said she spoke with an 8-year-old black child, a female, who had survived this attack by going into the refrigerators, the coolers, and after the shooting was done, they came out the back of the place with the father. This is the father, Lamont Thomas, and he's describing what happened, and he's talking about how him and his daughter hid behind the milk in the milk cooler, and he said it was just shots after shots after shots after shots, just a unending barrage of shots. So if you weren't able to hear it, it is up in the Jumbotron. But that story was reported earlier from the daughter's perspective. So yeah. So this situation could have been so much worse. Thank God that they made it out, and many others survived it. Always the people who survived. Thank God the people who actually did survive it. Man, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. So yeah, anybody else who would like to speak?
Hey, real quick, I was gonna say this right here. This narrative that's going out, mainly on the left. They're trying to make this seem like it's just another random gun violence, instead of putting the pressure and applying the pressure on the white supremacist, racist population that we have in this country, that is behind committing all these domestic form of terrorism, specifically against Black Americans, American freemen here in this country. And we gotta apply pressure on these politicians who are too much of a coward to speak to what it really is, instead of trying to, make it seem like, it's just another case of gun violence, when you have 4chan, 8chan, Twitch, social media networks like that that are harvesting these white supremacists in this country and allowing them to spew their hate, and to where it manifests itself into real life. We need to push back on all that. Like I said, where's the RICO at for all of that? They can have RICO, and the feds can listen to rappers' music and stuff and charge people. But here you got a whole online community of Nazis, racists, spewing hate and getting away with committing atrocities such as this. Everybody that was online at the time that watched this savage, this thug, killed these innocent people? Where's the RICO charges that's against them? We need to apply so much pressure on these people, man, to the point to where they think that George Floyd was the beginning. Now, we're going to show y'all what the real beginning is.
Man, Amaru, thank you for that. Yes, all of the witnesses that sat there and watched this take place, they knew exactly what he was planning and did not alert authorities. So thank you for that. Man, oh my God. Wow. Yeah.
I just scrolled a updated timeline of media sources. Now some of them are starting to say racially motivated. That's about as far as they go.
That's the euphemism, racially motivated act of violence or violent act. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being a white supremacist domestic terrorist attack. You know, that's how the media softens it up. I just posted a picture where they had his family, they all dressed in the same damn pajama outfit, but they're not going to highlight the part where does an 18-year-old get the money to buy an AR-15 or to buy army fatigue and body armor. All that stuff is not cheap. All that costs money. The parents should be held accountable for what that child done, because that child just turned 18 years old. They were well aware of what he was going to do or what he was capable of doing. So, yeah, we can't allow the media to spin this with their softening rhetoric, racial violence. Now, say what it was and what it is and what it has been for the last 400 years. And that's white supremacist Nazi attacks against American freedmen, domestic terrorist attacks. If you read his manifesto, which I read a couple pages of it, which is written, is just stupid. Their mentality is stupid. You know, his mentality talking about black people taking over European countries. First and foremost, this is our land. This is our homeland. You know what I'm saying? We was brought here. We was here. Whatever you want to say, this is ours. So it wasn't no takeover. It wouldn't be no takeover if you didn't mess with us where we was at. Point blank, period. But at the same time, though, in his manifesto, he's talking about their negative birth rate, this and that. That's God's punishment to them for being as wicked who they are. Cancerous to the earth. So don't blame it on us. Blame it on your own. But that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, we got to listen to what the media says and what they don't say. The same with these politicians, what they say and what they don't say. You know.
So I think we're gonna be waiting for a while though for the media to get on the same code that we on, because the media is owned by 5 or 6 different billionaires. I mean, not part of the media,
Murdoch
all of the
one
media.
of them.
So yeah. So yeah, we using one of the platforms the billionaire just bought. So they not going to ever really give us what we want. I think that's why the hashtag New Black Media is so important, and why content creators are important. Why we got to create our own content and get our own platforms so that we can get what we want to say out.
And I'll close with this real quick. All that we have witnessed, especially in our years of living and through studying history, we have realized that their experiment for a united American across racial lines is not possible. It's not going to happen. You have an 18-year-old boy. The damn boy was born in 2003. An 18-year-old who feels is strong enough that he felt to where he killed 10 people, innocent people, because of the racist rhetoric that this country allows to exist, the United States of America allows to exist, to where he felt passionate to go and take 10 people's lives. This is why we need a united nation. We need everybody to understand the Special Field Order 15, where we were in our own land and where we had true autonomy and agency or where we should have had true autonomy and agency over our production, over our places to live. This is why this is so needed. Special Field Order 15 would have made this crime right here not a crime if it was enforced. So we have to have enforcement, family. This right here is just another freaking example of why the United States government has failed time after time. year after year, the American freedmen, and being truly free in a country that they built. Peace.
Thank you for that. We got Miss Avery who's up to speak.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak again. I just wanted to say that we have to be careful of how they spin this, because now what it is they see that Black people are angered by what just happened upstate New York. So now what they're going to do is put a political spin behind this to try to get more Black people at the polls. So, I know I said this in the last chat, but this is another way for them to spin the political agenda to get more Black people at the polling stations. So I think I will not be voting for these people this year. I haven't been voting for them in the past couple of years. I'm going independent. I'm changing my party. That's all I have to say for right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a space a couple weeks ago talking about removing ourselves from the Democrat Party and registering as independents in mass. Like, quite literally, 22% of Joe Biden's vote came from Black Americans. He could not win without us. They cannot win without the Black vote. We should be out tomorrow. You can do it online. Change your registration. Vote as an independent person. These parties mean us no good. They mean us nothing but harm. Absolutely. 1,000%.
Yo, you're absolutely right. Yo, I learned something yesterday that I did not know. 41% of white women vote for whatever the voting bloc is. Let's say it's conservatives, for instance. 41% white women. White women are the biggest voting bloc. Bigger than white men, bigger than Black men, bigger than Black women, bigger than Latino. White women are the controlling vote in America for everything. So if it's anti-Black, well, white women. If it's pro-Black, for some reason, whatever, it's white women. That's very rare, but whatever it is, like Obama, white women. So it's like wild that white women hold this fucking swing power to do what the fuck they want to do in this country, and more or less they go right with the whole racist agenda that has been going on since the beginning. But don't ever mistake it and just put all your vitriol and point at white men, because they are not the number one voting bloc in this country. It's white women.
You know what? They are the majority, but that's why I'm creating a Black party. We are the decision maker. We are the deciding vote. See, we think because it's less of us, we don't have weight, but we do. We are the deciding vote. And just like you said, I'm actually a registered Republican, but I'll change to an independent. I think it's a good idea. We are the deciding vote, and I can't stress that enough.
Register as a freedman. We got the freedman represented right here on stage. Represent as American freedom. Freedmen, neither one of them party has our best interest at heart. We need to become their voting bloc.
Yeah, I wanna follow up with the fact that yes, white women are the number one demographic in the country. They have the most population.
32 million of us that are eligible voters. The last election was decided by a mere 7 million votes. So we could easily decide local and state elections as well as presidential elections.
I hear you, but you know how I feel.
But just imagine what we can do on the state level.
Yeah, you know how I feel about the national level. Man, so yeah, I'm with you, Freedman Party. I can't see it from a national level anymore. I don't see it. So,
anyway,
but yeah,
I found the dude's manifesto. It's 180 pages. I've been going through it. Shit is crazy. He says he's sane and everything. And he just says a lot of things that, are taken directly from like white supremacist talking points, essentially. So we gotta nail this dude with the hate crime, and I would call it a lynching, but fucking Bobby Rush and Biden fucked that up with their lame ass Emmett Till bill that made lynching 30 years max or a fine.
Yes, sir. And of course, that was by intention, because if we understand the left, the right, two sides of a coin, two wings of a bird, they work together. So just as much as we are anticipating these criminal acts, these atrocities are going to increase, they anticipate it because they have all of the data to understand that is going to increase. So we really can look at Biden as he's just towing the line of white supremacy when he does something like that, for sure. State Power, you're up. Would you like to add to the discussion tonight?
Yeah, thank you guys. I've been traveling all day, and I've been seeing bits and pieces on the news, so I haven't really. I'm kind of a little out of the loop about what's kind of going on, but from what I do understand, it's tragic, and so I just want to see. We have someone in the room that wants to speak, and I
see what it is exactly that he might want to add to the conversation. So I wanted to see if that was okay with Black Majority. I think his name's Austin. I want to see what he has to say.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I can't see anybody who wants to come up to speak. So and every time I collapse the room, I see that there's 7 or 8 people who want to speak. So if you see people that want to speak, please bring them up, because I can't see them anymore.
Okay, perfect. I'll do that right now.
Yeah, we have a Victoria Zink. She would like to speak.
Okay, and before she speaks, let me say this. Like, we're going to give grace to the people who are from that community, who can give us information about that community. If anybody does anything that even appears to be disrespectful, I'm going to kick them from the room. So let's just kind of understand what's going on here. But if they are from that community and they can give us insight into what's going on up there, then we want to give them the chance to speak. So Victoria can go first, and then Austin can go after Victoria.
Thank you very much. I was actually very nervous to come into this room, and I just want to say thank you so much for having a space like this and for allowing me to speak. I've sat in this room and just listened, and my heart is so heavy. I really want to say something, and I really don't know what to say. I can't pretend that I understand the heartbreak and the I really don't even know the word. Frustration is not powerful enough. I just want y'all to know that I have a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old boys, and I just hope that there is a part of all of you that realize that not every white person feels this way. There is so much hatred in this world right now, and I just I hope and pray that people do realize that there are people that are really seriously trying to understand and reach out. And personally, I am trying very hard to teach my boys that we are all just meant to love one another. And I know some of y'all might just laugh about that, thinking, oh, the stupid white girl, whatever. And I hope that's not the case. I just felt compelled to to say I am sorry for the hurt and the pain that you all feel, and just know that it is felt by others as well. So thank you so much for letting me talk, and I really do appreciate it and appreciate this space. And I am so sorry for all of the people that lost their lives today, and so sorry for the ones that had to witness all of that. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. What we would ask you to do is to get the information so that you do understand, and do more in your community to call out people who harbor this hatred inside of them, because we know and we understand that this is rampant in many white communities. It's the uncle, it's the grandfather, it's the coworker. It goes on. We need you to take care of your community. That's the best thing you can do. Call it out every chance you get. Austin, you can go.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I didn't have too much to add, but I did want to say, like, obviously I don't know anyone from that specific community, but anything like this is terrible. And I've never like been in an event like that or had anyone in an event like that, so obviously I don't know what they're feeling or what they're going through. So but this is a terrible event. And in times like this, like you say, I'm not gonna. It is in our community, like, and me being 22, I'm sure you guys know it's not like she said, it's not everybody, but it tends to be our older generations, for obvious reasons. And I'm sure, you guys can kind of see, we're like you say, we need to hold people accountable, and I think we're on the right trajectory and we're on the right path, because I see as the generations are getting younger and younger, our cultures are beginning to they're mixing more and more, and people, like, there's just more love everywhere. Like, people's mindsets are changing, people's minds are more open. Like me, like, I'm on the same boat. I'm an independent. Like, I grew up with everyone telling me, you're a Republican, this is what you do. But a lot of this stuff doesn't make sense, right? A lot of stuff on the right doesn't make sense. A lot of stuff on the left doesn't make sense. But if I talk to someone and they can't pick one thing that they don't like from either side, then I know I have to take that with a grain of salt. And at the end of the day, I always try to. I'm like a Christian, and I always try to tell people, like, at the end of the day, I always think of like my neighbor. So I don't even think of like people across America. For me, I think of like, who's on my side is like my neighbor. Like, if I need something, like, I can go ask my neighbor for like some groceries, or if someone in my family had a heart attack, like, it's my neighbor that's gonna help me. You know what I mean? And like, we're all children of God at the end of the day, descendants from the Garden of Eden in modern day Iraq. So that's how I think of it. That's really how I think of it at the end of the day. And I really just go back to that.
Okay, thank you, Austin, for that. Same thing. You are of the younger generation. This was a very young child, who is an adult, obviously, because he's 18 years old. I don't care if he was 15. They need to treat him like an adult. We are sick of seeing these white men, especially, attack our communities, and then during the arrest, they are treated as if they just, jaywalked across the street. They are not treated the way we are treated when we're pulled over for a traffic stop or some other minute situation. But thank you for speaking, and we really, really, really need you as a young white male in this country who says you are a Christian to do more You know the racism exists. Call it out. Let people know you won't tolerate it. Let your friends and family know you will not tolerate it. Amaru came up, man. You're more than welcome to speak.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you allowing me to speak, man. I just want to say to the white Americans to come up on this stage, don't come up on their stage gaslighting us, acting as if, we should all love one another, this and that. Yeah, that's fine and dandy, but you know where the hate is coming from. It's coming from your household. So you need to teach your household how to love one another and love others outside of that household. So don't come up on this stage and try to tone police us either on how we speak and how we feel. We just witnessed a savage attack on innocent people, on grandmothers, children. An idiot rolled up from the suburbs where he headed out just to shoot and kill innocent American freedmen. So if you want to come up on this stage and if you want to speak to the topic, speak to the topic. But the gaslighting, the tears, the fake tears, we don't need none of that. We don't want none of that. What we're demanding is accountability from this government. And if you want to demand it also with us, then do that. But don't come up on here stage and gaslight us with this foolishness. Hope we don't feel that way. You can't don't tone police us. That's the problem now. Y'all telling us how we should feel, how we shouldn't feel. When you start going through tragedies like this year after year for centuries, then you can speak on how we should and how we shouldn't feel. But until then, learn how to be respectful. That's all I want to say, bro.
I appreciate that. And thank you for that. Absolutely. We have this movement person. Oh, this person is an immigrant. I just don't want to hear from this person right now. So we're just not gonna do that tonight. I see Miss Afro Puff is up here. You haven't had a chance to speak, and we got Terrell Black, who also has been up here but hasn't spoken. So, if Miss Afro Puff would like to go first, and then Terrell Black can go second, that'd be great. Okay, let's not be shy. Terrell Black or Afro Puff, you guys have a mic, and I want to give you the opportunity to speak. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Terrell.
Yo, peace and blessings, Black family. All I wanted to say was I did want to definitely double down on what the brother Amaru Freeman, you know what I'm saying, said. Like, as far as the white folks that's coming to the stage speaking for, about how they feel and everything, that's all fine and dandy. We appreciate that, but we'll appreciate it more, if you do something to hold your people accountable. This shit right here, it's getting ridiculous. And there's a lot of Black folks that need to understand this is not a time to be fearful. This is a time to where we need to do what, like the brother Professor Blacktrue said, we need to have our power tools at all times. We need to have our power tools, and we need to utilize our intelligence as a Black people and stop allowing bullshit like this to happen. Everybody got their purpose. Everybody gonna do what they choose. But ultimately, just remember, it is a war going on. And it's not going to be the first time, and it's not going to be the last time. So we need to get on code, and we need to make some shit happen our damn selves.
Thank you for that, Mr. Terrell. If Miss Afro Puff would like to speak.
Hi, good evening. I've been listening, and I earlier y'all asked for someone who was from Buffalo. I was waiting for someone to come on. I've lived off and on in Buffalo. My parents are from there. I have a lot of cousins there. I had a cousin text me to tell me what happened as soon as she found out earlier today. I have a childhood friend who's a manager of Tops, and I'm hoping and praying that it was not that one on Jefferson and Bailey. I was going to text her, but I was too fearful. I don't want to know.
I'm sorry to. Yeah, it was Jefferson. That is the street, and I mean, I don't want to give you no bad news, but that is the street. Jefferson is the street.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping. I didn't hear from any other cousins to tell me, because they know her, and they know that we're childhood friends, and they haven't said anything to me, that it was her, but they may not know yet themselves. I could contact her, but I'm just fearful. I'm not ready for any bad news, especially if, for the way the type of weapon that he used, the type of damage that it can cause. I'll see what happens later today, It's already Sunday. But I lived in East Buffalo. I didn't know what any kind of details y'all wanted to know about that part of the city. I can share it. I'm there at least once a year visiting family. It has changed quite a bit. It was definitely kind of a mecca for Black folks from Alabama and Mississippi. That's mostly who migrated up there back in the 40s and 50s. It's kind of like a little Detroit, actually. It used to have General Motors. General Motors is still there, but doesn't make like the full production of cars that it used to. Chrysler was there, and Bethlehem Steel was there, and that was the big employers. It's a blue collar town. And when those industries closed down, Bethlehem Steel closed down, Chrysler's gone. There's some work at General Motors. Like a third of the city left. It's depressing when I go up there to visit and drive through that part of town, East Buffalo, eastern part of Buffalo. It's just like it's empty. It's not how I'm in my 50s, so I grew up there off and on through the 70s, 80s. So I remember how it was. The people, it's like a third degree of separation of how the people know each other. You either went to school with somebody, mother, cousin, brother, sister, there's some type of connection. So I'm sure that the people that were murdered today, I'm sure that my cousins are going to know somebody. It's just, it's really tragic. But I'll see if my friend, her name is Rosalie Bishop, if she's all right, because I do want to know. I was going to text her and I just couldn't do it today. Thank you.
Thank you for having the strength to come up here. Man, I want to send prayers to you and your family, everybody in that community.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Agree. I have to call it quits in about 5 minutes, but I think you should keep it going if you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it going. I'm not gonna end the space. So thank you for coming in, same time next week, of course. And hopefully we'll have learned a lot more, and we can post places we can contribute directly to the family. If Miss Afro Puff would be so kind to, if she is able and willing and up to the task of letting us know places that we can contribute directly to the family, that would be something that I think we all would appreciate. But yeah, so man, just stay safe, protect your family, of course.
Right. Yeah, I would just like to thank all the speakers that came on, and we had a great talk today, and I try to follow as many people as possible, and please follow me if you have a chance, and we'll try to see you guys next week. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, State Power, for bringing people up. There's some people I'm gonna just get rid of pretty quickly. We got to keep the room focused, and we don't want to have people who are going to kind of take away from what we're talking about here. But again, we want to invite people up to speak. I can only see 2 requests right now. I see that there is a rapper who's requesting, and I'm trying to figure out some information about this gentleman just so I can figure out what this is about. So yeah, no, I don't think we're going to do that. So yeah, let's clear this so other people can possibly come up to speak. We're just going to remove that person and move this person, but yeah. I know we've all faced, we've all lost loved ones. I hope that not too many people have lost loved ones in this manner. And certainly at the hands of the oppressor, the representation of the oppressor of our ancestors. I really, truly hope that no one in this room has had to deal with that. But again, I just want to send prayers to the family. So if anybody else would like to come up and speak, we have Nick Lizka. It's hard for me to pronounce that, but again, the room is about this event that occurred. We already have had a few white speakers in the room. As a matter of fact, we had a woman who's from Buffalo earlier in the space, and she's an attorney, and she was very gracious. She told us about the community. She really described the defunding, the divesting that has been going on in that part of Buffalo. So she was actually a really good speaker. I see Miss Pretty is up. Let me get her up here. So as was stated for the white speakers who do come up to speak, we definitely want to hear your condolences for what occurred if you do decide to come up to speak. And we do not want to tolerate any white tears and or gaslighting, I believe is the word was used. So let's just keep it to where we get a full understanding of your relationship, and if you are a white speaker and you want to come up and speak and talk about the racism that you see in your community and ways in which you can help to stop it, to call it out, to confront it, to help put an end to it, that is essentially would be your role going forward. It should have always been your role, but obviously if you're going to come up to speak, that's what we need from you. So where did she go? She was up and then she dropped down. So the space is kind of glitching a little bit. Let me see if I can find her again. No, I don't see her, but if she comes back in, okay, yeah, we have Miss Michelle. Miss Michelle Holmes is in the space, so let's let Miss Michelle speak.
Hi, everyone. I'm from Buffalo, New York. If there's anything you want to ask and you want to know about Buffalo, I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
Thank you for coming. I think I did send you an invite, and I think I reposted what you posted. So, first of all, my condolences to you and your family. We just got a description of the close-knit community there. And I don't want to take you through a question session. If there's anything that you would like to share, you have the microphone. We've been trying to just reread the story of some of the victims that have been posted online by certain family members, and just give them prayers and hold them up. And so if there's anything you would like to add, please feel free.
Okay, well, I just came in the room about maybe a half an hour ago, and I could just say the community right now, the Black community, is just very sad. They're angry. They really want justice for what happened, and basically is looking for ways to get some type of rectification for what happened.
Yeah, that is absolutely understandable. In the discussions that we have had, we certainly have been talking about self-defense. We've been talking about justice. We've certainly highlighted the fact that the FBI should have been aware, should have been tracking this individual, and should have been in a position to thwart this particular attack because of the distance traveled, because he has this online information data that I'm sure they're going to pour through now, but it's retroactive. It's after the fact. So you have a right to be angry. Of course, you have a right to be frustrated. I believe most of Black America feels your pain. Obviously, we can't feel it as much as you do, but we do want to share in that. And if there's any way that we can help, we talked about giving directly to the family. That's something that we really want to try to do over the next few days is figure out ways to give directly to the family, not any organizations or anything like that.
Yes, if there's anything I can do, you can contact me. Yeah, it's a very scary thing that happened. I actually was in that store a couple of days ago, and there's a lot of young people that work there. Everybody's, Black in the community. However, still is a lot of East Indian moving into the area, and a lot of Arab businesses, but it's still predominantly Black in that area. But my email is in my profile on Twitter if you want to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming up. I will send you a DM, and like I said, if there's any way we can help, I'm in groups. I'm posting every day, and there's a lot of people that want to reach out and help your community. So I'll try my best to get you in contact with as many people as we can.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so, man, this is so heavy. This is like, this weighs when it comes, this weighs hard. Man. I'd like to invite anybody up. I can't see people that want to speak. Certain people I'm not going to let speak just because I don't want the room to go in a different direction. I really wanted to keep the room on this topic. Here comes a request here. Okay. So this is a gentleman who lives on the East Coast. I do know that. So yeah, we got DJ Sedge one up to speak. You got the mic, brother.
Peace, Black Majority State. Hey, I just want to give all my condolences to the Black family up there in Buffalo. Peace to my Buffalo soldiers up there. Hold your head. And Black folks, like I'm constantly yelling at the women in my family, go get your gun license, man. Stop playing, carry that thing on you, and keep your eye on your 12, 3, 6, and your 9. That's military for up, down, left, right, front, or back of you, all that. You know what I mean? Just keep our eye open, man. Peace.
Yeah, thank you for that. This coward who committed this atrocity, unfortunately, was prepared for the event of, the good guy with the gun. And there was a good guy with the gun. He was the security guard. He was a former police officer, an elderly Black gentleman. I want to say his name because he really is truly a hero. He lost his life. He sacrificed his life trying to protect the people inside of his store. And thanks to Shepard for putting that in the jumbotron. But I do want to say his name. I believe they said his son is the one who posted it, but his name was Aaron Salter. Aaron Salter. He was a former police officer and wanted to be active in his community and again protect the people in his community. So he sacrificed. He lost his life in this event. So, man.
Blabber, a really crazy thing is a part of his manifesto. He understood that up here in Buffalo, New York, that they weren't allowed to carry a high-powered magazine or anything like that because of the gun restrictions there. And so he said that's another reason why he chose that area, because he knew that he would be able to outgun those people in that area. You see how they use the Second Amendment against us, mostly in the city areas with these gun restrictions, this and that. They're making us sitting ducks in our own home.
Yes, sir. We are sitting ducks. I mean, a soft target such as this, man. Yeah. I'm struggling for words here, people out here. I'll be honest, because I don't, I have so much anger in me, and everything I do is to advocate, to try to protect as many Black Americans as I can. I talk to my family about it, and I'm sure we all get some pushback here and there. My family supports me, of course. I just had my brother, he's in Texas. He's like, man, look, whenever you go to Delaware, let me know about it. I'm ready to make the move too. So, we spend a lot of time in this space talking about how can we protect our citizens, how can we protect Black Americans, and the way that I see it, and the way that many of us are really, really starting to understand the way that this country is designed, the way it's set up, the way it's structured, is we need to have authority at all levels of government. And that's the local government, that's the small towns, the bigger towns, the cities. We need to have the counties, and ultimately reinforce the state. Because in this situation, we all agree the FBI should have been aware, should have been monitoring this individual, should have had their eyes on this individual, and likely may have had their eyes on this individual, but they did nothing to stop it. As Mr. Amaru spoke eloquently about the fact that how did this kid get this weapon? How did he get this body armor? Parents who are upper middle class based on the career path that they seem to be on, access to funds. You know, we can't stop everything. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm talking about a utopia, that we would live in a bubble. But we talk about every week establishing a state-based intelligence agency that can monitor these type of terrorists in their online activity, their online safe spaces, if you will, so that we can be aware. You know, this person was broadcasting, so there's people in the room watching it happen, knowing it was about to happen, and they did nothing. As far as we know, they did nothing. They didn't reach out to the authorities. They didn't reach out to the parents. They didn't. Living in a state where we have the authority at every level of government, and we have real representation at the federal level. We practice our Second Amendment rights. Our police officers, our sheriffs are actively always on the lookout for individuals such as this who give us a greater level of protection. It'll be far more protection than we ever had in this country. It is necessary, it is mandatory that we move our strategy quickly in this direction. Miss Michelle talked about, and we talk about this a lot in these spaces, these foreign immigrants are coming into Black communities and they're opening up stores. They're parasites on the Black community. They see us as a cash cow. They're not there to come alongside us, to help us defend our community from outsiders. They're coming to profit off of us. That's it. And once they drain enough resources from us, they're gonna, and more than likely they already live in the white part of town. They're gonna take their money somewhere else. They're not investing in the community. They're pulling resources out of the community. Mr. FBA Swag came up to speak. FBA Swag, you got it. If you want to unmute your mic, you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, my name D. I'm from Long Beach, man. But I just wanted to tap in and basically say, you know, we constantly, you know, we asking for protection. I'm a little out of breath. I was messing with this punching bag over here, my bad. But you know, we asking for protection and stuff like that. And you know, at the end of the day, you know, we know the feds and all. I think they're all complicit with it. You know what I mean? They're all complicit. This is why they don't blow the whistle or they don't deter these type of cataclysmic situations that take place. You know, when it do. You know, when it come down to us, you know, they always thwart it, or you know what I mean. I don't know. I just don't understand like why we steadily asking for protection when you know, at the end of the day they're all complicit. They're all running as one. So it's just up to us. You know, it's like basically the whole world is against FBA, you know, Black Americans. You know, and that's just what I feel, man. So I'm gonna lay my plane like that. Peace.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are all in agreement with those statements. DJ Sedge one.
Hey, yeah, peace to the brother FBA Swag. Since you out there on the Cali West Side, you know, black majority state, talking about, you know, all of us migrating back to the South. So I got some folk out there in California. They saying, you know, we won't be able to afford to, you know, just up and leave. I understand that it takes money to move, but do you got any brothers and sisters and family out there that's really thinking about mass migrating back here East Coast, considering that, you know, California seems like it's being taken over by immigrants of all races, and ADOS, FBA, Freeman, we just being gentrified out of our neighborhoods, whether it be over there on the West Coast, you know, up here in the Northeast. You know what I mean? Seems like, you know, black majority state definitely got the right idea, but I understand as well it's a money thing. So you ever thought about that coming from the West Coast?
Oh man. Am I still on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go for it.
Hey man, hey, that's a trip that you said that, bro, because I'm like, man, I gotta get the hell up out of California. You know what I mean? It's a trip. You said that a lot of black folks, I found out later, is actually moving out of California. You know what I mean? Because I've been talking about like moving like to Texas or, you know, somewhere like that. You know, and then I've been just inquiring and asking around. I'm finding out a lot of people is actually moving out. You know what I mean? Moving towards the South and Arizona, you know, different spots like that. Because it's crazy out here, man. It's like you got people out here from countries you never even heard of before, riding around, you know, driving and making money, doing this and doing that. You know what I mean? Off the backs of us. You feel what I mean? So that's some real talk that you said that, man. Yeah, you know, I just got to get my you know, my kid's mother on board and everything like that, because I can't just bounce to just, you know, like my folks and all that. So, but yeah, most definitely, man, I've been on that. So yeah, good looking out for that.
Yeah, all day on that. So you know, the same thing you just said, you know, it's been happening over here on the East Coast for at least, you know, I'm 42. I'm up here in the Brick City, bro, North, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've been seeing that all my life. So it's like, you know, everybody else own everything except for us, and they hire their own peoples, and, you know, they completely ostracize us out the game, not just from, you know, everyday life, or maybe like working in a corner grocery store or you know, somewhere, you know, a hospital, maybe even.
Basic
you know,
shit, bro.
Yeah, basic stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they take our wave and our swag and just copy it and don't even try to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Compensate us for anything. So it's like, you know, what the heck is we doing? You know, it seems like and I know I always argue with black majority state. You know, I feel like I'm stuck in Jersey, you know, and this is where I'm from. It's hard for me to pick up and leave, but the more we see this shit happening, it's like, nah, you know something? We gotta go. We gotta be around each other more, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To watch each other's back from the enemy from, you know, within or whatever the case be, man. And it's like, you know, so I guess the only argument to land my plane, since you was thinking about that, you know, you're gonna have to get on your grind now and do your job and say, hey, look, man, I'm about to find 10 families. We about to get the hell up out of here, go buy some land somewhere, man. You know what I mean?
Man.
That's the way for right now and shit, you know what I mean?
Man, yeah, that's a good idea, bro. I appreciate that, for real, for real. You know, out here, man, to keep it $150 with you, bro, it's like this. Out here, it's like, see, the gang culture out here, man, is, you know what I'm saying? You know, I got a street background, whatever the case might be, but like the gang culture out here, man, it's like, it's so rampant. And dude, it ain't you're gonna be hard pressed, man, to kind of find people that's on that. You know what I mean? I got a couple of homeboys who I shared the documentary Hidden Colors with. You know what I mean? Just laced them on a couple of things, and it woke them up. Thankfully, you get what I mean. So, but other than that, man, you know, it's gonna be a lot of due diligence for me to like really be on that. You know, to find like 10 families and stuff like that. It's practical, realistic, and it's beneficial too. But you know, it's just gonna have to be some work put in. You know what I mean? Because there ain't too many. I mean, it's people on code out here, but it's too few and far in between. You get what I mean? Everybody is all over the place type of thing. That's why a lot of people is moving out, because the way they got everything is so diluted. You know, there's no black community, no nothing. It's everybody from everywhere else out here. It's like it's trash, bro. For real. I ain't gonna even front. You know what I mean? But yeah, again, thank you for that idea, though, man. That's a great idea, and I'm gonna definitely utilize that, though. You know, it's practical and it can't be done, so I'm gonna push the line for that, bro. What's your name, bro?
You talking DJ Sejuan?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, my bad. My sometimes this microphone be getting stuck on the tablet with that glass layer I got on it. It's hard to tap it sometimes. But now my name's Sejuan, bro. I'm over here in the bricks, man. You know, let's connect. Hit me up. You know, we'll talk about it because I got ideas and I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you know, our people are hard headed. We don't like to listen. You know, you got an idea. You try to express it like Black Majority State saying about mass migrating back. You know what I mean, and to the South. Guess what, man? You know, I understand that only 144,000 moving on every day. So it's just like Black State said, we just able to pluck one dude, one woman out of each household. We could take over Delaware, yo. You know what I'm saying? What's up? You know what I mean? That's really all of what it is. Just find the people that's like-minded like you and like the rest of us here in the chat. And you could build your squad up because that's what I'm about. Team exercise building. You feel what I'm saying? But we'll talk about that.
Yeah. That's that warrior spirit, bro. That's all. I got a warrior spirit, man. So I'll be on some other shit. So we'll chop it up though, bro. Yeah.
Okay, I posted in the Jumbotron. Man, another grandmother, man. Like another grandmother. Beautiful Black woman. 86-year-old Ruth Whitfield, the mother of the former Buffalo Fire Commissioner, was a victim of this attack. Another beautiful Black grandmother, 86 years old. Man. She was the mother to 4 children. Man, okay, so this says my mother was the consummate mom. Mother was a mother to the motherless. She was a blessing to all of us. She loved God and taught us to do the same thing. There's a picture of her with her son, who was the fire commissioner. She'd take my brother and I to football practice twice a day sometimes. She never missed a game. And that was just us. She did that kind of thing for all of the children. Man, these were God's angels, you know? Like, come on, man. Wow. There.
Yeah, man, that's God's angels. That's the devil, man. You know what I mean? Coming to, it's a spiritual warfare too. You know what I mean? So.
Yes, sir. Nothing but a devil. He should have been put down in the middle of the street.
Come on, man. That's what I'm talking about. My condolences too to the family, to the friends, to the close ones, to those people who lost their lives out there, man. My condolences for real, sincerely. But that's an issue that I have too. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm from out here in California, and I mean, you know, it's constant shootings, constant killings, or whatever the case might be. But when it comes down to it, you know, where everybody with the rah-rah? You know what I mean? It's like it's a different type of thing. So You know, that's one thing that I don't understand. I mean, you got some, you know, but it's not enough. Like, you know, it's like, come on now. I mean, I'm not advocating anything for the record. Okay, for the record, I'm not advocating anything, but you know, what's understood don't need to be explained. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic, man, because yeah. But I appreciate you having me on this platform too, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, man. Thank you for your words. Yeah, there was an exchange of gunfire, but it just in this particular situation, it wasn't enough. The police showed up to preserve his life, not the victims. You know, State Power. If there's anybody else that's trying to come up, if you could see them, I can't see them. If anybody else is trying to come up, I thought I saw 2 more people when I closed the link, but I can't see anybody.
I'm gonna get them up here. I just want to, I want to speak on, the situation. It's a heavy conversation today, and I've been in and out of airports for the last couple of days with my new job, and so I've kind of gotten bits and pieces of what's going on today, and the more I hear, the more saddened I am. So I definitely wanted to express my condolences about what's going on. I did want to, share a little bit of a personal experience, and it gives me more, perspective about our situation within the United States. And I'm speaking with someone, a new coworker, I guess, at a bar at the airport. And I just noticed that, I'd like to talk about history. I'm kind of a history buff. And I noticed when I'm talking about certain history, everything seems to be fine. The conversation seems to be, it seems to be acceptable and under their eyes, I guess. But once I start to express who I am truly as a Black American and my beliefs about how this country is and racism in this country, you start to see the vitriol and the disrespect from the so-called dominant society. They're with you to a certain extent, but they're not always. They're not in our corner, and so I talk about well, why don't we go back to the South as Black Americans? Because I think that's I use this analogy that it's okay to live in the same house and not in the same room, right? And so we can be in the United States of America. It's okay. But we don't have to necessarily live in the same room. And when I say room, I'm talking about the same state. We don't necessarily have to live in the same state. We don't get along. We don't have the same values, right? We definitely don't have the same values, and we don't see things the same way. And when and as I'm starting to look through social media at some of these conversations about this tragedy, you certainly see that we don't have the same values, because a lot of people, they're like, well, what about the guy in the subway in New York? He didn't get killed. And it's like they're totally missing the point. They're not understanding exactly what's going on. And so this individual that I'm having a conversation with, she says, well, how come we can't just all live? Why can't we just all, this white person, I'll just be blunt, why can't we all just live in the same, environment and be all happy and whatever? But then when I mentioned reparations, the disrespect just totally came out. It was like, I'm not even asking you to pull money directly out of your pocket. You're talking about why we can't live, as a, why we can't live all rosy and all these things, but you get really angry when I even mention reparations, and when I mention anything like this tragedy today, you want to blame the victims instead of the terrorists. Yet you want us to live in the same environment. We don't have the same values. And so, before I pass the mic off, I'm here in California, and I want to move to the South. And I urge all Black Americans to do these three things: to register as an independent, to start the migration to the Southern United States, and to get your concealed carry or your weapon that you need for the Second Amendment, because we don't have the same values, and we have to protect our interests, our kids, our families, and our people. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you very, very much for that. That's the last line is it. That is where we need to be. That is how we have to think. That is what we have to do. That is the strategy. That is the plan. It must get into motion. Like, there is just nothing else for us to do other than remaining scattered, divested, gentrified, pushed out, marginalized, oppressed, captive. I mean, this is endless oppression, endless terrorism that is only going to accelerate. It's already accelerating. DJ Sejuan.
Yeah, peace again, bro. So, to piggyback off of what you just said right there, and I guess state power. I think the person you was talking about in the subway, which one situation was that you was talking about? The brother that they actually arrested him after he assaulted I think like an Asian person or something like that. I think he was a Black immigrant. I don't know if he was Black American or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I understand, but the person, I just saw a random post, whenever the post came up today about how come this terrorist didn't get gunned down by authorities. The rebuttal to that was, how come the guy in New York didn't get gunned down? And I just find that very fascinating. That's the go-to. Like, their mindset is so weird and it's so warped. I don't understand why more people don't see this. We gotta wake up.
Yeah, let me explain the difference between the two situations. So that gentleman, he entered a plea of not guilty. I saw that on the timeline earlier today, I believe. He was sitting in a McDonald's. He had called the police on himself. When the police arrived, they did not recognize him. They were not looking for a gentleman of his stature. He had to say, "Excuse me, I believe I'm the person you're looking for." In comparison, this terrorist, there were bodies outside of the supermarket. As soon as he got out of his vehicle, he was active. Immediately. I don't believe he took 2 steps and started murdering innocent Black women. There was massive gunfire. He came out, he put his pistol up to his own throat while being surrounded by the police. The situations are not even remotely close under any circumstances. He was an active shooter with a weapon in his hand.
The interesting thing about that is the post that the post that I saw, the people that actually posted this, their skin color was Black. And so what does that mean? I don't know. Are they Black Americans? I doubt it. The people that are posting this type of stuff just seem so ridiculous that it's like, are these robots? Are these bots? Are these white people impersonating as Black Americans, or are these immigrants because I can't think of a single Black American who would even make that connection or even try to make that argument, based off of what I've seen. And I've barely, like I said, I've seen bits and pieces of this just going in and out of airports on the TV and through my phone. And that guy deserved to be put down immediately, like a dog, period.
Immediately. He had a weapon in his hand. Like, come on.
Yeah. So with that being said, state power and Black majority, I feel like, being where I'm from, these people know exactly. This is all like pre-planned, systematic shit. You know what I mean? Because like you said, you should have laid waste to his ass, sent him to the shadow realm, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't no coming back after what you did. Dylan Roof, like, come on, you taking this joker to Burger King, dog. You can't. They having it their way. You feel what I'm saying? That's why I tell my people, when you be around these people, you got to be cautious, man. You know what I mean? I don't really deal with too many of my white homies. I got love for them, but I love them from a distance, bro, because they don't understand what it is I understand. You feel me? And I've been explaining this shit to them for a long time, well before George Floyd situation or whatever situation. You know what I mean? It's time for us to be amongst ourselves and just get away from everybody, man. That shit is clear, and it doesn't matter if, I understand, the moving back to the South, but if you got to stay where you're at, y'all better start fucking grouping up. You know what I'm saying? And clicking together, growing some damn food, stockpiling some fucking ammo, and getting busy working out and exercising, because, this shit is getting way too fucking real, and it's been real. We've been asleep on some real shit, but I've been looking, man. I feel like I'm in the Matrix sometimes. I feel like I'm fucking Neo, you know what I mean? But not even to say it in that way, but that's the way it looked like on the surface, you know what I mean? So get with your fellow Black American brothers and sisters, y'all, and start doing what the hell y'all got to do, man.
Absolutely. Miss Avery had her hand up, and then Demise would go after Miss Avery.
No, I just wanted to follow behind state power and you, and just say that he needs to be fed to the wolves ASAP. He don't deserve to have any more breath in his body. He deserves to be extinguished. Feed his ass to the damn wolves. Sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Demise. Yeah, Mr. Demise, you might have to unmute your mic. You just hit the little mic on button. There you go.
Okay. I just wanted to chime in on, that black guy committing that crime in the subway in New York. I'm from New York. No one commits crime. No Black American, no foundational Black American is committing crimes against Asian or any other groups of people. So basically what these law enforcement, they do, the NYPD, they pay these mentally ill Black people and these these tethers to commit these crimes, and then they clicked in with the media to promote we're committing crimes against Asian, to just create laws to bring back stop and frisk and these other laws that harm Black people. So they're paying these people to commit some of these crimes. So just don't look at it at the surface level. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for that. In a lot of spaces, a lot of posts, a lot of people are really on to that. We've seen images of the same gentleman in a lot of those, physical attacks. So people are really calling that out. Thank you for also being able to call that out. We got Brandon Perry who came up to speak.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We are good.
One thing I wanted to address immediately, everybody's speaking about, when stuff like that happen, when white people attack Black communities, how the natural instinct is for them to be taken out immediately. We have to remember the police, law enforcement, everybody, they're still infiltrated by racists. So if you're a racist on the force, which we all know they're still there in several departments across America, you're not going to immediately draw down on someone that maybe looks like you, maybe have the same ideology as you. That's going to be your ally. You may even get a wink from one of those officers, or a head nod, in silence for someone that supports what these people are doing. So that's the first thing that, I just want everybody to realize is that, yes, someone that looks like me, someone looks like you, yes, we're going to be taken down immediately, no questions asked. I mean, there's been several, I live in Alabama, there's been several occasions where there's been, I guess you could say, a mass shooting threat, if you will, and the cops killed the wrong person because they seen a black guy running, and they shot him because they thought he was a mass shooter in the mall. You guys may have heard about it. It happened on Thanksgiving Eve, I think, maybe 3 or 4 years ago here in Birmingham. So that's the first thing I want to address is that many people aren't gonna just attack the shooter if they look like them, if they maybe carry the same ideology and have the same, hey, well, I can't write a manifesto because I'm a police officer, or I can't, just drive my car up to a grocery store and gun someone down because I'm a firefighter. Like they're gonna give passes to people that think like them. Another thing I wanted to speak about briefly, people, if you can. If you have young children, young sons, young daughters, please educate them with gun safety as soon as you can. Simply because I'm in the gun community pretty heavily. I support the 2A, and I know there's a lot of gray areas in that about the original origin of the Constitution. Things here and there. That's a whole different conversation. But I would like to tell people to get their sons and daughters into training as soon as possible, simply because white people are doing it with their sons and daughters. When I go to the shooting range, it's nothing for me to see a white kid, 6 or 7 years old, dad out there teaching them how to shoot an AR. Nothing at all. But when you get that same kind of thing in a black community, for number one, it's going to be looked down upon your peers, because the stigma in our community is, oh, guns are bad, guns kill black people, guns do this, guns do that. So you get the negative attention when other black people see your son or daughter around guns, because they're immediately associated with deaths. And, it's kind of natural because, unfortunately, a lot of black people do die to gun violence. So we don't teach the gun education. We just kind of harp on the gun violence. And one thing that white people are doing with their kids, they're immediately teaching them about gun education and gun safety and even gun training. It's some white kids that can shoot out there. Like I said, I go to the range pretty often. It's some white kids that can shoot out there. If the world come to it where they say, the crap hits the fan, as they say, man, I guarantee you, man, it's going to be some doggone 9-year-olds that's out there that's going to be plinking something down. Just put it like that. So I really do just implore black people to get their kids more into just firearm safety, training and things like that. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing for young black kids to be around guns, because immediately everybody just assumes that it's something that's irresponsible if you're an adult or a parent that allows your children to be around guns. I think I had one more topic, but it escapes me, so that's going to be my only topic for the moment. I may chime in, I guess, a little while later if somebody has any questions. But that's all for tonight, man. Appreciate the conversation. Great topic. Been listening for several hours. A lot of great speakers coming on. I think this was it. Okay, yeah, one other thing. And I can't even honestly say I'm a part of this group, but I heard one guy mention several hours ago, there's like 10% of people that's going to actually get down and do something. You know what I'm saying? And oftentimes when you see the police shootings, I sometimes say the same thing. You know, I'm like, man, we can't take this no more. We can't do this. We can't do that. In my opinion, man, it seems like we say the same thing every time. Like if you take each shooting that's happened yesteryear or even yesterday, every one that happens, we say, all black people, we got to come together. We got to come together. We got to come together. And we basically turn page after page after page and never get to the end of the book. It's like we have the key points that we want to talk about, but like a few people said earlier, we don't have that 10% that's going to come and get it done, man. And one of the things is, and I don't know how you do it. I don't think you do it. I think we're so, as black people, we're so ingrained in our own culture and violence is that we don't realize it. But man, you think of the black people that die on a day-to-day basis on these streets, man, like, and you say, okay, well, you're throwing away your life anyway. Go ahead and do it for quote unquote good use, you know? Do something that's going to mean something to the black community instead of killing another black person. And again, I know, you know, people watching, people listening, and so, you know, it is what it is. But I wish at some points we could get these people off the streets that's doing violence against us and be like, hey, man, if you really want to throw your life away, like legit, like really throw your life away, do it something that's going to mean something to black people instead of doing something because you was in a club and dude talked to your girl or a drug deal gone bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, do it for something that may have a future or historical, and I don't know, I hate even saying that because it sounds like I'm, you know, going there and I'm really not, but again, that 10% needs to come out. And again, I'll just be honest, hey, I might even be a part of that 10%, you know, because the things society puts on you, and I know I'm kind of long-winded, so I'll go ahead and wrap this up, but the thing society puts on you, especially black people, is that, oh crap, man, you know, you're lucky enough to get this job. You're lucky enough to get this. You know, it's already ingrained in you. You're lucky enough to have this. You're not going to want to be caught on the street protesting and holding up signs because you're worried about losing your job, having a record, having somebody over you come to you and say, okay, Mr. Perry, well, I see you on the street. Well, that's against company policy. We got to let you go. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that stuff, it's ingrained. It's a system. It's systematic, man. It's there. It is what we live in. And it's another tool that they use to control us without even physically controlling us, you know? So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. And like I said, if anybody want to rebut or have any more comments, I'll be open to discuss. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting my mic to operate. So you being in Alabama is a state that we know we can develop black majority voter rule over. We can bring in enough black people to establish a 60% voter majority, which will give us the opportunity to govern that state. And we need people that are already in those states, especially in those states, to become advocates for black Americans who do not currently live in a state such as yours, like Alabama. All across the Midwest, all across the upper Northeast, California, we need the people, Texas, Florida, we need the black Americans who do not live in the southeastern United States. We need them to start filling up those states so that we can create protection, so we can change the system so that our youth have opportunity, they have contracts, they have the proper education, because the reality is our youth are miseducated. Someone earlier talked about, you know, they learn about George Washington from the first grade or whatever the case may be. You know, that's by intentional design. We need a black American focused education curriculum to put pride in our youth so that they have pride at a very young age, an extremely young age. All of these systems can be taken over, but we have to get majority rule. We need majorities in these states. This is the way that we develop protection. This is the way that we develop prosperity. Remaining scattered across the country, let me say this. Post-Civil War, Reconstruction, there were 3 states where we had majority black population: South Carolina, Louisiana, and I'm not sure if it's Mississippi or Alabama, but it's one of those other states. In Louisiana, there were 2 black lieutenant governors. They each became governor for a month due to whatever circumstances happened to the white governor. They developed a domestic terror campaign to force us out of the South because they knew we had the numbers. They knew we were the majority population. They intentionally pushed us to scatter us, to weaken us politically. And we have been suffering ever since. There was a gentleman from South Carolina, and he was accurate. He said that the strongest remained in the South, and that's not to call anybody else weak. My family migrated to the North. We're originally from the North Carolina area. When I go back to the late 1890s, I've located our family in North Carolina. However, Frederick Douglass was totally against us leaving the South, and he was very clear that we had this majority and we needed to stay to preserve it. So all of these years later, the obvious answer was always there. Based on 1964 civil rights legislation, the opportunity became submitted in law. Prior to that, not so much. After that, all of our leaders coming out of the 60s and 70s should have been advocating for us to return to the South, specifically to the southeastern United States, specifically to individual states, so that we can govern ourselves. There's 3 hands up. I'm not sure who was first. Let's
Hey,
let
Black, can I?
there's 3 hands up. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, Freeman Party, you got it.
Yeah, I just want to add to what you said really quickly because I think you always touch on a great point when you bring this up. I want to add something else to this topic that is often overlooked. So there's about 20,000 plus cities in the United States. So take over cities, right? We need majorities in cities. In terms of Congress, there's 2 sides of Congress. You got the House and you got the Senate. In the House, there's 435 representatives in the Senate, right? And there's 435 districts, right, that are voted on to put those people into those places. So we need to take majorities in those 435 districts. And I went on the Congressional Black Caucus's website today. There's about 60 people that are in the Congressional Black Caucus right now. We need to get them all up out of there, right? So 60 out of 435 is about 13%, which is about our population. So none of them represent us as a population. So we need to get them out of there. Then in terms of the Senate, there's 2 people that are in the Senate for each state. So 100 people in the Senate, right? So in terms of what he was talking about in states, we need the majorities in those states. And then once we do that, taking over the national and doing the electoral college is easy because all of that is based on your districts and your state. So once we know how the game is played, all we need to do is score points.
can I add to that real quick? I think you made a lot of good points, a lot of valid points there. One thing I want to add to that though was that congressional seats, congressional districts are based off of population, right? For every, I think it's 700,000 people, you get a congressional seat. And so by us moving to the South, we are now shifting those congressional seats to the South. So not only are we going to have 2 Senate seats of a southern state, we've now shifted those congressional seats from California to Georgia, those congressional seats from Illinois to Mississippi, right? And so by moving to the South, we hit all those check marks. And so I just wanted to add that. I think what you're saying is absolutely right. That, I mean, it's the migration is what we need to do. One other thing before DJ said, she's got the mic coming up. I really want to hear from someone who lives outside of the South about why, what are some of their anxieties about moving back to the South. I've heard things like, even in this state, that we need money to move, even though we're moving from really expensive places. And I've also heard things about, there's more racism in the South. And, this tragedy today is actually is proving that to be, that's false. That's Buffalo, New York. That's as north as you're going to get. And a terrorist attack by white supremacists happened there. So if it can happen in Buffalo, New York, what's the difference of us moving to Mississippi? At least we're surrounded by more of our, kinfolk, people that look like that. So DJ Sedge has the mic. Unless Black wants to
Thank you. Yeah, no. Let me just say I agree with State Power. I agree with what the Freedmen Party had to say. And I love the way you broke it down, because yes, as our population moves, we increase the number of congressional elected officials that we have in these states. Not only that, we also increase the federal appropriations. That's something that happens with the census. Part of the reason why they do the census, so they can figure out how much money is going to these states. But as our population increases, so does our federal appropriation. So it really is the best of all worlds in terms of us protecting and prospering our population. We can codify the Black American freedmen lineage into our state constitution. We can rewrite the state constitution. There's just so many things that we can do, and so thank you so much for speaking on it. And DJ Sedge, you're up.
Yeah, I was just piggybacking off of you, Black Majority. The Freedmen Party. I hit Black Majority with the same thing. Stay in the city. We mainly in the cities already. Yada yada yada. He threw the book at me just like y'all. You and State Power was just having a back and forth, and Black Majority just closed it out right there. So can't even argue the facts, unfortunately. You know what I mean? But for Brandon Perry or whatever, you're still on the mic or whatever. Since pretty much arms training or whatever, and you go to the range and you see, how these white folks with their kids, and their families, and they training them very young, because we see the videos online, World Star and all that, YouTube. Are you doing it? Not to criticize either. I'm just saying, I'm trying to be more like about solutions. So is there any way I can help you try to start up like some type of Black gun training facility? So, Black people come and train, learn about arms, get their gun license eventually, even become a member of NRA. Let's take that shit over. You know what I'm saying? Or start our own gun association of America or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever how we want to do it. You know what I mean? Just be about our own shit. You know what I mean?